Hello everybody, welcome to the video crash course for SCI 104 Environmental Science at Coopersmith Career Consulting. This course deals with many things having to do with the environment. We're going to look at biomes, climates, areas of the Earth specifically, pollutants, global warming, ozone, all the sorts of things that are relevant to human beings and animals and the environment of the Earth in which we live. We're going to look at the relationship between the biotic, which means living, and the abiotic communities or environments. We're going to look at the roles of humans in messing up the environment to some extent and also fixing it. We're going to look at the pros and cons of various types of energy sources, from things like coal to nuclear to various other elements that we can derive our energy from. And of course, we are going to look at how some of the environmental problems that have been produced and created can be remediated. Now, there is a lab component to this course. A little bit later on, after we finish with the substantive material, I am going to walk you through how to go about getting to the lab requirement and actually doing the lab requirement. So you definitely want to hang on to that. If you know all the material already and you're looking to do the lab, then you may want to fast forward a little bit, because I'm really not going to get to the lab until I finish the rest of the material. Topic 1 is about the scientific method, the environment in general, and the concept of sustainability. The environment means you and everything around you. That's your environment. Your environment in the United States might be a little bit different from the environment of bugs in Australia, or something to that effect. Obviously, your environment determines many of the factors that you need to live with. If it's very cold, you're going to need to plan your life one way. If it's very hot, you're going to need to plan your life another way. The long list of factors that make up the environment include, other than temperature, like we just discussed, the gases in the air, the other life forms around you, what you eat, what eats you, I suppose, depending on where you live or what species you are. And the environmental science studies all aspects of this environment. As long as living things have been on Earth, Earth's environments and communities are changing. Things are getting warmer, some areas are getting cooler, some areas are used to be ice and are melting, some areas are the concentration of ozone may be increasing, the concentration of carbon dioxide may be increasing, new predators or new animals may move into an area. Environments are constantly changing. There's always variability there, and that's something you definitely have to keep in mind. Environments are not static. Environments do change. And of course, the primary species, the primary organisms that affect the environment are none other than us human beings. Our ability to appropriate, which means to use, the Earth's resources has been a major factor in terms of how we're able to grow. Now, there's about 7 billion people in the world, whereas in 1840 there were maybe 1 billion people in the world. So we've basically grown 6 times over in the last 175 years. And we're able to do that with technology. We're able to do that by manipulating our environment. And we're able to do that with, through all of the intelligence and amazing things that human beings are able to do. Of course, on the other hand, we've also come to understand that our actions have other consequences. And obviously, one aspect of environmental science is to try to make sure, or try to study, how we can avoid harming the environment around us. Another big concept in environmental science is the concept of ecosystems. An ecosystem is a system that involves the environment of living things and non-living things within a particular community. The physical and chemical environment within a particular area. It also includes the flow of energy through the ecosystem by eating. When cows eat grass and then humans eat cows, that is a flow of energy through the ecosystem. The energy starts off with the sun. The grass uses the sunlight to make its own food via photosynthesis. Then the cow eats the grass in order to gain its energy. Then the human eats the cow in order to gain its energy. So Ecosystems essentially is the environment of a particular species or a group of species within a particular area. Humans, of course, human activities influence all ecosystems. We make areas warmer by building cities. We change the composition of the air by releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. We kill animals and forests in order to make way for our habitats. We do all these things which of course affect the ecosystems. And the ecosystems are integrated systems, integrated meaning there are many components of them and they all work together, and need to be understood in terms of scientific principles which we will discuss. One of the factors in any ecosystem, on Earth at least, is the amount of oxygen in the air. Oxygen, of course, is necessary for us and most other animals to survive because we all breathe oxygen. We need it for our aerobic respiration. And the amount of oxygen in the air, of course, is relatively constant. One example, by the way, is that in our summer, in the northern hemisphere's summer, the amount of oxygen in the air tends to increase, and in our winter it tends to decrease. And that's because in our summer, a lot of the deciduous trees get their leaves and they do photosynthesis, and trees that are doing photosynthesis, leaves, release oxygen into the atmosphere. When it's winter and our leaves fall down, and there aren't as many leaves on the trees, the amount of oxygen decreases. So it's cyclical, but it's dependable. Even though our summer is the winter for the southern hemisphere, so you'd have the opposite effect. Still, there's a lot more land in the northern hemisphere, and that's why in our summer there's a lot more leaves in the world than during our winter. It's just one example of a cycle in the ecosystem, but again, it's the sort of thing that is dependable. We know that the amount of oxygen is going to increase in May and June and July and decrease in November, December, January. Some things that are important for humans to do in terms of acting sustainably, which means acting in a way that the environment can be sustained, include managing resources, making sure that we don't use too many resources, because once we use them, we don't have them anymore. For example, there are some forms of non-renewable energy, things that once you use, you don't have anymore. Things like coal, oil, gas, and minerals. Even though minerals can be recycled, but when you use gold, platinum, iron, copper, things like that, it doesn't just grow back in the ground so quickly. It does, but it takes a long enough period of time that it really wouldn't help us very much. So resources can be limited. Of course, there are also some resources that are unlimited, like sunlight, generating waterfalls for hydroelectric power, and we'll discuss all of that stuff. But managing resources is one important aspect to acting sustainably. Understanding boundaries, making sure that we don't infringe on the environments and ecosystems of other species and other animals and other facts of nature. Maintaining balance and integration. Again, to make sure we can maintain the homeostatic capacity of ecosystems. If you took biology, you may recall the word homeostasis, which means to make sure everything stays the same. Well, the homeostatic capacity of ecosystem is also to try to make sure that ecosystems stay relatively constant in terms of the composition of the air, the composition of the food sources, grass, whatever other factors there are in an environment. But also, finally, something that we don't think about when we talk about acting sustainably that much, is to embrace change. We have to realize that things are going to change. No matter how much we don't want things to change, we always want this area to be the same temperature and the same amount of resources. When things do change, we have to figure out a way to adapt to these changes. You can't stop all changes from happening. Uncertainty is also a principle in science. Uncertainty is the understanding that in all scientific study, things are not precise. You're not going to get the exact knowledge of what is happening in an environment and what will happen in the future. It's not only all right to be uncertain, it's inevitable. Scientific discovery is all about uncertainty, and that's why you need experimentation. And even if you've established a scientific principle, things need to be retested and retested to make sure not only that they were correct the first time, but that they're still correct in an uncertain environment, in a changing environment. So we have to look at sustainability, obviously, as one very, very important element of the environmental science in general. And what this tries to do, what sustainability science tries to do, is look at the interactions between our systems and the social systems, which means the systems that we live under as a human society. So sustainability science is interested in how stresses, which name things that put pressure on our environment and the way we live, like pollution and human conflict, affect the homeostasis of the ecosystems and social systems. Things like war, nuclear war, bombs, things like that are obviously going to affect the environment and affect the other animals that live in the area. Some of the things that we look at, some of the things that environmental science looks at, is connections between the ecosystem and the social system, connections between our society and the environment. Long-term trends. What is happening in the long term between the relationship between the human beings and the environment? Are we cutting down more forests? Are we killing more species? Are we causing more species to become extinct? Ecosystem, social system stability. How much of a change are we causing? How much of a change is human society causing? Thresholds of change, which means when do changes happen? How much of a forest can we cut down before it impacts the amount of oxygen in the air? How much carbon dioxide can we release into the atmosphere before we start feeling the effects of global climate change? How much pollution can we dump into a river before we start poisoning the water supply? Thresholds are a very important issue to discuss. Maybe a minimal amount of pollution, a minimal amount of damage to the environment is acceptable as long as it's below the threshold that makes it dangerous. These are things that have to be studied, obviously, very importantly. Human incentives. What sort of incentives are there for us to change behavior and engage in behavior that's more environmentally friendly? Can we add incentives artificially? By cap and trade, which was a bill that tried to incentivize people from not using energy. Monitoring our progress. How can we measure what we've done? Let's say if we've cleaned the DDT out of the environment and we've stopped releasing ozone into the atmosphere, and we've stopped doing various things that hurt the environment. How can we measure the effect of our treaties and rules? And of course, integration of learning and action, making sure that we can actually put into practice what we think needs to be done. Now, a couple of other things regarding ecosystems. First of all, feedback. Feedback is a concept by which actions and consequences build on themselves. A small disturbance causes a bigger disturbance in and of itself. A produces more of B, which produces more of A. There are many, many examples in the environment of feedback. Well, there's really two types of feedback. There's negative feedback and positive feedback. Negative feedback is where when you do something, a different thing has a counter effect. Whereas a positive feedback means when you do something, it just causes it to accelerate. Here's some examples. Soil erosion from deforestation. When soil erodes and soil becomes less stable and soil gets washed away, well, that causes the rest of the soil to be less stable because it's no longer standing on a foundation, or it's no longer supported by as much soil around it, and it tends to get washed away too as well. So a little bit of soil erosion causes positive feedback. I mean, there are many other examples. Another example is global warming in general causes water to evaporate into the air, and once water evaporates in the air, there's more water vapor in the air, and water vapor is a greenhouse gas which keeps the sun's rays in, which causes it to warm even more. That's another example of positive feedback. Just an example people say in terms of human activities when they say building muscle mass, lifting weights causes your muscle mass to build, and muscle mass tends to allow you to engage in activities that are even greater exercise, and you can lift bigger weights and get more exercise, which causes your muscle mass to grow even more. So that's, again, these are just examples of positive feedback where a behavior can actually increase the effect of that same consequence to happen even more. And positive feedback is something we need to watch out for in nature, because positive feedback can multiply the effects of something that we think are not going to have as big an impact. A cultural ecosystem is something in nature that helps humankind, like rain, weather in general. The beauty or inspiration provided by a forest is one, relatively minor example. Let's just a couple of quick examples here. Ways to manage a water supply in a city. These are just some examples over here of managing an ecosystem. First of all, water supply in a city. There are some cities where the water supply is relatively easy to manage, cities that have a lot of rain, places like Boston and New York. And then there are places where the water supply is extremely hard to measure because they're in a desert, like Phoenix or Las Vegas. And the actions have to conform to the laws of mass and energy conservation, which means you can't create something from nothing. All the water you're going to use has to come from somewhere. And you have to understand, first of all, the rate of renewal of the water source. Are you getting constant automatic replenishments of water, like rain or snow in the mountains melting? Sometimes cities are near mountains and the snow melts in the spring and all the water runs off into rivers and canals that come down into the city. That's one thing you have to make a determination. And number two, you have to manage the rate of use of the water supply. Are there any ways in desert cities? Sometimes if you go into hotels in desert cities, like Las Vegas, it says, it gives you a whole speech about, the placard gives you a whole speech about conserving water because of the fact that it's in the desert. So A, you have to figure out the rate of renewal, and B, you have to figure out the rate of usage. And if there's an imbalance there, if the rate of usage is higher than the rate of renewal, then you got to figure out a way to get water in from other sources. In Las Vegas, for example, they get water in from the Colorado River. The Hoover Dam siphons off some of the water to Lake Mead, and they siphon off some of the water to use for Las Vegas. That's just one way, but you have to study that, and you have to realize that in order to make the environment sustainable. Examples of ecosystem services, namely cycles in nature that deliver us what we need. There are many examples. Solar energy budget, which is an example of how much sunlight there is in a given year and how that affects our temperature. The flow of water through the ecosystems, which is the water cycle. The absorption of pollutants. Small microorganisms like bacteria tend to absorb and break down certain types of pollutants, which can be very important to get the pollutants out of our atmosphere. There's also the nitrogen cycle, which provides nitrogen compounds to plants that are necessary for their survival. The carbon dioxide cycle, wherein plants release oxygen and breathe in carbon dioxide, and we breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. That's the cycle, etc., etc., etc. And these are just some examples of the many different cycles and ecosystem interactions that are necessary for us. Okay, so that's the end of topic one. I'm going to try to go through a couple of multiple choice questions for each topic. Okay, all organisms and their physical and chemical environment within a specific area, are best described as the biosphere, ecological communities, populations, ecosystems, or biomes. Of course, what I recommend, by the way, is that you pause the video over here and see if you can figure out the answers on your own, and then you can unpause it. And the answer here, of course, as we discussed before, is D. That's what an ecosystem means. An ecosystem means the system of interactions between the living and non-living things in an environment. Sustainable use of resources requires knowledge of all non-renewable resources. Again, you don't have to know all of the non-renewable resources, the ones that are not relevant to this particular equation. You don't need knowledge of all finite resource locations. Again, that's a little bit too broad. It doesn't really answer the question very well. An understanding of ecosystem models. Again, that's not really relevant to resources, much too broad. An understanding of the rate of resource renewal and ability to manage the rate of use. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That's the one we just saw when we talked about, for example, water supply in a city. And so therefore the correct answer is D. Topic 2 is entitled Ecological Communities. And ecological communities are about living things within various environments and ecosystems. Essentially, a community means all the living things within an area. Now, there are many different concepts that we're going to discuss, and the first of those concepts are competition for resources. That's really how communities deal with each other. Generally speaking, they fight with each other. I guess they could cooperate also, but when it comes to, especially between different species, they compete with each other, and also within one species. And individual animals, individual organisms compete with each other. Species that interact within a specific area make up the community. And what they need to do is they need to compete for resources. There's only a limited amount of food, there's only a limited amount of shelter, there's only a limited amount of water. All these things have to be fought over. There's intra-species competition, intra-specific competition, or inter-species competition, which means intra-species competition means competition within one particular species. There are 6 lions, but there's only one gazelle. All the the lions have to chase the gazelle and try to eat it, and only one of the lion can actually gets and captures and eats the gazelle. Although maybe they could share. But there may not be enough food to go around. So that's intraspecies. Interspecies is when different species are competing for the same resources. For example, the lions and the hyenas might be fighting to kill and eat the same gazelles. So that's the intraspecies competition. Members of the same species pursue limited resources, where interspecies or interspecific competition, where they try to different members of different species compete for the same resources. It also limits the distribution and population size of most areas because there's only there's only enough resources to support a certain number of organisms. Now, competitors can coexist, even though you would think that only the strongest and fastest species can live. That's not really true because each species actually forms something called its own niche. In fact, I'm going to write that down. Each species resides in its own niche. Now, a niche is a role in the community. For example, lions are obviously a lot stronger than deer, but lions and deer can both live in the same savanna, can both live in the same, jungle type area, and the reason is because the deer don't need the same kind of food as the lions do. In fact, the deer actually are eaten by the lions, but the deer can eat grass. The lions can't eat grass. They have different niches. They have different roles. They may live in different areas. Bug could live under a rock, whereas a lion needs an area a lot bigger. The things that you eat, the places that you live, the types of resources that you need define your niche, which is your role in the environment. In terms of organisms that eat each other, you've got herbivores that feed on plant material. You've got the opposite of a herbivore is a carnivore that eats meat. Predator is something that hunts and kills and consumes its prey. A lion, of course, is an example of a predator. A hawk is an example of a predator. There's also, by the way, not on the slide, but a scavenger, which eats things that are already dead. Things like hyenas and vultures do that. They wait until something has killed it or something has died by natural causes and then it eats it. Then you've got a parasite. A parasite depends on its host for nourishment. Bacteria that lives inside human beings. Fungus, usually microorganisms, but there are other examples of parasites that are a little bit bigger as well. Anything that harms its host by eating it. A mosquito is an example of a parasite. It lands on your arm, takes a little blood, doesn't really, unless it's carrying West Nile virus or malaria or something, it doesn't really hurt you that much, but it still harms you to the extent that it helps itself. There's also organisms that actually help each other within a community. There's mutualism and commensalism. Mutualism is an environment between two species where both species are helped. For example, there's bacteria that lives in our intestines that helps us break down the food. It gets a free food supply, and we get some of our food broken down. That's an example of mutualism. Commensalism is an example similar, to mutualism, except only one benefits, and the other organism just doesn't really care that much. One example is the barnacles that attach themselves to whales. Barnacles are fish that attach themselves to whales, and the whales go wherever they want, and the barnacles get free transport. The whale doesn't really benefit, but the whale doesn't really care that much. The remora that hang around with the sharks, that attach themselves to sharks, when the sharks eat fish or eat other things, and rip them apart, the little pieces get eaten by the remora who are hanging around. The remora benefit, the sharks don't really care that much. Both these things are an example of symbiosis, or symbioses is plural of symbiosis. Symbiosis is a relationship between two organisms that benefits at least one of them. We had three examples. We had parasitism, where one gets hurt and the other benefits. We have commensalism, where one benefits and the other doesn't care. And we've got mutualism, where both benefit. Sometimes, by the way, you'll hear the word symbiosis instead of the word mutualism. Sometimes people just use the word symbiosis to mean mutualism, where both organisms benefit. Energy flow is how food and energy goes through an environment, goes through a community, and the primary mechanism by which that occurs is the food chains. A food chain is how food moves through a community. So, for example, if you have a rabbit eating the grass and then a lion eating the rabbit and then a human eating the lion, that's a food chain. The grass is all the way at the bottom of the food chain, the base of the food chain, and the last organism is the apex, the top of the food chain. And of course, there are many different complex food chains within a particular community. That's why, because organisms eat different types of organisms, they don't always stick to the same food. That's why multiple food chains combined are sometimes referred to as a food web. Here's an example of a food web that I just found here. You got the bladder wrack, I don't know what that is, but an algae, which are eaten by sea urchins, fish, the gray mullet, flat wrinkle, the limpet. You got the crab that eats the flat wrinkle, the lobster that eats the limpet. The herring gull, a type of bird, eats the crab, and the lobster is eaten by the seal. The gray mullet's also eaten by the seal. You can see it's a food web. There are lots of different food chains over here. In other words, one food chain in this ecosystem might be the algae to the limpet to the lobster to the common seal, but it's a lot more complicated than that because the seal eats more than just the lobster. The seal also eats the mullet. And you can imagine how complex real-life food chains are because one organism might have 10 different sources of food, and so the food web would be much more complex. But this is just an example of a food web and how it might relate to a particular environment. The food web is also subject to something called the food pyramid, or the biomass period. Biomass just means the mass of living things. The food pyramid can be described as something like this, based on the idea that there are more organisms at the bottom of the food web than there are at the top of the food web. The autotrophs, the producers, who are the plants, things that make their own food by photosynthesis, are at the bottom, and there are the most of these. In any ecosystem, there have to be the most plants because it takes a lot more. They say, for example, it takes 10 times as much grass to feed a cow to feed a human than it does to feed the human directly, although humans don't eat grass usually, but let's call it wheat or vegetables or whatever. It takes 10 times as much wheat to feed a cow to feed a human than it does to feed a human directly. That's because at each level of the environment, each level you go up, a lot of the energy is used, a lot of the energy is wasted. So you have the most autotrophs, and as you go further up to the primary consumers, which eat the grass, or the producer, to the secondary consumers who eat the primary consumers, tertiary, quaternary, every step you go up, you got less and less mass. So if you take, for example, the food chain that we looked at before, the mullet eats the algae and the hawk eats the mullet. Well, there's going to be a lot more mass of the algae than there is of the mullet, and a lot more mass of the mullet than there is of the hawk, because there's just not enough mullet to support more than to support enough hawks. So there's going to be, let's say, 1/10 of the amount of, if you weighed all the hawks and you weighed all the mullets, there might be 10 times the amount of mullet weight as there is hawk weight. It's just food is not that efficient in terms of feeding the next level up of the on the food web or the food chain. There also is, of course, species diversity in the food web, like we discussed before. You don't have a single mechanism. You don't have a single food chain. Different species have different food sources. And of course, the food web complexity supports the stability of the ecological of the environment. So I'm just going to change this to the environment. And of course, the reason for that is because if you relied on one particular food source and that food source left the environment for whatever reason, you'd be in serious trouble. But if you have multiple food sources, you have a better chance of being okay. With communities, of course, comes community change. And community change is when there's some sort of a disruption in the community. A fire, hurricane, logging of forests by human beings that cut down a forest may result in some of the species being killed out, other elements being destroyed, moved, whatever. And when new species comes into the environment, they call that succession. There's primary succession, which means the first species coming into the environment. Then there's secondary succession, which means the next levels of species coming in. One famous example of where they were able to measure succession is when Mount St. Helens in Washington State erupted in 1981. Every living thing in the immediate area was destroyed, and so scientists were able to study very carefully what moved in. And the first thing that moved in were like these lichens, which are combinations of algae and mosses, and then eventually grasses started to grow, and then eventually animals started to move in as well, because the first thing you need is the producers. The first thing you need to move in are the things that can be the base of the food chain. Then the things a little bit higher on the food chain can move in. Then you have cyclical succession or cyclic succession, which can increase the likelihood of the disturbance, which leads to cycles. When the animals move in, well, then the animals eat up the food sources, and then the animals themselves don't have any food sources left, so they die or move out. And then the producers are able to move back in. The smaller, let's say the rabbits, for example. The rabbits move in, they get eaten up by the lions. Then the lions leave or die because there's no more rabbits to feed them, and then the rabbits are able to move in, and then there's more rabbits there, so the lions move in, and you have a whole cycle of the community change. Now, we discussed this before a little bit, but we'll discuss it again very quickly over here, and that is the 10% rule, and that is for each step you go up in the ladder of succession, namely also the same thing as the food chain ladder, only 10% of the mass of the organisms can rise in the food chain. So the first level, for example, the producers, like grass, then you have the herbivores, like the rabbits or the deer. Only about 1/10 of the amount of mass of the rabbits and the deer can be supported when measured by the grass. If you weighed all the grass in the area, you'd only get about, and you weighed all the rabbits would weigh only about 1/10 as much as the grass. Then you got the carnivores, which are 1/10 of that, and then you got the top carnivores that eat the carnivores, and then you have only 1/10 of that. Then I didn't discuss the decomposers before, but decomposers are bacteria and fungi and other organisms that are microorganisms and are necessary for every food chain because they break down the matter, they break down the dead organisms, and those elements, nitrogen, whatever other elements there are, can be reused by the environment and by the plants in the environment as well. And here we discussed before succession. I'll go over it because it's on the slide. First of all, you've got a destruction like Mount St. Helens erupting. The first thing that will happen is primary succession. Then within several years, pioneer species such as lichens and mosses are able to colonize the rock surface. That would be the first step of the succession process. Then they'll release a little bit of organic matter. They'll make rocks into soil. They'll cause other, bacteria to be able to move in when they die and to be broken down. Then small plants and shrubs will begin to replace the lichens and mosses. They also modify the environment. They break down the soil even more, cause it to look much more like a forest than just rocks. And then the species will become established, and then other types of food, other types of animals, bigger trees, etc., can move in can move in, and once the community is full with everything that it can handle, it is now called a climax community. And that, of course, occurs until some other major disturbance, like a fire or flood or whatever it is, will either wipe out the entire community and start all over, or at least maybe wipe out the animals and knock you back to a little bit of an earlier stage of succession. Oops. By mistake, I hope you didn't see it. I showed you the questions with the answers, but we'll just look at them anyway. Hopefully you didn't see it, or we can discuss the reasons anyway. The biosphere is best defined as a regional grouping of plants, animals, and abiotic factors. Biosphere is much broader than just that. That would be like a small community factors. All Earth's organisms and the non-living. That is correct. That's a biosphere. Sphere means a circle. That's the ecosystem of the entire Earth. All Earth's organisms and their physical aquatic environment. Well, C and E also look like correct, but the best and the clearest and most succinct answer here would be B, because the biosphere is the entire Earth, the non-living and living things in which they interact. 2. Total annual precipitation is equal to total, it's equal to, by definition, we discussed regarding the water cycle. In a particular area, there may be a deficit or a surplus of water, but overall, rain comes from the evaporation of water. That's the hydrologic cycle, the water cycle. And based on the fact that that's the water cycle, the total precipitation has to equal total evaporation. So we're going to say A is the answer to that. Topic 3 is ecosystem ecology, which is the relationship of the organisms that live in a particular environment. All of the organisms on the Earth, of course, with the non-living environment around them, are the biosphere. We actually covered this a little bit in the last chapter. Biosphere includes things like rock, soils, oceans, which are the non-living or the abiotic environment, along with the organisms, which are the biotic or living environment. A biogeochemical cycle, really this chapter is mostly about cycles, is how energy or other materials that are necessary for life get cycled through the system. It describes the flow of matter through the ecosystem. Most biogeochemical cycles, a biogeochemical, of course, bio meaning life and geo meaning having to do with Earth. So biogeochemical cycle is a cycle that's relevant to life, where chemicals on a scale that includes the entire Earth are cycled around. And some of these cycles include water, carbon, nitrogen, etc. So let's take a look at some of the relevant cycles. First of all is the rock cycle. Rock cycle, of course, covered more in the earth science course, but the rock cycle is how rocks get moved and changed in terms of their shape and in terms of their structure as different things impact them. There are igneous rocks. Igneous rocks are rocks that are formed from solidifying lava or magma. There are sedimentary rocks that are formed from sediments, like little tiny pieces of rock that get washed away by the water or wind or whatever it is, and reform together. Then there are metamorphic rocks, which are changed by heat or pressure. And the point with the rock cycle is that rocks can constantly change from one to another. Sedimentary rock can get melted and refrozen as igneous rock. Sedimentary rock can be subject to pressure or heat, which can turn it into metamorphic rock. Any type of rock can get worn down by water and get swept away and form sedimentary rock. So in other words, they can all turn into each other. The hydrologic cycle is the cycle of water. You can see that prefix hydro, meaning water. And that is most, of course, of the Earth's water is in the ocean, which covers about 70 to 75% of the surface of the water. And a small percentage, a tiny, tiny, tiny little percentage of the water is in the Earth's atmosphere as water vapor. As we walk around, of course, there's humidity. Some areas have higher humidity, some areas have lower humidity, but there's humidity pretty much around the Earth, and that's where some of the on the Earth is stored as floating water molecules. Now, the way the cycle works is very simple. Water evaporates from the oceans or the lakes or puddles or whatever, goes into the atmosphere. The atmosphere, eventually it forms clouds, and clouds rain, so the water goes up, water goes down. Water can also fall as snow. Snow can melt. The snow melting can eventually evaporate, and etc. That's how they overall, basically the idea is over the entire globe, and we also discussed this a little bit in the last chapter, over the entire globe, the total annual precipitation has to equal the total annual evaporation, because as much goes up, has to go down. The carbon cycle is how carbon in gas form, mainly as carbon dioxide, but perhaps also as, methane, I think has some carbon in it. But the point is there is some carbon that is contained in rocks, and things like diamond, for example, is made of carbon, but there's also carbon that's in the atmosphere as carbon gas or as gas like carbon dioxide that has carbon in it. And the carbon cycle, of course, is when the carbon is used by living things to eat primarily, and then it gets recycled into the environment when the living thing dies and gets broken down. So the comparison of carbon itself, only a very small amount is in the only a very small percentage of the Earth itself is carbon, but still most of the carbon is in sedimentary rock including calcite, which is calcium carbonate. What else has carbon? I'm just thinking offhand. Or diamond, of course, coal, graphite. These are all things that are, part of what makes up the ground and can be mined out for people. And the rest of the carbon is in living things. Living things on Earth are generally considered carbon-based life forms. Humans have carbon. All types of organisms have carbon. And human beings, of course, have changed the dynamics of the carbon cycle a little bit by using carbon-based materials as energy sources. Coal, oil, natural gas, these are all based on carbon. And this increases the amount of carbon that's up in the atmosphere, because when you burn coal, you get one of the waste products is carbon dioxide, and it floats up and increases the carbon dioxide amount in the atmosphere. And of course, that will be very, very important as we move along in the next chapter. So life, of course, derives from the carbon cycle based on photosynthesis and cellular respiration. Photosynthesis makes sugar. It takes carbon of carbon dioxide and it uses the sun's rays to really add a hydrogen. That's in other courses covered in more detail, but long story short, it adds a hydrogen to a carbon dioxide molecule, and it ends up causing a sugar, which is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, to form. And then other animals higher in the food chain eat these plants, eat these things that do photosynthesis, and ultimately that's really the basis for all life on Earth. So most of the carbon stored in living biomass is found in the terrestrial, which means earth-based, not water-based necessarily, ecosystems, but also we have some carbon in the aquatic and marine. Aquatic and marine means in the water. So the same thing is true in the water: fish, plankton, algae. The algae in the water, especially algae higher in the water and near the coastlines, is fueled by photosynthesis, fueled by the energy from the sun, and the fish eat those things as well. And of course, we have significantly altered the carbon cycle, as we just discussed. Then there are a few other cycles which we'll get into. The nitrogen cycle. The nitrogen cycle, long story short, I mean, obviously you can read these at your leisure, but nitrogen is a necessary component of living cells. Protein, for example, requires nitrogen. Fats and carbohydrates only require carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, but proteins require nitrogen also. Now, nitrogen gas, which is in the air, cannot easily be converted by people. You can't just breathe in nitrogen gas. The only gas that even though there's a lot of nitrogen gas in the air, almost 80% of air is nitrogen gas, we cannot convert it easily. Instead, we have to eat our nitrogen from other sources, and other things that we eat, vegetables, animals, whatever we eat, has some nitrogen in it, and we're able to use that. And the way it works is that when organisms die, whether they be people, animals, plants, whatever, the bacteria, something called nitrogen-fixing bacteria, is able to break it down, and the plants that grow and leach nutrients from that soil are then able to harvest the nitrogen that is created or broken down by these nitrogen-fixing bacteria. So again, it's a cycle. Let's say a lion. Lion has nitrogen, of course, in its entire body, like we all do. The lion dies. The nitrogen-fixing bacteria break down the parts of the lion. The nitrogen is then absorbed into a plant as the plant grows. The plant is then eaten by the rabbit, and the rabbit gets the nitrogen from there, and then the lion eats the rabbit. A different lion eats the rabbit, not the dead one, and then that's how the lion gets its nitrogen, and then the lion dies, and we start all over again. So, again, let's look at the slide. Animals obtain these compounds by eating plants or other organisms. When the wastes decay, inorganic forms of nitrogen are regenerated. And that can be taken up by plants, or it can return to the atmosphere. Humans have changed this dynamic a little bit by using nitrogen fertilizers and burning plants and fossil fuels, which increases nitrogen which releases nitrogen directly into the atmosphere, which decreases the amount of nitrogen available for the plants and whatnot. There are other types of cycles, the phosphorus cycle, the sulfur cycle. These are different types of chemicals that are all necessary for life. Phosphorus is also a key component. DNA is made of one of the elements of DNA is a phosphate group, which requires some phosphorus. So organisms need phosphorus and sulfur, which is also necessary for people. The idea is that they are cycled through the living things in a similar way to the other things that we discussed. And now we come to human activities, and human activities have changed the dynamic of all of these cycles. Carbon's only supposed to be a minimal amount of the total mass of the air and the land itself, but humans, of course, by releasing carbon dioxide, a waste product of burning coal and oil and gas, increase the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Deforestation, burning fossil fuels, same idea. When you cut down trees, well, you decrease the amount of trees, and the trees' leaves, by doing photosynthesis, they bring in carbon dioxide. So that's why if there are fewer leaves, like in the winter, for example, or if there are fewer leaves because we cut down a forest, well, then there's going to be more carbon dioxide left in the atmosphere because less of it is being absorbed in the process of photosynthesis. Okay, so now let's take a look at some multiple choice over here. Let's see. We've got, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the increased influx of carbon into the atmosphere is primarily due to what? Well, we just discussed how it's primarily due to burning of fossil fuels, because that increases the carbon content in the air, carbon dioxide content in the air. Deforestation actually could also make sense, but it's a little bit less direct. Now, there hasn't been as much deforestation as there has been burning fossil fuels. Question 2, what human activity has primarily contributed to the release of sulfur? And that we glossed over it a little bit over here. And the answer here is mining. Mining releases sulfur from the Earth's crust. If you think about what mining means digging into the Earth in order to try to dig out stuff that's in the crust. Cutting down trees, oil refining, using automobiles, burning wood for fuel, all of these things probably would increase carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but not necessarily sulfur. Topic 4 is global climate change. Global climate change is based on the idea, first of all, that there's always variability in the Earth's temperature. Obviously, it varies from season to season, but it also varies from year to year, just based on random factors like what happens in terms of ocean currents, wind patterns. There are many different things. The United States had a very cold winter last year because of the polar vortex that kept shooting us some air from the North Pole. These things vary from time to time. That's not that big a deal. But the big deal is the long-term trends. And the long-term trends, according to most scientists, indicate that the Earth has been warming since approximately the Industrial Revolution, at least. If you look at this chart over here, for example, the global average temperature, you can see that there are variations from 1860 through the present. It does go down sometimes. It goes up, down, up, down, up, down. But the general trend you can see is an upward trend. From 1860 until now, you're talking about in terms of degrees Fahrenheit, the average temperature in the world going from 56.3 to 57.9, which is about an increase of about 1.6 degrees Fahrenheit over that time. And of course, that does vary from region to region, and it's not, of course, consistent. Some of the causes of climate change, really according to most scientists again, are really the idea of emission of greenhouse gases. Well, some are outside human influences, like the amount of sunlight that we get varies based on the patterns of the sun, and also the Earth's orbital position relative to the sun. The Earth isn't always the same distance from the sun, and it does vary a little bit from time to time, and even though the average might be the same from year to year, the Earth's orbit isn't exactly consistent. So these are things, obviously, that humans have no control over whatsoever. But there are some things that are controlled by humans, namely the greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect includes releasing of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. A greenhouse, of course, is like a glass house where you grow plants, where you can grow even in the winter, and the reason is because it allows the sun's rays in, but it blocks many of the sun's rays from leaving. That's why a car, of course, can get much hotter than it is outside. In the car, it could be 50 degrees outside and 90 in the car. It could be 90 outside and 110, 120, 130 in the car. Same thing is true in the greenhouse. The greenhouse could be 30 outside and 70 in the greenhouse. Well, the Earth isn't that dramatic, of course, the greenhouse effect of the Earth, but the more carbon dioxide, methane, and other gases that we release into the atmosphere, these have the effect sometimes of blocking the sun's rays from leaving the Earth. Here's just a little pictorial way of looking at the greenhouse effect. The sun's rays come into the Earth, and many of them bounce, and many of them would leave the Earth. That's generally true. It's always true, greenhouse or no greenhouse. When the sun's rays hit the Earth, some of them bounce back up into the atmosphere. Well, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases act as a little bit of a shield. They don't prevent the sun's rays from coming in, but they do sometimes prevent some of the sun's rays from going out. So when the sun rays hits the Earth and it would normally leave back into the atmosphere, it gets blocked by the carbon dioxide molecules, or whatever the case may be. One thing I should mention is that the greenhouse effect can work with planets, as is demonstrated by Venus. Venus, which is not that much different from the Earth in terms of location and size. It's a little bit smaller than the Earth, and it's certainly a little bit closer to the Sun, but it's much, 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 much hotter than the Earth. The Earth's average temperature is about 56 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 15 degrees Celsius, give or take, 14 degrees Celsius, give or take, whereas the Venus's average temperature is more like 800 or 900 degrees Fahrenheit, obviously way too hot for human life. And the reason for that is because Venus has most of its gas in the atmosphere. Most of its carbon is in the atmosphere. Interestingly enough, I've read that Venus and Earth have approximately the same amount of carbon altogether. It's just that our carbon is all beneath, or not all, but most of it is beneath the surface in mines in the ground itself, whereas Venus, most of their carbon is in the atmosphere, causing a tremendous amount in terms of the greenhouse effect and causing the temperature of the planet to be extremely hot. So humans have increased the abundance of several greenhouse gases, and this includes in many different human activities, again, burning coal, burning oil, burning gas, things like that. What are the problems of global warming? Some people will tell you, hey, what's wrong with global warming? If it's going to be a little bit warmer, maybe we could all live in Florida. It could all feel like Florida and the whole world. It doesn't exactly work like that. There are some problems with global warming that could cause big problems for people. First of all, it becomes wetter conditions, and in other places, drier conditions. It disrupts the normal pattern of clouds moving from one place to another. If it's hotter, it could cause rain clouds to become to rain more quickly in some areas and prevent them from getting into other areas, so it becomes more extreme precipitation. Rather than things being more equalized, things are less equalized. Some places become wetter and some places become drier. glaciers and ice sheets could melt, and that could cause a rising sea level. Now, rising sea level only becomes a problem if the sea level is land-based ice. There are two types of ice in the world. Uh, I don't mean ice in your cup or ice that you make in your freezer. I mean ice, natural ice. There are glaciers that are in the oceans, and like, for example, the North Pole is covered by ice, but that's all in the ocean. And then there's glaciers that are on land, in the ice that's on land, like in Greenland and Antarctica, primarily. Also in northern Russia, some places, maybe northern Norway, some other areas, but primarily Greenland and Antarctica. For example, this is just a view of the northern part of the globe. You can see the Earth is mostly green, but over here all the way on top, this is the North Pole right over here, you can see it's covered by ice. Now you can see that most of this area, the Arctic, is over water, whereas here, a lot of the ice over here, this is Greenland, is on land, also part of northern Canada, over here maybe a little bit in terms of northern Siberia, northern Alaska, over here. So most of in the northern hemisphere, most of the ice is in water, whereas some of the ice is on land. This is a look of the southern hemisphere, which is the opposite. The southern hemisphere, this gray stuff is land, which is ice covered as well, and the other ice is on ocean. So you can see most of the ice, or at least the majority of the area where there's ice in the southern hemisphere, is actually on land, whereas in the northern hemisphere it is in the water. Now, melting ice sheets on water does not make the ocean level rise, very simply because ice in water is going to displace the same amount anyway. It's like if you put an ice cube in a cup, when the ice melts, the water's not going to get any higher because the ice was causing the water in the cup to rise anyway. But on the other hand, if ice on land melts, and like on Greenland melts and it flows into the ocean, that's going to cause an increase in the level of the ocean. That causes rising sea level. So meltwater from glaciers that are on land are the problem. And global warming also causes changing populations and ecosystems. Maybe there are some animals that have gotten used to living in northern Canada because they rely on igloos, or they rely on the ice, well, not igloos, but they rely on ice formations. Whereas if that's going to change because those areas are no longer ice, or they're less reliably ice, maybe if they melt in the summer, that could cause a problem for those organisms. I mean, people have built solid foundations under the assumption that the area is going to stay frozen, and then if it starts melting, well, that could cause the foundations to give way. Global warming is, of course, a major environmental problem, and scientists can use instruments and use predictions to try to figure out how much global warming there's going to be over the course of the next years or decades. Very, very difficult to make an exact forecast. In fact, the forecasts over the last 20 years have actually been wrong. I mean, it's not clear exactly why that is, but certainly there was forecasted 15, 20 years ago, they were forecasting more global warming than there's actually been seen today. But again, that could just be because of inaccuracies, and it's always a very difficult business to predict the future. You can also the other possibility is to try to mitigate. And mitigating means trying to decrease the amount of global warming. And the primary way to decrease the amount of global warming is to decrease the amount of carbon emissions, decrease the amount of coal that's used, oil that's used, gas that's used, methane that's produced into the atmosphere. And of course, you can also do that by increasing the number of plants and trees in the world, because that draws carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So you can see, according to scientists, a sustainable world scenario, meaning that the emissions from carbon dioxide, the CO2e, or the carbon dioxide emissions, will remain at less than twice their pre-industrial amount. So in other words, the idea is that people say that the idea of decreasing carbon dioxide emissions is to try to make sure that we mitigate or decrease the effects of global warming, whatever they may be. Those things can be in terms of, first of all, of course, you want to define the challenge, figure out what is really necessary and what is important. Conservation. which means not wasting energy, not using energy that you don't need to use. Decreasing the amount of fossil fuels that are being used, carbon, again, coal, things like that. Using renewable energy, things like solar and hydroelectric power. These are things that are not going to cause any or very few emissions of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. Using nuclear energy, it's a controversial alternative because it could be very dangerous. It could cause massive explosions like the one at Chernobyl and the one that almost happened at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania. But at least it is the advantage, one advantage of nuclear energy is that it doesn't produce any carbon dioxide emissions. And biostorage, storing more carbon in forests and soils rather than using them and putting the carbon into the atmosphere. The problem about mitigating global warming is obviously how easy or difficult is it. You have to look at the costs. What are the costs of decreasing our energy consumption? Well, obviously that means that we're going to have to use less energy. Not that easy for an individual to do. You're not really going to be able to tell people, don't turn on the air conditioner in the summer, don't turn on the heating in the winter, don't turn on the light. Policy alternatives. What can we do to make there be market incentives? Some countries have done what's called a cap-and-trade model, which says that you have to pay extra if you're going to use more than a certain amount of energy, based on based on various factors. Agreeing on the facts. That's many scientists say it's very important that people that we have a consensus that there is a problem, and of course also to act internationally. There are still some people who don't think that there is a problem at all. Obviously, I don't want to get into that. It's more like a political issue, but certainly it's important to at least try to come to a consensus and a need to act. Some of the other effects regarding global warming: a decline in sea ice contributed to the loss of polar bears, because polar bears require sea ice in order to take refuge on. Global temperature can be inferred from the change in fossils. That's not really the effect, but and chemical isotopes found in the sediments and glacial ice. Well, really, this doesn't really belong on this slide, but basically, how the way scientists figure out temperature change over hundreds or thousands of years is by looking at the ice cores. They dig down in. They can, based on the density of the ice and based on some other factors, they can make a determination of what the temperature was like in a particular era. Other things also contribute to greenhouse gases. Agriculture, for example, raising animals. Flatulence, cow flatulence releases methane into the atmosphere, which is a powerful greenhouse gas. Fossil fuel mining, the more coal you get out of the ground and burn, the more carbon dioxide there's going to be in the atmosphere. Power station operation, transportation, cars, things like that, obviously all very important. One of the ways to mitigate global warming is to do more public transportation, which means that overall there'll be less car fuel burned. Also, and this I mentioned before, but I'll mention it again, only melting of land-based ice increases sea level. Melting of what's already in the sea, like over the Arctic Ocean near the North Pole, doesn't increase the sea level, since the ice was already in the sea anyway. Other things that global warming can cause is eroding shorelines. Remember, if you have a sea level rise, if the water goes up, one of the things it's going to do is it's going to wash away some of the shorelines, which could also cause that sort of an issue, that kind of a problem. Other factors that have led to sea rise is that anything, including water, when it warms up, it expands a little bit. We don't notice it, but water, unless it's below 4 degrees Celsius, but the ocean water is above that, when water warms up, it expands. And so if it warms up 1 degree, aside from the fact that glaciers are melting, it also causes the water itself to expand, which could cause the sea level to rise. And surface ocean waters have warmed as much as 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit in the past 50 years. Also, the warming of the atmosphere, namely the warming of the air, has caused the melting of the continental ice, namely Greenland, Antarctica, and that, of course, melts into the water and increases the water level. But it's only the Antarctic or Greenland ice, not the Arctic ice, as we just saw before. And finally, a note on the global circulation models, or the GCMs. These are the way scientists predict the future. It's always uncertain. It's never 100% clear what's going to happen in the future, but these things are what are used to try to measure what's going to happen. They use equations to simulate the physical processes of absorption and reflection of sunlight. They try to figure out, well, if there's this amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, if this increases by this percent, how much of an increase in percentage is there going to be of sunlight rays that bounce off the Earth and try to go into the atmosphere. And scientists vary the circulation models to depend on different scenarios. They also make assumptions about economic growth, fossil fuel consumption, government policies, etc. If, for example, China, which never used to release much carbon into the atmosphere because most people rode bicycles and they didn't use much power, now, on the other hand, most Chinese are driving cars, and because of that, they're increasing dramatically the amount of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. You also have to take into account other things, like if there are going to be rules that limit the amount of energy used, that can also be taken into account. And all these factors produce these forecasts. Very, very complicated stuff, and other things that scientists have no idea, can't really be taken into account. For example, if there's going to be an increase in solar energy, then nothing scientists can do about that. If there's going to be a decrease in solar energy that can't be predicted, well, then that's another thing that scientists can't take into account. But they can take into account things like carbon emissions, economic growth, things like that, and that's what they do to try to make as good a prediction as possible. Okay, let's take a look at a couple of multiple choice. Which of the following will have the least impact on rising level? Well, melting of the polar ice cap, that's not going to have much of an effect. Remember, because that is going to the polar ice cap is in the water anyway. So that's actually correct. Let's look at the others. Antarctic ice shelf, well, that could fall from Antarctica into the water, increasing sea level. Melting of North America's continental glaciers, again, glaciers that are on land, melting into the water could increase sea level. Melting of Eurasia's continental glacier, same thing. And Greenland's ice sheet, same thing. The best description of anthropogenic activities means human-based activities, is A, human activities that increase greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Yes, that's something that causes global warming, could cause it. So that is correct. Human activities that decrease greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, I mean, that could certainly, that's not problematic. So we don't have to worry about those. Human activities that reduce carbon emissions, again, same idea as B. Reduce carbon emissions through tax credits, same idea as B again. And I'm sorry, whoops, it doesn't make any sense. These are all, all of them are anthropogenic. Anthropogenic, well, if the question was which one is going to be a problem, which one is bad, then it would be A, but that's not what it asks. It asks a description of anthropogenic. Anthropogenic means based on people, which could be good or bad. So really, A might be a bad activity, and B, C, and D all look like good activities, but they're all anthropogenic. And so therefore, E, all activities by human, actually seems like the correct answer. So I'm going to put in an E over here. Topic 5, or Chapter 9 in the book, is about air quality and air pollution. Obviously another very important environmental factor when it comes to human beings and their environments. Air quality is the amount of gases and small particles in the atmosphere that influence the ecosystems or human well-being. That doesn't necessarily have to be a product of pollution, of course. Other things that are not really pollution can affect air quality. Things like pollen and haze, fog, things like that can actually be very natural phenomena that could also affect air quality. But pollution, of course, can also decrease air quality, and certainly does so. The concentrations of some atmospheric gases change while some do not. For example, nitrogen is pretty constant. You're pretty much going to have 78% of your air be nitrogen all the time. Carbon dioxide does vary very much from season to season, even from day to day sometimes. Pollen concentration in the air. Obviously, pollen is just from plants, but that, of course, varies from season to season, from place to place, and even from time to time. And gases and particles can also be considered air pollutants. Air pollution is gases or particles that are present in high enough concentrations to harm humans, other organisms, or structures. So pollution is really kind of a subset of the issue of air quality. It could be, usually it's some sort of particulate, something that's released into the air, smoke, factory discharge, whatever it is, that's air pollution. And that is something that can either hurt people, hurt animals, hurt structures, whatever the case may be. Some pollutants are released from specific sources, while others have various sources that apply to it. Smoke particulates, for example, little tiny particles of burnt wood or burnt whatever, can come from many different types of processes. And of course, when it diffuses into the air, it could cause the air to become it could decrease the air quality of the air, and that depends on factors such as the movements of gases in the atmosphere. What happens? Does it move up or does it move down? If it's particulates and it's heavier than air, it will tend to sink. The height at which they're emitted into the atmosphere, the higher it is, the less likely it is that they're going to affect humankind and organisms that live on Earth, of course, and factors that influencing the length of time that pollutants remain in the atmosphere. Some pollutants can get rained out of the air whenever it rains, some cannot. Some sources of air pollution include gases and particles, different types of gases. Gases could be super harmful and poisonous like chlorine. Some could be only, have a long-term negative effect but not dangerous in the immediacy, like carbon dioxide. And then there are some gases that are completely harmless. So, and it can also be, particles can also be released in the air, like particulates of materials that are burnt. Sources of air pollutions, again, can be generated can be put into the atmosphere directly by people, or it can be generated in the atmosphere by reactions from gases and other materials that are already there. And eventually, what these particulates, these pollution, are going to be dispersed. They're going to be blown around, and most of them eventually are going to fall back to Earth. If they're heavier than air, they're eventually going to fall back. So that's why even if a place is very polluted, if you stop emitting that pollution, within a reasonable period of time, things are going to get back to normal. They said in the 70s and 80s, big cities like New York and Los Angeles were very, very heavily smogged, covered by layers of smog. Today it's not quite as bad. And some other cities like Beijing, of course, it's much worse than it used to be. The atmosphere, there are basically 4 layers to the atmosphere. The atmosphere is the air above the ground, reaching up all the way into outer space. The lowest level, the one where we live, that goes up to around 35,000 feet, give or take, is the troposphere. Above that is the stratosphere, above that is the mesosphere, above that is the thermosphere. We're not really worried about the thermosphere and the mesosphere. I mean, those are so high that it's not really an issue. The main thing we're worried about is pollution in the troposphere. Troposphere goes actually 9 miles. That's 9 miles is about 45,000 feet. Okay, so a little bit higher than we discussed before. But basically, this is the one that is constantly mixed by convection. Convection is the process by which the air circulates in the air. Hot air rises and then spreads out. And the troposphere is the one we're worried about because that's where we live. We live in the troposphere. When we walk around, we're on top of the ground, but where we actually are and where we're actually breathing, the air, is in the troposphere. And the 3 types of air pollution that have the greatest effect are acid deposition. When acids are released by factories or by whatever processes into the air, they can eventually fall down and cause harm to people and animals. Heavy metal pollution comes from anthropogenic sources, again meaning human-based sources. And this applies to combustion of coal, metal smelting, waste incineration. When waste is burnt up, these materials float out into the air and they land, and we could actually end up breathing little bits of copper and steel and coal and whatever else is being. If there's a coal burning plant nearby and these little pieces of coal are being thrown up into the air, eventually somebody is going to come down to Earth and somebody may breathe it. And of course smog, which is really a mixture of fog and I guess smoke is probably where the word comes from, but smog means a pollution mixed with fog, mixed with that causes cities to be kind of covered in this layer of murky, like disgusting looking pollution. The stratosphere is above the troposphere, extending from about 7 to 30 miles above the troposphere. In other words, extending from about 40,000 feet in the air all the way to about 150,000 feet. So very, very, very high. I mean, certainly higher than airplanes actually go. The airplanes cruise near the upper reaches of the troposphere, so airplanes don't even get into the stratosphere. But the stratosphere itself obviously doesn't directly affect us because we don't live anywhere near the stratosphere, but still they can influence climate. Clouds and weather systems that form and are going to turn into rain, and very often do form in the stratosphere. So pollution that is in the stratosphere can have an indirect effect on us. So some of these pollutants can scatter and reflect sunlight back into space, reducing the amount of radiation. So it's actually a way to one possible. I mean, I've actually read this in a book called Freakonomics. One possible way to offset global warming would be if you put a lot of junk in the if you throw a lot of junk up into the stratosphere and cause the stratosphere to be heavily polluted with sulfur particulates or whatever it is, it would actually block a lot of the sun's rays, and it could actually cause some global cooling. Back in, I think it was 1993, there was a massive volcanic eruption in the Philippines, and it caused a lot of pollution in the stratosphere. And they say that actually caused the very cold year of 1994. I mean, I remember 1994 as being probably the coldest winter I've ever experienced. Definitely the coldest winter I've ever experienced. And they say that it was at least partially because of the particulates that were launched into the stratosphere. And these little particulates were kind of blocking some of the sun's rays out. The Montreal Protocol on substances that delete the ozone layer. Well, the ozone layer is a layer of, you guessed it, ozone that's well above the Earth's troposphere. I believe it's somewhere in the stratosphere. They're in the lower part of the stratosphere. Anyway, the ozone layer protects us to some extent from sunlight. As you hopefully you all know, it's not really healthy or safe to sit directly in the sunlight, to expose your body for long periods of time in the sunlight without some kind of sunscreen or suntan lotion, especially if you're swimming, since water amplifies the rays. But the extent to which it is okay is really because we have the ozone layer that protects us. Now, the ozone layer, there was a period of time that people were really worried that the ozone layer was going to be depleted. You can see this is actually a satellite picture from 2005, and you can see the ozone with the blues and greens being pretty full, all the way down to the purples being empty. They're really, since they started measuring these things, there's been a big hole over Antarctica of the ozone layer, and you can see the rest of the world is, especially in the northern hemisphere, is not too bad. The ozone layer seems to be doing pretty well. But because people were very worried about the ozone layer, and because damage humans were doing to the ozone layer with aerosols, certain things that were sprayed out of cans like deodorants, and because of that, there was something called the Montreal Protocol, in which countries agreed to decrease the amount of aerosols, and because of that, at least what I've read has indicated that the ozone layer problem is not as great as it was once thought to be. Air pollution is, of course, generally outdoors, but it can also be indoors. Remember, air pollution means anything that's anthropogenic, that's human-made, that causes a decrease in the air quality. So staying indoors does protect us from the air pollution that's outside, but there are actually problems inside as well. Tobacco smoke, secondhand smoke, if you have a building or a room where people smoke being inside, obviously you are going to get some of that secondhand smoke yourself, which is not good. Building materials like asbestos has been known to be very harmful. Furniture, certain types of furniture have dust and particulates that build up on it and can scatter into the air. Chlorine-treated water like swimming pools, ovens can cause various gases that we use to cook to spread out in the house. Soil and rock beneath buildings. And plus the fact that we spend most of our time indoors, obviously we should be as much worried about indoor air pollution as we are about outdoor air pollution, maybe even more so. Now, governments have tried for many, many years, including the United States government in important environmental legislation in the 1970s and 80s, and even through the present day, actually in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and through the present day, and 90s, and laws to try to protect the air from air pollution. The regulation of air pollution wasn't really done much before 1963. Before 1963, pretty much every state has its own rules about what kind of pollution you were allowed to release into the air or into the water, and as you can imagine, it didn't do very much. There wasn't that much in terms of laws that were stopping people from releasing pollution. The federal government got involved in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and again through the present day, and passed a series of rules. There was the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and various other environmental legislation. The 1990 amendment to the Clean Air Act implemented a market-based approach to the release of SO2, which is sulfur dioxide. And what that says, essentially, is it gives companies and people a financial incentive to release less sulfur dioxide. Also, international treaties that Americans have been party to have decreased the amount of certain types of pollutions that have been released, like CFCs. CFCs are something fluorocarbons. Chlorofluorocarbons. That means it has chlorine, fluorine, and carbon. But anyway, these things were aerosols that were depleting the ozone layer, and that was one of the things that were limited by the Montreal Protocol that we discussed a little bit earlier. How do you control air pollution? Well, first of all, you have to identify what pollutant are we trying to stop, what is the source of those pollutants, how can we do it with other countries. Going at it alone, saying, okay, we're going to stop releasing that pollution, but other countries are not, isn't going to help very much. So you want to try to cooperate with other countries, and also implementing strategies to try to meet goals of air pollution standards. Using less polluting energy sources, like solar energy or hydroelectric, geothermal energy, certainly a lot less pollution than coal. Coal is very dirty. You burn it, and you have to release the particulates through a smokestack, and that certainly hurts the area around it and the country and world in general in terms of air pollution. And also by reducing automobile use, or by using better cars that get better gas mileage, cars that are maybe hybrids or electric cars that don't release, that don't emit pollution, obviously would certainly help a lot in that respect. Okay, there have been many rules. I think we discussed a couple of these. The Montreal Protocol, which limited CFCs and tried to help the ozone layer problem, was passed in '87, signed by the United States. Clean Air Act, passed in 1990. Clean Air Act amendment established cap-and-trade program, an economic incentive to reduce sulfur dioxide and to reduce automobile emissions. Automobile emissions in general themselves are, of course, a massive source for environmental legislation as well. It's come to the point where I think California has given up on the federal government actually controlling emissions, and California has adopted its own rules. But the general idea is that there are carbon emission standards. When you go now to take your car for its inspection, even though this wasn't true 15, 20 years ago, but now you have to get an emissions test. And if your car emits too much pollution, then it's going to fail its inspection, and it may have to replace your catalytic converter or whatever is necessary to pass the inspection. But the point is that an emissions test is now part of the inspection, at least in New York anyway. So automobile emissions, of course, have steadily increased, and the reason is because more and more people are driving. And at least until a few years ago, people were getting bigger and bigger cars. When gas was cheap, people started buying Land Rovers and Hummers, and all they really needed was to go down to the corner drugstore, and they were getting these massive cars anyway because they were cheap and fun to drive. So the Environmental Protection Agency has taken steps to decrease the automobile emissions of lead, nitrous oxide, and carbon monoxide, which are all things that are given out by car engines. Lead, back in the 70s and 80s, you could get something called leaded gasoline, gasoline that had lead in it, and then they started coming out with unleaded gasoline, and you had a choice. You could pay a few more cents for unleaded, and then eventually they started just made just unleaded, and there was no more such thing as leaded gasoline. So in 1976, the EPA started regulating lead emissions, and then automobiles regulated after 75 have to have a catalytic converter in order to reduce emissions of carbon monoxide. Catalytic converter doesn't matter really much in terms of the performance of your car, but if your catalytic converter is broken, you're not going to pass the emissions test and your inspection, and you're going to have to get a new catalytic converter, and those cost a lot of money, so you better hope it doesn't go. Since 1980, the use of leaded gasoline has now been banned. I don't know about. I see this says 1980. I don't think it was 1980. I think it was probably from memory. I think it was probably more like 1986 or 1987, when leaded gasoline was actually banned. But anyway, global emissions of lead have decreased 90% since 1970 because of the fact that we now have unleaded gasoline. Okay, so let's look at a couple of multiple choice questions. For topic 5, all of the following are major steps in controlling air pollution, except identification of the pollutants. No, that's very important. Finding cures for diseases caused by air pollutants. Now, that's I think the correct answer. That's not a major step in controlling air pollution, because even though that's important, that has nothing to do with the air pollution itself that's been caused. I mean, that's if you fail to control the air pollution, then you have to figure out a way to cure the diseases. C, determination of major sources, implementation of strategies, and developing agreements among certain countries. Those are all, of course, very important for controlling air pollution. Which step would most likely have the greatest effect on improving air pollution? Well, let's see. Significant reduction in automobile use. Yeah, if you drive less, you're going to put less of these pollutants into the environment. So I like choice A. Drastic reduction of the use of aerosol cans. Well, aerosol cans would help with helping the ozone layer, decreasing CFCs, but it wouldn't necessarily affect outdoor air pollution. That's more like in the up in the stratosphere where the CFCs would be relevant. Drastic reduction in radon. Again, radon is not a pollutant. It's a dangerous gas that's in some people's basement, but it's not really an air pollutant. Drastic reduction in cigarette smoking. Again, that's not that may help. And burning firewood, both C and D and E, they all may actually help, but certainly reduction in automobile use would have by far the greatest effect of any of these choices. In this topic, topic 6, or chapter 10 in the book, we are going to look at biomes and climate. Biome is a word for similar climate throughout the world. A desert, for example, there may be deserts in Arizona and deserts in northern Africa and deserts in Asia, deserts all over the place, but all of the deserts in the world have some key characteristics that are similar. Hot days, dry climate, coolish nights. These are pretty similar throughout the world, and so a desert would be considered a biome, even though obviously deserts can be in wildly disparate places. So there are tremendous similarities among unrelated organisms that grow in similar climates. For example, a cactus might grow in a desert in Arizona, and a similar cactus might grow in a desert in Asia. So a biome is a community of similar organisms found in a particular climate and atmospheric circulation that determine distribution of biomes. The way the world is actually structured, and the pressure belts and the wind patterns of the world help determine what areas of the world certain biomes exist in. And I'm going to show you a map of the world in various biomes in a few minutes, and you'll see what I mean there. There are 3 basic general climate zones. There's the tropical zone, which is near the equator. There is the temperate zone, which is in between the equator and the poles, and then you have the polar zone, which are up near the North and South Pole. Specific climates within the biome are determined by temperature, precipitation, and evaporation. The higher the temperature could be obviously very hot in the tropical zone, very cold in the polar zone, and in between in the temperate zone. And precipitation and evaporation, how much water falls and how much water evaporates, also goes into things like what sorts of plants can go there, what sorts of animals can live there, etc. And of course, also by the presence of mountains and large bodies of water. The Earth Science course discusses why areas that are to the east of a mountain are generally a little bit more dry than areas to the west, at least in the United States area. And so let's take a look at a quick map of the world here. This is just some world biomes. Now you can see of the map of the world, the equator is somewhere around here. Let's actually further down. The equator is probably somewhere around here. So the poles are way up here and way down here. And the temperate zones are over here and somewhere over here. Now you can see the different types of biomes here. We're going to discuss these one at a time, but I'll introduce you to them. The tundra is very cold, really a polar zone, just icy most of the time. Taiga or grasslands are very similar, are areas where just grasses grow but trees don't because probably there's not enough rainfall, but usually moderate temperature. Deciduous forest, very good for tree growing, usually fairly temperate, fairly average in terms of temperature. Chaparral, not 100% sure what that is. Don't see very much of them on the map anyway. Well, here, whatever they are, probably in between. Desert, or desert scrub. Desert is, of course, hot and dry. Desert scrub means where you have desert, but some small plants can grow. And then you have the rainforest, which are kind of like jungles, where it's a lot of rain and very warm. Alpine is on like the tops of mountains. And savanna, which is kind of like grassland, a bigger diversity of animals. Now, if you look at a map of the world, you can see that the belts are pretty similar. Like you see, notice the yellows, the deserts. The deserts are over here, here, here. As you go around the world, the deserts are all kind of in the same basic areas. You got some desert down here in the Australian outback, and in southern Africa. It's actually, since here's the equator, it's about 20 to 30 degrees north latitude and about 30 degrees south latitude. The reason for that is, long story short, there are pressure belts that blow a lot of the moisture out of those areas, causing there to be deserts. Taiga and grassland up here, colder areas. Tundra, the really cold areas, way up here and near the poles. Where we live over here, or at least in the New York area, deciduous forest in the western United States, most of Europe, eastern China, areas like that. You can see how again they're pretty much in the similar latitudes. Over here, where you got a little bit less rain, you have grasslands. Over here, in midwestern United States, you have the Arizona desert over here, and you can see how latitude has a lot to do with what types of biomes are where. Okay, so let's look at one by one. Let's take them one by one. First of all, we got the tropical biomes. The tropical biomes, namely the biomes that are in the tropics, that are near the equator, extend from about 25 degrees north to about 25 degrees south. In the map over here, since the equator is somewhere around here, 25 degrees south would be somewhere down here, and 25 degrees north would be somewhere up here. So it would include this area, like kind of in the middle of the map. And you've got the rainforests. The rainforests are where it's hot and very wet. The highest rainfall totals in the world are in the rainforests, and they host more plant and animal species than any other biome, for the simple reason that most life on Earth likes it where it's warm and moist. Where it's cold and dry, like in Antarctica, nothing lives, or almost nothing lives. You've got the tropical seasonal forest, which are seasonal drought determines the distribution. In other words, where it's just not quite as rainy, but still warm. And you got the tropical savanna. Tropical savanna is where it's hot grassland. That's very often, Africa is very often associated with the savanna. You can see over here, this is still right around the equator. Not enough rainfall. Over here you have the tropical rainforest right by the equator, but over here and over here you have grasslands that are not enough rainfall to be tropical rainforests, but hot enough to be considered a savanna. You also have a little bit of savanna over here in northern Australia. Now let's look at the temperate biomes. The temperate biomes are okay. Over 60% of the Earth's land masses are in the temperate zone, from about 25 to about 60 degrees north latitude. And if we look at our map over here, we can see that that's because the reason why so much of 60% of the Earth's land masses is because most of the Eurasian continent over here, Europe and Asia, and most of North America are within that area. In the southern hemisphere, not as much, but certainly Europe, a lot of Asia, a lot of North America are in those temperate biomes. Those are characterized by temperature ranges from 5 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius. That's about 50 degrees Fahrenheit to, about 40 degrees Fahrenheit to about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take. Not exactly, but give or take. 41 to 68, okay? Total annual precipitation ranges from about 8 inches to 80 inches. Obviously, that's a big disparity. That's a big distinction, certainly. And that's certainly, but that's what characterizes the temperate areas. You've got the temperate deciduous forests, where you have a lot of broadleaf trees, like we have in the New York area. We've got evergreen forests, or coniferous trees. And coniferous trees are a little bit colder than deciduous trees. For example, the taiga, which is the coniferous forest, that's this thing over here, this color, which is the coniferous forest, like evergreen trees. You can see the deciduous forest is a little bit further south. You go further north into Canada and into northern Russia and Scandinavia over here, and some parts over here in northern Asia. That is the those are the taiga, those are the coniferous forests. There's a little side note over here. Using fire to conserve a biome. Sometimes, if trees get old and are interfering with each other's growth, sometimes burning some of them out in order to let them start over might be a good idea, but that's kind of a side point. Chaparral is where summer drought is an especially prominent feature of this biome. This is where you just have not quite enough rainfall to be considered a forest or a grassland. You can see some over here on the west coast of the United States. A lot of the west coast of the United States and places like California very often tend to experience water shortages. And you have some in southern Australia over here and a few little spots over here in the Middle East. So you've got the temperate grassland, which are like our Midwest, our Kansas, Nebraska, where we grow our cornfields. Not enough trees to interfere with the farms, but enough rainfall for the crops to grow. And most primary production occurs over here, which in the growing seasons, namely which can be 4 to 10 months long, basically the spring, summer, and I guess the fall as well. One thing interesting about this site, very good site. It has, not only I just discovered it has a little summary of each biome as well. Let's look at them one by one. We got the tundra, of course, very cold, northern part, and this is the Alaska permafrost layers where things are permanently cold. The taiga, which could be on mountains, and you can see, it's hard to see this picture over here, but this is the coniferous forest and evergreen trees. This whole forest is full of evergreen trees. Near the tops of mountains, that very often occurs as well. You got the grassland, prairies, like a farm. That's in, again, Midwestern United States, parts of Europe and Asia here as well. Actually, really Middle East and Asia. You got the deciduous forest, Eastern United States, much of Europe, and you can see these deciduous broadleaf trees. The chaparral, kind of, again, not quite desert, not quite grassland, relatively low rainfall, kind of shrubbery over here. Got some over here in Australia, west coast United States, a few other places. Desert, well, we all know what desert is. A very, very dry desert might have no vegetation or very little vegetation. Deserts that get a little more rainfall, like the Arizona deserts, do have a little bit of vegetation, but certainly not very much. Then we got desert savanna, grassland, and small trees in the tropical areas. And then we've got the tropical rainforest. The rainforest looks like very, very, very dense mat of shrubbery and vegetation. And finally, we've got alpine, which are mountains. Alpine biomes are really kind of a combination of the others, but they might be in tropical areas, but they might be cold because of the fact that they're high in mountains. This Polar biomes are biomes that exist near the poles, North Pole and the South Pole, north of about 60 degrees north latitude and south of about 60 degrees south latitude. Annual temperatures are colder than about 41 degrees Fahrenheit and go all the way down close to zero or even below zero in places like Antarctica. There's a very short growing season. In their summer it does get a little warmer, and so things do grow in the summer, but not for very long. There are the boreal forest and the tundra. The boreal forests are cold forests, coniferous forests, the taiga really. And then we've got the tundra, which is so cold that it's just there's not enough growing season to support trees, so there really are very few trees there. Most of these biomes are found in North America, and because in South America there just isn't much land all the way down there. I'll show you our little map of the world down here. You can't really tell, but in the southern hemisphere, south of this area, which is where all the cold weather would be, there's just nothing here. There's just no land this far south. Even New Zealand, which looks like it's pretty far south, is not really that far south at all. Even the southern coast of South America is not that far south. The only thing down here, low, very far south, would be Antarctica, which is all the way in the South Pole. The tundra exhibits a treeless landscape and subtle beauty in stark contrasts. I don't know. Okay, anyway, that's, I guess, in the eye of the beholder, as they say. The desert is moisture deficit. Desert means there's not much in terms of rain. Compared to other biomes, average annual temperatures in the deserts are high, but polar deserts can be cold. Desert doesn't necessarily have to be hot, although most deserts are, because most deserts are at approximately 30 degrees north or 30 degrees south latitude. So deserts, they are very dry, generally very warm, and they also have very strong, very high fluctuations in temperature because there's not much moisture there to moderate the temperature. Just to give you an idea, in New York, the average difference between the high temperature and the low temperature is about 20 to 22 degrees. In Arizona, where there's desert, the average daily fluctuation of temperature is more like 35 degrees. So there can be a much stronger variation between daytime and nighttime. Deserts occur in all three climatic zones, but most of them are in the temperate zone. Even though they're very hot, if you notice over here, almost all the desert is in the temperate zone. Remember, the equator's down here, which means the tropics start like around here. So most of the Sahara, or at least a good part of the Sahara, and all of the American desert over here is in the temperate zone, and also the part in the Australian outback is also in the temperate zone. Okay, so then you have the mountains and the coastlines. Mountains and coastlines are not biomes because they're just places. Now, they are influenced by their coasts. For example, the fact that you're on a coast may mean a moderation of the temperature because water tends to do that. And alpine, as you go up, things get drier and things get colder. So these are areas that have that. The biomes are the same as everything else. You could have desert on a mountain. You could have forest on a mountain. You could have alpine forest. You could have, boreal forests or coniferous forests on a mountain. But they are influenced by the altitude. So they're characterized by gradients of the environmental change. Gradients means how fast they change in terms of elevation and in terms of climate. When I was in Las Vegas, I remember in the wintertime, they would announce the temperature by where's the snow line this morning. This morning the snow line is at 2,500 feet. The mountains, which are to the west of the city, the snow comes down to 2,500 feet. If it's warmer for a week, maybe the snow line will be at 3,000 feet, because that's based on gradient, based on temperature fluctuations. On mountains, changes in elevation produce a variety of climate. As you go further up a mountain, you might start in tropical rainforest and then go up, and after a couple of thousand feet, you're in deciduous forest, then you're in coniferous forest. Keep going up, and you're in snowy tundra once you get to the top. And on coastlines, the most important ingredients are those of salinity and water availability. Salinity means how much salt there is in the area. Salt water and wave action make the coastal environments harsh. Okay, a couple of specific points regarding this chapter. First, of the two most important factors for biome distribution are temperature and precipitation. That's really what influences the entire thing. If you wanted to find the distinction between desert and taiga, it would be in temperature and precipitation. If you're very cold and very dry, you're going to get tundra. If you're very dry in general, you're going to get desert. If you're cold and moist, cold and a little moist, you might get taiga, coniferous forest. Cold and a little bit more moist, or warm and medium and more moist, you're going to get deciduous forest. Hot and moist, you're going to get tropical rainforest. Not so moist and not so warm, you're going to get grassland. Everything is really defined in terms of those two factors. As the average precipitation and temperature increases, the growing season is longer, and you're going to get more vegetation, more lush, more varied. Obviously, the more rain you have, the taller the trees can grow because you're going to have more growing season and, more water to be able to feed the trees. So in the desert, the growing season is very short. It can be very, very short, less than a month even, because it needs the rainfall. And the plants that do thrive in the desert are very good at conserving water. Things like cacti, which don't use much water and are very good at storing water. Animal species also, of course, have to adapt to whatever biome they're in. So animal species in the desert, for example, they sleep during the day and go out at night when it's a little bit cooler. And they may even sleep in the periods, and hibernate in the periods of higher temperatures. Whereas, for example, bears, who live in the deciduous forest, or coniferous forest, sleep at the coldest temperatures. So each animal, depending on where they live, they adapt to that area. One negative impact of human activities can be destruction of the rainforest. Destruction of the rainforest has been done for many reasons. Maybe number one, to clear areas in which people can live. Number two, to get timber, to get wood and paper to use for various industrial purposes. And that, first of all, can cause the extinction of species. Remember, there's a lot of species, a lot of different types of animals in the rainforest. You destroy the rainforest, you're going to kill a lot of those animals. And much of the diversity in tropical rainforests has produced very specialized niches, very specialized roles within the individual community. And so therefore, eliminating some of these animals kind of has a domino effect and hurts the rest of the biome. So elimination of the natural nutrient cycling and productivity, let's say you eliminate one particular type of tree, well, the animals that lived in that tree now could be eliminated, and the animals that fed on the animals who lived in that tree can be eliminated, etc. And also, when the roots are removed, then you get erosion. The soil is not that strong in the rainforest, and when the trees that hold the soil together with their roots are taken down, that tends to hurt the soil's integrity as well. Elimination has and then also, of course, these trees, which were enormous and had lots and lots of leaves, doesn't take when they're destroyed, you don't have as much carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere based on photosynthesis. Okay, let's take a look at a couple of multiple choice. Okay, we've got a city in New England has cold winters and warm summers, and it receives approximately 55 inches of rainfall a year. In which biome is this categorized? Well, it's temperate because it's got cold winters and warm summers, and it also has a pretty good amount of rainfall. 55 inches per year is a lot, and so the only choice that really makes any sense is the deciduous forest. Desert would be dry. 55 inches of rainfall is a lot. Boreal forest actually is not a bad guess, but it wouldn't have that much rainfall. 55 inches of rainfall is a lot of rainfall. Savanna, of course, is only in the tropics. Deciduous forest is clearly correct, eastern United States anyway. And tundra, of course, it's not nearly cold enough or dry enough to be considered tundra. Deforestation would cause an increase in which gas? Well, remember, if you deforest, you take out the leaves. You don't do as much photosynthesis. Photosynthesis takes which gas out of the atmosphere? The answer, of course, is carbon dioxide, which is C. Topic 7, or Chapter 11 in the book, is biodiversity. Biodiversity means the distinction, or the variety, of life that exists throughout the biosphere. Biodiversity means the existence of many different species, many different types of animals, many different types of plants, bacteria, protozoans, whatever. All different types of animals that live in an area, all different types of species that live in an area make up the biodiversity of the area. And all the species that live in the world make up the biodiversity of the entire ecosphere, or biosphere. Biodiversity within a community, within a group of all the living things in an area, are measured by the number of different species, their relative abundance, in other words, how many of them are, and their spatial distribution, in other words, over what area of geography are they spread out. Within populations of a single species, you can also use genetic variation among individuals as a measure of biodiversity. If you have cows that are black fur and cows that have brown fur and cows that have white hair, that would also be considered biodiversity even though it's within one species. Environmental factors like temperature, water, and various patterns of disturbance can influence biodiversity. The more hospitable an area is, usually that means the warmer and wetter an area is, the greater biodiversity something is going to have. In a desert where there's not much water, you're going to have relatively few species that are able to adapt to its environment. There is landscape in biodiversity, which means disturbances that produce biodiversity within a particular area. There is community biodiversity, which means biodiversity within a group of living organisms. And there's population biodiversity, which measures the population of a particular species throughout the world. You could have different people, you could have short people, you could have tall people, you could have smart people, you could have not such smart people. That's within one population. Population means all the members of a particular species, and there could be biodiversity within that as well. Why is biodiversity important? Well, for many reasons. First of all, for ecosystem functions and services. Different animals have different roles in an environment. They have different roles in terms of some are the food, some are the energy producers, some eat certain harmful insects, some various animals have their own roles in the community. They also promote stability. They also promote ecosystem stability in that there are natural checks on each other. Certain animals naturally eat other animals, certain animals naturally keep in check other animals, and they together, if there is a large amount of biodiversity and there are different organisms that keep checks on each other, then there is more likely to be stability. Biodiversity also allows allows the community to respond quickly to change. If there is a lot of change, well then the organisms that are best able to survive in that change will keep the community going. The less biodiversity you have, the less likely you're going to be to have organisms and species that are able to adapt to that change. Biodiversity also has great economic value to humans, because humans depend on many different species for food, fuel, shelter, clothing, and other purposes. And finally, you have this idea that there is value in their existence itself. There are some people who think that the fact that there are organisms, the fact that there is diversity, is inherently important, that Earth species are valuable in their own right. Therefore, it's not a good idea to get rid of and get organisms extinct if we can possibly avoid it. General patterns of biodiversity include there are lots of different types of organisms that exist in the world. Biologists estimate between 7 and 15 million different species of eukaryotic organisms. Eukaryotic organisms mean multicellular organisms. Well, actually, it doesn't really mean that. Eukaryotic organisms actually means organisms that have nuclear membranes, that have nuclei in their individual cells, which means most advanced organisms, and not including bacteria, which we don't even really know how many different types of bacteria there are. Only about 1.5 million species of plants and animals have been described and assigned a scientific name. In other words, there are so many species out there, so many different types of animals, that we've only named less than 1/5 of them. We've only discovered and figured out, the relationship with about 1/5 of them. Most species live on land. Over 80% of them are animals, most of which are insects. And on tropical rainforests, as we discussed before, is the most species-rich biome because it is wet and warm, which is the most hospitable to life. And also because the equator is warm and warmth encourages life, the general trend is that the biodiversity is greatest in the warmer area near the equator and is least near the poles where it is much colder. Okay, um, so there's also, of course, differences among communities. Some communities have more biodiversity, some communities have less biodiversity. Differences in geology, topography, and ecosystem structure create a variety of unique habitats. For example, if you have an area with trees and grass and flat land, and that area there's more niches, or well, there's more space for different types of organisms to inhabit, and that could increase biodiversity. And natural and human disturbances can decrease or affect diversity. When humans come in and wipe out trees that used to be the home of the two-toed sloth or whatever, then the two-toed sloth might be in trouble. There was once, and I remember a couple of decades ago, there was a situation where they were going to build a mall in Kentucky or something, and they realized that they were going to kill out some sort of a bug that had lived in that area, and they decided not to do it because they were going to decrease biodiversity in the area. So human causes, things like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, like in Mount St. Helens, these are all things that, of course, can affect biodiversity by changing the characteristics of the area and by wiping out species. Threats to biodiversity include human activities, where humans cut down forests, chase out or kill animals. Humans, including moving to all different places in the earth, into the rainforest and to the tundra zones, desert zones, pretty much everywhere. And also, of course, this includes water and air pollution. Water and air pollution may make the water too acidic or change the composition of it too much so that certain species of fish or birds in the air or other animals in the air can't live based on the idea of that you're changing their environment too much. So what can we do about it? Well, we can develop strategies to conserve biodiversity. We can develop strategies to try to make sure that biodiversity stays to the maximum extent possible. What can we do? One example is a preserve, to establish a nature preserve, like a national park, or some even big zoos even, where even though the animals, particular organisms might have been wiped out in most of the area, if you have a preserve that has, a few thousand acres, a few hundred acres, whatever it is, where you don't build up and you don't mess up the environment over there, well, then the organisms can live over there and make sure. Sometimes if you have organisms that are or big animals that are in danger of being extinct, you might set aside a few hundred acres where these organisms can live pretty much protected. You can also have then these are some general strategies. Preserves should be as large as possible to minimize the local rates of extinction within them. Even within the natural environment, you're going to have some extinctions. So if you want to try to decrease the chances of extinctions, you want to make it as big as possible, and that way there'll be room for as many as possible of the animals that you're trying to avoid extinction. Land that surround preserves should provide additional habitat because you want them to be able to move around when there's a threat in one area. You want them to be able to move, the animals to be able to move to a different area. Patterns of natural disturbances should be maintained. If these animals are used to living in areas where there are heavy rainstorms or fires or whatever it is, these things should be simulated as much as possible because these are the situations that the organisms are designed to survive in. And human activities in preserves should be carefully managed. Healthy populations of wild species should be maintained in a way that they have their regular management of competitors, predators, all the things that they would normally find in the wild. They should find in the preserves as well. And the United States and other countries have adopted policies to try to maintain biodiversity. First of all, there was the United States Parks and Wilderness System that set aside preserves for many of these endangered animals. There was the Wilderness Act of 1964, which set aside 100 million acres, a lot of land, on public land to be designated as wilderness areas. These lands are managed for biodiversity, and human intrusion is minimal. Some of them are in natural parks humans can walk through, but they're usually confined to specific trails, or they can drive through. Most of the area is set aside, and the animals can live pretty much however they like. There have been many federal laws to protect biodiversity, including the 1973 Endangered Species Act, which tries to protect endangered species. Once a species is listed as endangered, you can do things like there are rules that get triggered, like you can't hunt them and whatnot. And also private land is very important for conservation. Even just because a forest may be somebody's property doesn't mean that they're allowed to go out and kill all the species that live on their land. There are also international conventions and policies that try to make sure that biodiversity is maintained to the extent possible. There are treaties designed to limit illegal trade, like hunting down the elephants for their tusks. They're just one example, where there are international treaties to do whales. There are some countries that go out and kill whales for whatever reason, for their fat. In the old days, actually, they used to kill whales a lot for their fat. Today, they don't really need the whale's fat so much, but there are certain other parts of other animals that countries like Iceland and Japan and even Canada and the United States have been known to, to hunt down sea animals for particular purposes, and trying to establish international rules to make sure this doesn't happen to the extent that it causes animals to become extinct is very important. There's also endangered species trade and harvest, which limits the ability of countries to trade endangered species with each other, and therefore allows them to live in their natural habitat. Here are some examples. This is really just kind of a review over here. We had the Wilderness Act of 1964, which creates a category of federal lands in which the earth and its community of life are untrammeled by man, and it prohibits all sorts of things, logging, mining, and road construction for various areas that might interfere with the ability of these animals to survive as they normally do. You have the Endangered Species Act of 1973, which we discussed, and then you have other types of government regulation like zoning laws, incentive programs to not hunt and not kill animals on your land, nonprofit organizations that exist to conserve animals, land trusts, which are designed again to try to protect animals on these lands. These are all different methods by which the government and private organizations seeks to protect biodiversity. So let's take a look at a couple of multiple choice questions for topic 7. What two factors largely determine diversity of species on an island? Well, replication, I don't know, replication doesn't really mean anything. There's reproduction, but I don't know what replication means over here. Migration means how animals move, and extinction means they get wiped out. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Because when animals move around the island from one point to another or totally get extinct, that would obviously greatly impact biodiversity. We see replication in choices D and E, so we can wipe out those. Viability and extinction. Well, viability and extinction kind of mean the same thing. If you have no viability, you're going to get extinct. So I think the best choice here is B. The equilibrium theory of island biogeography has become a fundamental principle to conservation biology. The principles are being applied to managing isolated habitat patches, okay, that you're managing areas in which individual organisms live, and that I think is the best answer over here. The other things are true. There are regulations in national park, but conservation biology, in other words, conserving animals, is really trying to manage individual places where endangered animals live. Topic 8, or Chapter 12, is about water. And our planet is sometimes called the blue marble, very simply because most of the Earth is covered by water. Over 70% of the Earth is covered by water. The water goes up into the atmosphere by the sun's rays and comes down in rain. That, of course, is the hydrologic cycle, which we discussed earlier in the course. The precipitation that falls on land eventually also gets evaporated back into the atmosphere. Their water can be salt water, as in the case of oceans, and the things that are attached to the oceans, like some seas, well, all seas, and bays, inlets, things like that. And there's fresh water, which takes the form of lakes and rivers. There is the global water budget, which essentially has to be even. All the water falling on land, well, has to evaporate in the same amount that it rains. The amount of rain and the total amount of evaporation have to be equal because it's essentially the same water that's going up and down. Okay, a watershed is all of the area that is drained by a particular river. A river's drainage basin to measure the flow in operation. For example, a watershed, this would be an example of a watershed over here. Here's just a little picture here. Here's the river. Here's the major river in the middle. And here are all the little side rivers. And so essentially any rain that falls anywhere within this red area is going to eventually end up in this river, unless it's, taken by somebody or evaporated before it gets there. Every drop of rain that falls anywhere here is going to fall by gravity into one of these little tributary rivers, into these little streams, and eventually into the major river down here. Something that falls outside over here on this hill is going to go in that direction, and it's not going to end up in this river. So that's why everything in the red area would be considered the watershed for this particular river. This is, I thought, an interesting map of the United States. These are all the rivers that flow into the Mississippi. It's hard to see over here, but the Mississippi starts somewhere up here and goes all the way down the United States through Iowa and in between Missouri and Illinois. Down here's Memphis, Tennessee, somewhere around here. Down Mississippi, in through Mississippi, and eventually down to the Gulf of Mexico down here. And notice there are a lot of different basins over here, but all of them drain into the Mississippi. This whole area, all the rivers here eventually drain into the Ohio River. All the rivers over here eventually drain into the Red River, and here you have the White River Basin. I'm sorry, the Red River's down here. The Missouri River Basin's over here, and the Missouri River eventually drains into the Mississippi. So all this area, about more than 2/5 of the United States, 41% of the United States, and parts of Canadian provinces as well, all drain into the Mississippi and are all part of really the Mississippi River's watershed. And the way it works is you have streams and everything. I mean, you can see this when it rains outside. You walk outside during a rainstorm or after a rainstorm, and you can see little streams that maybe collect in the side of the street where there's a little bit of an indent. Wherever you have the lowest point in the street or the lowest point in your yard, you're going to have little streams that form, and based on gravity, they're all going to move downhill until they coalesce into a bigger stream and fall in. Probably, if you live in a city, they're probably going to fall into a sewer at some point. But if you didn't live in a city, or you looked at it in the country or something, they would all eventually coalesce into a bigger river or puddle or something like that. So a stream can be a rill, brook, creek, river, all the same basic idea. A river is considered the biggest one of these. Total volume of water flowing in the Earth's streams is not a very small percentage of the Earth's water, but still 288 cubic miles, which means a mile by a mile by a mile. So it's quite a bit of water. Streams are shaped by erosion and sedimentation, which means that when a stream of water, it wears away its beds, it wears away some of the rocks and soil that it flows past. Again, that's covered much more in earth science, and another important point is that the speed and volume of the stream also determine the communities that can live with it. If a stream is nice and meandering and nice and slow, and it gives a lot of water to its riverbanks, certain types of trees and grasses will be more likely to grow there. Then you have other types of fresh water. You have lakes, ponds, and groundwater. Again, those are really kind of the same thing as, a river and a stream are essentially the same thing. Well, lakes, ponds, and groundwater are also really the same thing, except that they're also based on size. You could have a little puddle in your front yard that's not really a lake, but it's the same idea as a lake. A lake is something where the water kind of collects and sits. It may slowly flow out, it may slowly move back and forth, but look, we all know what a lake is. A lake is usually fed by rainwater that is fed by rivers. You have creeks that feed lakes. You could have more than one. You could have many different creeks and many different rivers that feed one individual lake as well. About 0.3% of Earth's water is also beneath the ground. That's the groundwater itself. Groundwater is in the water table beneath the ground. When rain comes down, if it falls on permeable soil, well, it drips down until it hits some hard rock beneath the ground. That's how well water works. Let me show you a diagram. Okay, here we go. All right, this is a cross section of some land over here. Here we have like a lake or a stream or something like that. And here we have soil that is saturated, in other words, down here. And here we have unsaturated soil. So if you have rain that comes down here, it's going to seep in here until it goes and becomes part of this area, which is the water table. And down here, at the bottom here, must be some sort of hard rock that cannot be penetrated. Then if you want to dig a well, like for example, let's say you live over here on this hill. So you can dig a well, and the well will go underground until here, and then you can scoop water out of the water table. In areas where there is plentiful water, where there's a lot of, you can build wells relatively easily. You don't have to dig that far. Some areas where, like in the desert, there probably is no water table, so a well's not going to work very well. Then you have wetlands. Another next type of water. Wetlands, which are like marshes and swamps, areas where you have land that is saturated by water. The soil is saturated by water all year long, or for a significant part of the year, like the Everglades in Florida, the Pripet marshes in Russia, or in, I guess, Belarus or Ukraine or wherever it is these days. Let's see, the Bayou in Louisiana. So wetlands are saturated with water, usually in heavy rainfall areas. They store water. They also moderate the flow of water in floods and droughts. Water can flow from there in droughts and can saturate that area in floods. They provide a habitat for fish and wildlife. Many different types of organisms can live there and do live there. But again, part of the issue with human beings is that a large portions of the world wetland has been drained. It can, if you go to a marsh, you can't really do anything with it. You can't drive a car on it, you can't build a house on it. In order to use it, you have to drain it. Now, when you drain it, then of course you decrease its environmental suitability. An estuary is a partially enclosed body of water where fresh water from rivers and streams mix with ocean water. Kind of where the salt water and fresh water mix. This would be a diagram of it. You have a river, which of course is fresh water. You have the ocean over here, which is salt water. You have kind of marshy swamplands over here in this area where you're going to have kind of a little bit of a mix of the salt water coming in here and the fresh water coming in here. That's an estuary. This would be an example of what a real-life estuary might look like. You got a river coming in here with this fresh water. You have a beach here and an ocean, which presumably is salt water. And you have an area over here where you kind of have a mix of the salt water coming in, through waves through the beach over here, and you got the fresh water coming in over here, so you have an estuary. You have an estuary over there. Now, obviously, the movement in estuaries is very complex. You got the waves coming in, and you have the water flow going the other direction. So it can vary by time of the day. Is it high tide? Is it low tide? Are there no waves coming in? How's the wind pattern? But these can be among the most productive ecosystems on Earth. They can, first of all, the fish can be raised there. It's an area that has characteristics of the ocean and of the river. And this area is good for fish. It can be good for recreation. You can see the nice beach over here. Scenic beauty, absorption of sediments and other nutrients. But of course, human activities like shoreline development, dredging, and draining the areas. For example, if humans wanted to build a hotel right over here, or over here, right on the beach, so that they could make a lot of money from the tourists coming to see this beautiful, picturesque spot. I wonder where this is. Well, I found it. It's the Wells National Estuarine Research Reserve in Wells, Maine. You can see this is a map of the northeast United States. You got Boston all the way, well, you can't see it anymore, but this is Maine, and here's Boston. And you go up here, and here's Portland, Maine. So it's near Portland, Maine, south of Portland, Maine. This is, yeah, here it is. This is the picture on Google maps, and if we use the Earth view, okay, so this is what we saw before. I think this is what we saw before, roughly. Anyway, so if the people, you can see there actually there are houses over here, but if they wanted to build a big hotel over here, so that all the people can come and enjoy this picturesque spot in East Maine, or southwest Maine actually, they might have to dredge this area, put some more solid rock over here. I don't know if this area would hold a hotel. So that's the sort of environmental damage that might be done by humans to this very picturesque estuary. The next type of water that we're going to look at is oceans. Oceans cover over 70% of the Earth's surface. Let me show you Google Maps, or the thing that I was just showing you. Let's take a look at the Earth. This is the Earth on a panoramic view from space, on a flat view, of course. And you can see how most of the Earth, I'm moving over a little bit, you can see how most of it, over 70% of it, is covered by the oceans. Of course, you've got the Atlantic Ocean, which is in between the Americas and Europe and Africa, which is over here. You have the Pacific Ocean, which is this over here, and also, of course, on the other side over here, you've got the Indian Ocean, which is over here, and you've got the Arctic Ocean, which is way on top over here, which is frozen, at least partially, the entire year. And then you have smaller areas that are appurtenant to the oceans, which are sometimes called seas. You got the Mediterranean Sea over here, you got the Black Sea over here, you got the Caspian Sea, you have the North Sea, but the oceans, of course, by and large, make up the vast majority of the water. Over millions of years, well, over a long time, salt, sodium chloride, and other minerals have accumulated in the ocean's waters, so now the average salinity, which means the average percentage of salt in the oceans, is about 3.5, which means the oceans, of course, are saltwater, as opposed to rivers, which are not, which are freshwater. The vast majority of the ocean's biological diversity occur near land. Right in the middle of the ocean, there are fish, and there are stuff in the middle of the ocean thousands of miles away from land, but not as much. Near the land, where the waters are much more shallow, the algae can live. There's much greater biodiversity and a much more sustainable environment in terms of a community of living things. Human uses and impacts on the ocean. Pollution can hurt water, the ecosystem in the water. Overexploitation, climate change, and other things threaten the sustainability of the ocean. How can we do better? How can we conserve water? Now, you don't have to conserve water in that we're not going to run out of water. Remember, every bit of water that we use eventually gets recycled back into the environment. If we drink it, then we either sweat it out or excrete it out, and it eventually goes into the environment. So we're not going to actually lose any water, but making sure that we have enough fresh water to feed everybody is something that's obviously very important. So 700 million people live in countries experiencing water scarcity. Again, it doesn't mean they don't have water. It means they don't have enough fresh water coming to their individual daily lives. And many of them don't have access to clean water. Of course, in poorer countries, if these trends continue, by 2035, half the people in the world will live under severe water shortage. A lot of that also has to do with global climate change, global warming. The human water use will increase by 50%, which is all obviously what we need to do. That illustrates the problem. And the solution is include improved techniques for irrigating crops, making sure that we don't waste water when irrigating fields, recycling municipal and industrial water, more efficient use of residential water. They already have toilets that flush a lot more efficiently than they used to. In the old days, toilets, when they flushed, used to use 5-6 gallons of water. Now with the newer ones, they use much less. In locations where water is scarce and energy is abundant, it may be feasible to convert seawater to fresh water, something called a desalination plant. You need a lot of energy for it, but it can be worth it. In Israel, for example, they have a desalination plant because they can produce energy, but there's not a lot of fresh water over there, other than the Jordan River and the Kinneret Sea. Policies that determine the price of water also affect conservation. The lower the price, the more people are going to be able to use, of course. A variety of international and national policies, of course, influence water quality. We've got the Clean Water Act. We've got the Clean Drinking Water Act. These measures try to make sure that our water is relatively clean and not filled with particulates and stuff that's really not good for us. More than 60% of Earth's streams and lakes are shared by 2 or more countries. So you got issues where if you have a river going in between 2 countries and both countries want to divert some of the water to themselves, to their own farmers, and people get into fights and wars over that sort of thing, and so therefore it's an important, it's a very important thing that countries have to deal with when dealing with each other. Who's going to control the shared water resources between us? Then you have water pollution. Water pollution, of course, is another negative effect of human beings have sometimes on the environment. You've got point source pollution, which is pollution that comes from a particular location, like a pipe from a factory that releases all sorts of sludge and drudge into the river. Then you've got non-point source pollution, which doesn't come from a particular point. An example, fertilizer-enriched runoff from farms and golf courses. It doesn't come from an individual place. For example, if you have put fertilizer on the ground to make sure the grass grows properly in your lawn or on the golf course, and then the rain comes and washes the fertilizer into the water, well, there's no one particular place where you're dropping the pollution, the fertilizer into the water, but because of the fact that you used it on the land and the rain washed it into the water, that's non-point source pollution. And the Clean Water Act, really originally the Clean Water Act regulated point source pollution, but the amendments to the Clean Water Act have also tried to regulate non-point source. It's a lot harder to regulate non-point source pollution. With point source pollution, you could say your factory is dumping sludge into the water, whereas non-point source, you have to look at it a little bit more deeply to determine who's really at fault over here. Other things to conserve water include reducing evaporation from agricultural lands to make sure that more of the rain stays irrigating the fields. Reuse municipal wastewater, or use it to recycle crops, to irrigate crops. It's water that you used in your bathroom you may not want to use to drink, but I guess a farmer wouldn't mind using that water to irrigate somebody's crop, irrigate his or her crop. And they're also natural fertilizers. Wastewater is naturally high in nitrogen, which is part of human excrement, for lack of a better term, and so that actually is a natural fertilizer as well, so that could be a good. And then if you want to help, you can reduce your shower time, use a low-flow shower head, not as pressurized. Again, don't water your grass as much, etc., etc. All pretty steps that some people are willing to take and some are not. Okay, let's take a look at some multiple choice. We've got, which of the following human activities is most likely to be harmful to wetlands? The alteration of ocean current circulation. Well, human beings are not capable of changing the ocean current. Eutrophication caused by humans by dumping pollutants in the water. Again, that means making the water more healthy, which doesn't really apply over here. Boat traffic that cause excess oil and gas to be dumped in the waterways. Yeah, that can hurt the wetlands. Remember, the waterways are the things that supply the wetlands with its water. If you dump oil and gas into the waterways, and the waterways feed this stuff into the wetlands, that could be problematic. Addition of mercury pollutants from electric power plants. Not sure if that's as important as boat traffic. I think C is the best answer here. Oh no, I'm sorry. That doesn't. No, I'm sorry. I didn't even look at D. D looks like the better answer here. I'm sorry. E looks like the better answer here. I didn't. I didn't look. C looks like not a bad answer, but I think just by looking at this right away, it looks clearly like E is the best answer. The draining and alteration of wetlands. That's much more direct. C would not be a bad answer, but E would be a much clearer, much more direct answer. The draining and alteration of wetlands. Well, if something's going to be harmful to wetlands, the most likely thing to be harmful to wetlands is draining and altering wetlands for urban development. Okay, the water balance coefficient is general index availability of water. How do you determine how much water is available in a particular area? Well, the way you do that is you see how much is evaporated, you see how much falls, and you have to subtract the evaporation from how much falls. So we've got subtracting potential evaporation from rainfall. Yeah, that's how you would determine. B looks like how you would determine how much water there's left. If there's 50 inches of rain and 40 inches evaporates, so you got 10 left. So B would be the best answer over here. And now we've got, we didn't really cover this in the chapter, but it's something that you can look at from a logical perspective. The ocean's major surface currents, creating the gyres depicted, movements, are mainly circulating water. Well, let's say you got all these circulating areas in the ocean. Here you go like this, randomly but significantly, thereby distributing heat around the Earth. That's not really true. You see, I think the blue ones are actually the cold ones. Ever-changing depending on atmospheric conditions. That's not really what the graph indicates, the chart. It says clockwise in northern latitudes and counterclockwise in southern latitudes. That's actually correct. As you can see, the ones in the north are going like this, which is clockwise. The ones in the south are going like this, which is counterclockwise. That's because of something called the Coriolis effect. Because of the rotation of the Earth, in the northern hemisphere things tend to go clockwise to the right, and in the southern hemisphere the opposite. That's why our toilets flush clockwise, whereas in Australia their toilets flush counterclockwise. That's the Coriolis effect, which is not ever changing, and that's the problem with E. So the best answer is C. Topic 9 is entitled Agriculture. Agriculture means a system of land management used to grow plants and animals for food, fiber, or energy. That could mean a farm where animals are kept, or wheat is grown, or cotton is grown, or pretty much anything is grown. It could also, of course, mean where animals are kept and stored for whatever purpose. The various factors that have led to change in agriculture are, of course, since the Middle Ages, where agricultural production has increased dramatically since then, because of increase in technology, and of course because of necessity, because of the increase in the population of the world. Remember, the population of the world has grown from about 1 billion people to about 7 billion people in the last 175 years. So during the Industrial Revolution, increased mechanization accelerated the trend of production and increased dramatically, number one, what actually has been grown, and of course, number two, what has to be grown in order to sustain the population of the Earth. And one of the amazing things about agriculture is the fact that while humans make up less than 1% of the total biomass of Earth's animals, if you weighed all the Earth's animals, humans would only weigh less than 1% of that. 30% of the production of the Earth is to obtain food or other materials for human beings. Humans have converted about 1/3 of the ice-free land surface to agriculture. You look at all the land in the world that's not covered by ice, about 1/3 of it is used for farming of some sort for human beings. Agroecosystems, which means ecosystems that are designed for agriculture, include crops and domestic animals, where they grow, like farms, and the communities of other organisms that are associated with those farms, and the mechanisms by which these things are grown. For example, if you have a cheese farm, you need other cultures, you need bacteria, you need other things to grow where the cheese is made. Not necessarily a farm, but they could be fish farms, and there are other organisms that are necessary to make these as productive as possible. They depend on energy flow, and of course they depend on nutrient cycling. If you have a chicken coop or a beef farm or whatever it is, you need to produce the amount of food that is necessary to feed all the cattle or to feed all the chicken. And they, of course, require significant inputs of resources. You need to supply chicken farms with a lot of chicken feed, and you need to supply beef farms with a lot of cow feed, etc., etc. And the development of agriculture and the increase in productivity are major factors in the development of the human growth population. As humans grow, we obviously need to produce more and more food to cope with the increase in human population. Now, there are, of course, certain limitations on where and when these types of crops can be grown. In order for most types of crops to be grown, like most green plants in the world, like all green plants in the world pretty much, they depend on photosynthesis for growth. They depend on light, water, and carbon dioxide, which means they have to be grown in a place that is that is in the open air, and that has access to sunlight. They also, of course, require nutrients that they obtain from the soil. Without soil, nothing can grow. Remember, the fundamental building block of all farms is green plants, is things that grow from the ground. If you're growing a beef farm, well, the cows have to eat something, and they have to eat grass. In order to eat grass, then grass needs to grow, requiring soil, requiring water, requiring photosynthesis, sunlight, all those other elements. Everything is based on the producer building block, which is at the bottom of the food chain of every ecosystem, including agroecosystems, which are ecosystems based on agriculture. One of the things necessary is soil. Soil, as we all know, is a mixture of organic matter. Well, we all know what soil is. We may not know that soil is a mixture of organic matter and mineral particles. Mineral means things that are not living, things that are non-organic. Organic, literally, from a chemical standpoint, means containing carbon and hydrogen. From our perspective, what organic means living or formerly living. Like a dead body of an animal is also organic matter. Grass is organic matter. So soil is really a combination of those two things. It's inorganic matter, which is the dirt and the water, and then it is organic matter, which is the dead plant bits, the bacteria, and other things that provide the organic nutrients that are needed by whatever grows in it. So how do you form soil? Soil can be formed naturally by the constant weathering of the rock and addition of organic matter from plants that grow on top of them. If you have a rock and you have lichens or mosses that grow on top of it, eventually their roots dig into the rock and the rock breaks apart because of water that comes from rain or comes from whatever source. This eventually turns into something that is a soil, which has water, which has dirt, and of course which has other organic matter, dead plants, bacteria, other microorganisms, etc. Now, when you have a plant that grows in soil, they need to draw the nutrients from the soil. And how it can support plant growth depends on the types of nutrients it contains, including things like acidity, aeration, which also determines how well the plants can use those nutrients. Plants generally, like other living things, like to live in an environment that has kind of neutral from the acidity standpoint. pH scale, which measures acidity, with 0 being the most acidic and 14 being the most basic, and 7 being neutral, 7 being right in the middle, living things tend to like areas that are approximately 7 on the pH scale. The more acidic the soil, the less likely plants are to be able to grow there. In ecosystems like forests and grasslands, natural processes maintain structure and fertility. Natural processes of the soil breaking down, plants growing in the soil, plants dying, feeding the organic matter into the soil. If you just left it there and didn't do anything with it, the soil would form. You go into a natural forest, what do you see on the ground? You see some grass, but beneath the grass, or in areas where there's no grass, you basically see soil, which is this combination of dirt, water, and organic matter. In agroecosystems, well, humans don't exactly mimic the natural order of things. You have to take steps to maintain soil productivity. If you're going to grow all wheat, well, that's not normally what would be the natural order of a random forest. A random forest, you'd grow different types of organic matter. If the only thing you want is wheat over there and you apply pesticides to keep the pests away, well, you don't have what you would normally have in nature when it comes to soil. So therefore, humans have to do other things to try to make sure maintain soil productivity. The next element, of course, is water. Water is, of course, essential to the growth of all plants for many reasons, not the least of which photosynthesis requires water. Water is one of the building blocks of photosynthesis, wherein plants make their own food. The plants get the water, and plants get carbon dioxide and turn it into sugar, which is food, and oxygen, which is a waste product. And for other reasons as well, plants need water in order to survive. And agroecosystems account for 70% of all human water use. Think of all the water you use on a daily basis, and yet if you aggregate all of the water that's used by people, 70% are used in farming purposes. You have to look at rainfall, of course. Now, rainfall is one element that helps agriculture, but also rainfall might not be enough, especially in the grasslands where there's relatively little rainfall as compared to the forests. You go out in Kansas and Iowa where they have a lot of farms. Well, the rainfall there is a little bit less intense than it is in the Northeast, where you have the natural deciduous forest biome. And so therefore, you need to add water to the ecosystem to sustain cornfields, wheat fields, whatever. And the way you do that is by irrigation. Irrigation is establishing canals that use rivers or other natural watercourses or man-made watercourses in order to irrigate the fields, in order to make sure that the fields in all areas have enough water. And by the same time, the more you move the water around and the more you mix it in unnatural environments, the more polluted it gets. The salinity could increase. Salinity means the amount of salt in it, because the soils themselves could have salt in it. So the more you irrigate it, and the more the waters run, the more the waters run to different areas, the more polluted, the more compromised it could become. So one of the things that farmers need to worry about is to try to make sure that the water that they're using to irrigate their crops don't have too high a level of acidity or too high a level of salinity. Domestic animals, of course, make up a tremendous percentage of all farming activities. Domestic animals make up a lot of the food that we eat, of course. 20% of the Earth's land, as much of that is used as pasture for domestic animals, for farm animals that we used to eat. And 30% of cropland, about 5% of the total Earth's land, is used to make hay and grain to feed livestock. You can imagine what a tremendous amount of land that is that's used for these purposes. The trophic level efficiency is a concept that we discussed a little bit earlier in the course as well, is the ability of animals to convert their food into food that humans can consume. You know, we discussed earlier when we discussed the food pyramid that it takes 10 times as much wheat to feed a cow to feed a human than it does to feed the human directly, because there's an inherent inefficiency. The cow does not convert all of the wheat that it eats directly into meat. Some of it goes to carrying out its own life processes. Just because a cow weighs 250 pounds doesn't, or it's a lot more than that. Just because a cow weighs 1,000 pounds doesn't mean that it ate 1,000 pounds in its lifetime. Obviously, it would have had to have eaten a tremendous amount more than 1,000 pounds in order to live to be old enough to be slaughtered and eaten. So the trophic level efficiency comes from the same root as the word heterotroph and autotroph that we discussed earlier, is the efficiency of these animals to produce, based on how much it eats, to produce food for humans. And we discussed earlier that's usually about only 1/10. It takes 10 times as much food to feed an animal, to feed a human, than it does to feed a human directly. And one of the things people do to try to increase the efficiency of farming and farming of domestic animals is maintaining or using genetic breeding to try to make sure that animals with good breeding, when it comes to farming, reproduce. For example, animals that tend to grow big, animals that tend to be healthy, animals that tend to be good farming animals for whatever reason, are the ones that are typically bred and have children, whereas the ones that have genetic diseases usually are not bred. So that's what's called selective breeding, even cloning, produce highly productive strains of domestic animals, but they also reduce genetic diversity. And genetic diversity is necessary to adapt to the environment of change. So if there's a change in the weather for whatever reason, or a change in the climate, some kind of a change in the environment, these animals, which have a much less of a degree of variance from each other than other natural animals would, are more likely to be harmed by a change in the environment. And the ecology of eating is also based on what we discussed before. We are omnivores, which means we eat both meat and vegetables and plants. But over the course of our history, as we've gotten stronger and more intelligent and more efficient, we've gone more away from eating vegetables and more towards eating meat. Yes, we eat our vegetables sometimes now when we want to be healthy, but we eat a lot of meat these days. Whereas in the old days, they didn't have the kind of efficiency and the kind of money and the kind of resources to eat meat as much, and they would subsist much more on grains and things that were a lot easier to grow. As you can imagine, it's a lot easier to grow grain to eat the grain than it is to grow a cow to eat the cow. You can hunt the cow, but then again, it's a lot harder to hunt the cow than it is to hunt the plants, because plants don't run away from you. usually. Okay, then we have to look at the managing pests. Now, pests are include insects, other smaller animals, and diseases. Up to 42% of all agricultural productivity is consumed by pet and diseases, in spite of all the pesticides that are used. So you can imagine it costs a tremendous amount of money and a tremendous amount of resources to try to control pests. But then again, when you have an open field and nothing is stopping other things from coming, animals and insects and microorganisms from coming into the farm, it's very hard to control these pests. So pesticides are used, of course, but one of the problems with pesticides is that they produce pesticide-resistant insect pests. Basically, what happens is you spray the plants with pesticides. Some of the insects die, but some of the insects that have a natural resistance to that pesticide, they don't die, and they survive to the next generation to reproduce. And before you know it, since the only ones that are reproducing are the ones with some sort of a natural immunity to the pesticides, that increases the ability of the pests to at the next generation, a higher percentage of the pests have immunity, and the next generation, even a higher percentage of the pests have immunity, to the point where the pesticides are no longer as effective as they used to be. Sometimes today, agronomists try to use pesticides carefully, not to overuse them. And also, one thing you can do is try to use biological controls, like organisms that prey on these pests. If you, for example, can find some sort of an animal that eats mosquitoes or eats flies, and you have these animals running around in your farm and eating the flies or eating the pests or eating the grasshoppers or whatever's coming to eat your property, that's a natural reaction, and certainly it's a lot cleaner and a lot better for the environment. So chemical pesticides have been both a salvation but also a threat because of the fact that they're increasing these resistant pests, and also, of course, they could cause harm to people who eat them. If the pesticides are still attached to the food when they're eaten by the person, that could, of course, potentially cause poisoning. Okay, now there are, of course, also important ramifications for the food of the future. The green revolution, these are all things that try to encourage people, number one, to use less pesticides, to use things that are more natural. Organic food consumption, which I'm going to put up that slide over here. Organic food consumption, which means organic food consumption. Well, all food is really, not all food, but all fruits and vegetables are organic, literally, from a technical standpoint. So it's a little bit of a misnomer to say I'm eating an organic apple, because all apples are organic. But in this context, what organic means is, without using pesticides, using only natural means, maybe keeping the farm indoors in a greenhouse or something so the pests can't get to them. These are ways that you can try to control the pest populations without using chemical pesticides. Now, that can be more expensive. The reason why organic food is more expensive is it's a lot more expensive to grow food in a greenhouse or to use natural ways to rid the pests than it is to use chemical pesticides, but that's organic food consumption. And there are other important trends of food, and that's based on the idea that not only do we have 7 billion people in the world, but you're probably going to have 9 or 10 billion people in the world in the next few decades. So what can we do to try to make sure that there's enough food to go around to all these new people? We can try to manage our agriculture resources and make sure that we have enough in terms of agricultural resources and they're being used efficiently. Minimize waste of food. Food has to be transported from place to place. A lot of it gets wasted. The more we can transport things in a method that's refrigerated or in a method that's not taken so far, the better it is. Obviously, just a little side comment over here, nothing to do with the course, but sometimes if you drink an Evian water, which is imported from France or imported from Switzerland, you think it's not really that efficient to take water from Switzerland or water from France and bring it to New York or bring it to Los Angeles, we've got plenty of water here and probably taste the same. We'd probably be better off if we ate food that was grown closer to home and use a lot less resources. You don't need to use so much resources to get water across the Atlantic Ocean because there's plenty of water here. If we used our resources to transport food as short a distance as possible, overall it will be better for our overall ability to move food to where it needs to go. So sustainable agriculture includes careful use of soil and resources, maintenance of the genetic diversity of crops and domestic animals to try to make sure that the soil has all the different types of organic matter it needs, and it also, of course, requires long-term vision to try to make sure that everybody has what they need. And we have a little note over here about the Real Food Challenge. You can read about that. Again, it's not that critical one way or the other. Environmental impacts. Well, environmental impacts of producing and managing large numbers of domestic food include dealing with a large number of domestic animals. The animals have a lot of wastes. We all know animals produce a tremendous amount of waste. If you've ever gone to one of these agriculture fairs and you see you're a zoo and you see a cow and you see a cow excreting waste, trust me, it releases a lot of waste. Now you got to get rid of that waste. You can use it as fertilizer, but it might not be that easy to ship it. It might not be that easy to gather it and ship it. Figuring out a way to dispose of it in a sanitary and safe manner is certainly not that easy. They also release other types of nutrients like nitrates, ammonia, phosphates that can cause pollution in waters and nearby streams. Methane, which is a gas that comes from cow and other animal flatulence, is a strong greenhouse gas. We discussed carbon dioxide as being a big greenhouse gas, but methane, which is a waste product produced by cow digestion, also is a very strong greenhouse gas and accounts for some of the problems of the greenhouse effect and global warming as well. Another environmental effect of livestock production is the way it changes our land use, as we discussed earlier, and this causes herbivore overgrazing. Some fields, in order to maintain the integrity of their soil structure, they need to have grass. If the grass is all eaten by the cows, well then there's no longer enough organic matter and roots from the grass to hold the soil together, and the soil starts to fall apart. Soil starts to get eroded. Reduced watershed protection. The integrity of the system in which water flows into the various rivers in the area gets compromised when the structure of the land gets changed. And threatened biodiversity. You have grazing land, you have farms, the animals that naturally lived there before you started get wiped out by people to make sure that there's room for the animals to graze, and that decreases biodiversity in the area. And also deforestation. When woods are cut down, that has all the same effects. Other things involving pest management, which we looked at, DDT is an important idea of pest management and what was done about it. They used to use DDT all the time. DDT is a pesticide. It's a chemical pesticide, which was very powerful and very effective. But the problem was it was a tremendous environmental hazard, and eventually the use of DDT was banned. One of the side effects, by the way, is that bed bugs, which used to be in the 30s, 40s, 50s, were a major problem. When hotels started using DDT, they wiped out all the bed bugs, and for decades and decades there were no bed bugs. But ever since they've stopped using DDT, bed bugs have come back a little bit, and that's why it's a little bit of a problem today. So, for decades it was never an issue. Now it's a little bit of a problem. We could get rid of the bed bugs by using the DDT again, but I guess it's just not worth it because DDT causes such an environmental hazard. So there's also integrated pest management, is a combination of chemical, biological, and cultural means to manage pests. This approach requires knowledge of the life cycles, where the pests go, why they go, the way in which they live, and these are ways in which you can try to make sure that pests are taken care of or controlled to the extent possible while still minimizing the damage to the environment. And it's also very important to sustain forests and to sustain soil. Recycling paper to reduce the need for wood and paper. Recycling wood, the more wood and the more paper we recycle, the fewer trees need to be cut down in order to give us the paper and the wood that we need. When tree seedlings germinate, that is called the stage of forest development. Basically, the idea is that we need to make sure that when trees are cut down, or when trees are wiped out naturally, the seeds are either planted or left to grow naturally, and forests can regrow. It takes a long time, but even if a forest is totally wiped out, in 30, 40, 50 years can regrow into an entire forest. One of the primary goals of sustainable agriculture is to make an effort to maintain productive topsoil, as we discussed. We want to make sure that the soil has the required organic matter and soil, dirt, and water. And, of course, the amounts of different types of dirt, sand, silt, clay, which are just different types of dirt based on the particle size, make up the soil's texture. Soil can be very fine if it's made mostly of tiny little particles. If they're bigger particles that make up the soil, it can be a little bit more coarse. Okay, let's take a look at a couple of multiple choice over here. Topic 9, sustainable agriculture has many goals. One of the primary goals, in other words, so let's look at which one is a good goal of sustainable agriculture. A, making an effort to maintain productive topsoil. Yeah, that sounds about right. You want topsoil to be maintained. So that's good. Let's see the others. Increasing the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Now, that may be necessary for growth, but certainly that's not that's not going to help with sustainable agriculture. That's just going to hurt the environment. Encourage the growth of large-scale agribusinesses. Nah, agribusinesses are big farming businesses. They again may be necessary, but that's not sustainable agriculture. Converting forest land into cropland. That's also not good. Remember, forest land is land that is the natural habitat of the area, whereas productive cropland not necessarily. And converting desert into productive cropland because of the growth of desalination technology. In other words, using seawater that's desalinized to convert desert into cropland. It's not very efficient. You're bringing a tremendous amount of water from and using a lot of energy to desalinize the water. You're changing the environment. You're changing the natural environment in that area. Again, none of these are terrible things. They may be necessary, but the only one that really is a hallmark of sustainable agriculture would be choice A. An ideal pesticide would be characterized by persistence. Well, I mean, again, the problem with pesticides is that they could cause poisoning to people. They could, cause pesticide-resistant pests. So I don't think persistence, while it may be good for commercial purposes, would be ideal. Broad spectrum in its target. Again, if it affects a lot of organisms, that doesn't inherently make it any better for the environment. Allowing the development of genetic resistance, that's terrible. We don't want genetic resistance of the pests to the pesticides. Being of equal value to the damage the pest would have caused. Again, that's kind of pointless. You don't want to be of equal value. You want it to be of greater value. Not leaching into the water. Yeah, that's a good one. If it doesn't go into the ground, well, then at least it's less likely to cause harm to people that drink the water and to the environment, like the aquatic environment where the fish live in the water supplies. So we're going to pick E as the characteristic of the ideal pesticide. Topic 10 regards forests, which have tremendous value for many different reasons. Biologists estimate that 75%, 3/4 of the world's biodiversity, are in forests. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the tropical rainforests, which are warm and very wet, are host to a tremendous biodiversity of organisms. Forests prevent floods by absorbing water that is in the area. Soils allow the water to permeate to the water table, and they don't run off and flood cities and things like that. Maintenance of air and water quality. The plants release oxygen into the air and take in carbon dioxide. Carbon storage, same reason. Recreation, and people like to play in forests sometimes. And aesthetic beauty. Forests are very nice. Sometimes they are very pleasant. Forests provide humans with a variety of wood and paper that add $500 billion to the economy. And food, clothing, medicine. Think about how many different things you have that are made of wood. If you live in the New York area, or somewhere in the northeast United States, or in many different types of places, your house is probably made of wood. Maybe not if you live in the city, and if you live in an apartment building, I guess you don't. But if you live in a house, it's probably made of wood. Now, if you live in some other parts of the world or other parts of the country, it may not be. Maybe made of stone, whatever it is. But the point is, wood is a tremendous factor in the things that we use to live. Forest growth can be looked at as three levels: individual trees, communities of trees, groups of trees, in other words, called forest stands, and large forested landscapes. You can look at that. Those are just different levels of how you can look at in terms of the forest. You ever heard the expression, you say this person can't see the forest for the trees? Well, if you look at the entire forest, you get a different perspective than looking at it as an individual tree. Individual trees, of course, begin as seeds. Then they start to grow wider and thicker. And the assortment of different types of trees in the forests, of course, helps the biodiversity, and as well as the diversity of things that are provided by the forest, such as a habitat for animals that can be hunted, can be used for food, and various other services the forest can provide, including wood, of course. The problem with forests, at least insofar as environmental problems are concerned, is that forests are being deforested, which means forests are being destroyed. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization defines deforestation as the removal of forest cover. Usually this means by cutting down trees. Humans replace a forest with something else: agriculture for farms, pasture for grazing areas for animals, like we discussed in the last chapter, or pavement, which is used for homes. If you happen to live in the New York area, especially if you live in the suburbs, odds are that where you live was originally forest, because we live in an area that is naturally deciduous forest. Somebody came and cut down the forest to build your street, to build your house, to build your entire community. Each year, about 1/5% of the world's forests disappear, which is obvious. It doesn't sound like a lot, but each year, for 1/5%, that's 1/500th of the entire world's forest supply gets wiped out. Within a particular region, especially areas that are growing dramatically with human involvement, the rate of deforestation is much higher. Again, it could be because of expansion of agriculture, harvest, road construction, development. These are all things that cause deforestation. They can be driven by poverty. People need the resources in the forest to live, by government policies or subsidies, corruption, whatever. And because of that, not only are the forests themselves disappearing, but the condition of the forests are being degraded or deteriorating. The less integrity the forest has, because some of the exterior parts of the forest have been cut down, the more soil erodes and the less healthy the entire forest is. In many forests, the natural disturbance process has been altered, reducing biodiversity. In fact, I've once heard that even putting out fires that grow actually also disturbs the forest, because part of the natural cycle of a forest is every once in a while part of it gets burnt down, and the old sick trees get wiped away and the new healthy trees grow in its place. Well, if people live in the area, whenever there's a fire, the first thing they do is put it out right away, because they don't want it to spread to their houses, and this means that the old limbs that are lying around never get cleared out, and the forest becomes less healthy than it otherwise would. Sustainable forest management is obviously the idea of trying to make sure that forests are sustainable. Forests can be preserved by minimal human intervention, but also it may be necessary, especially if a forest is already injured for whatever reason, to go ahead and replant it and use the forest, but also make sure that it's healthy. Forest management requires 4 basic categories: allocation, which means saying which forests must be sustained, which forests must be kept; harvest, how should goods and services be taken from the forests, how much of the forest should be cut down to make roads, how much of the forest should be cut down to use wood; rationing, how much of the forest should we use; investment, what action should be taken to plant new forests and to make sure the forests that we have are actually sustainable. One of the things that the government does, like I mentioned before, you need sometimes to burn out a forest in order to allow it to regenerate itself, to grow anew, sometimes they actually set controlled fires to burn down certain areas of the forest with a lot of very old, sick limbs, old, sick trees. And sometimes, unfortunately, these fires spin out of control and become real problems, but I guess it's still worth it in the long run. Okay, some of a global vision for sustainable forest includes management as just looking at the entire world's forest situation in general. The United Nations has established 7 criteria to guide nations, and these include things also we discussed before, things like criteria for sustainable management, like we discussed in the last slide, forest certification, and greenhouse gas emissions. These are all things. Forests are important weapons in the war on global warming, so to speak, in the war on carbon emissions, simply because forests have leaves, and leaves intake carbon dioxide. And this is what we discussed before. Sustainable forest management has many uneven, aged management approaches, which means there are some forests the best idea might be just to wipe them out. Some forests the best idea might be to leave them alone. Some forests the best idea might be to burn parts of it. Some forests the best idea might be to plant new trees. Some forests the best idea might be to introduce new organisms. You have to look at it on an individual basis. One way you can help sustainable use of forests is by recycling your wood. We discussed this earlier. Soil erosion is a consequence of clearing forests. The more forest you take out, the fewer roots there are to hold the soil together. Field experiments show the effects of increased carbon dioxide. Sorry, one more thing, by the way, pharmaceuticals are an important element of deforestation. Pharmaceuticals, of course, are chemicals that are used for drugs and medicine, and that's another thing. Many of the ingredients that we use in drugs come from trees, tree sap, whatever, and that's one reason why these trees are harvested. Europeans hold the record for using the least harvested wood for fuel, and we're going to discuss that next chapter because they've got other energy sources. And the stage of the forestry development can be seen after a disturbance when seedlings are germinated on the recently cleared ground. That is the idea of succession that we also discussed earlier in the course. When it's burnt to the ground or when the trees are removed, the saplings or seedlings can start growing into a new forest. Forest management, again, the top slide is just about country-by-country accounting, which is important. And you also have the reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation, or RED, which is an accounting system to make sure that countries try to do their best to make sure to limit deforestation, which countries would actually receive credits for reducing carbon emissions, reforesting lands that are unforested, in other words, planting trees in areas obviously with enough rainfall to sustain it. Planting trees in the desert isn't going to help. You got to plant trees in an area where there's enough rainfall to sustain it. Although in cities in the desert like Phoenix, they actually do plant trees, but of course those have to be watered in order to survive. They wouldn't survive naturally. And increasing carbon storage in existing forests by increasing the number of leaves that trees have, increasing the number of trees, increasing the foliage. Okay, and then we've got some environmental concerns of deforestation. Again, for the 75% diversity, and the world's forests have an immense array of different types of ecosystem services. Things like the functioning of the hydrologic cycle, transpiration, which means the evaporation of water from trees and from leaves and from plants, is a significant component of the water that is evaporated that eventually becomes rain. Forests, of course, also become an extensive carbon storage potential in the face of global warming, because the more trees you grow, they say that if you grow a few trees, you can actually minimize or equalize your family's contribution to carbon dioxide. Because if you grow a tree, well, the tree, for every time that you breathe out, the tree will breathe in. And I don't know exactly the break-even point, but I do know that if you plant a few trees, you can actually neutralize your carbon, the amount of carbon you put into the environment and the amount you take out. Okay, so let's look at some multiple choice for topic 10. Which of the following is a consequence of clearing forests for agricultural processes? Crop biodiversity is greatly increased. No, when you deforest, you're going to decrease biodiversity. Biodiversity is increased. again, well, that's not really true either. I'm sorry, that's what I just said about B. A is also incorrect because just because you clear forest doesn't necessarily increase crop productivity. Soil erosion is increased, yeah, because there are fewer roots by the trees and by the other plants in the forest, and that will make the soil more susceptible to being washed away. Water runoff is decreased. Again, it's the opposite because of the fact that the soil is compromised. If anything, the water runoff will increase, and CO2 levels remain appropriate in the atmosphere. Again, that's the opposite. CO2 levels will tend to rise the more you deforest. So the only choice that really makes any sense is C. At the establishment stage of the forest development, following disturbance, like a fire, can be described as tree seedlings germinating on the recently cleared ground. Yeah, that's the first step of the trees regrowing. So I think that makes sense. Let's look at the other choices just to make sure. Large trees continuing to grow with biomass of the forest increasing. Again, that doesn't make any sense. A disturbance would get rid of the large trees, not let them continue growing. Trees becoming much larger, again, doesn't also make any sense. Tree seedlings becoming established in the gaps in the forest. If there's a disturbance, then it might wipe out all the trees and there won't be gaps. And very large old trees that are abundant, again, these choices make no sense. The only choice that makes any sense is choice A. Topic 11 is energy production and consumption. For a couple of chapters, we are going to be discussing energy. And Americans and people of the world in general use a lot of energy. Every day, an American family uses an amount of energy equivalent to work that 3,000 laborers and 400 horses would have provided 200 years ago. So in other words, we use a lot of energy. Now, patterns of energy use, of course, depends on supply of energy sources. If we run out of energy, as we'll discuss some of the problems that come with using energy, then we'll have to use less. And also environmental impacts associated with extraction, conversion, delivery, and consumption, which are all things that allow energy to be used. And also, of course, future patterns of energy use will depend on the size of the reserves, namely how much oil we find, how much coal we find, how much nuclear material we find, market prices, how cheap energy is. Obviously, the more expensive it is, the less it will be used, and the environmental impacts. Is it causing global warming? Is it causing pollution? Is it causing other problems that we need to stop? We need to at least curtail it a little bit. So now we're going to look at specifically certain types of power. And electric power is virtually all of the power that we use is electric. Well, I guess burning wood and burning oil for a car is also really a use, but electricity certainly is the lion's share of all the power that we use. Electricity is a secondary source of energy that's derived from primary sources. The way power plants work is that electricity is designed because the turbines are spinning, but you need to get the turbines to spin somehow. Now you can do that by using water, you can do that by using heat. Most power plants use heat. It burns something, and the steam, or the force of the steam, causes the turbines to spin. Well, something has to be used to generate that heat. Something has to be used to generate that energy that allows the turbines to spin. So electricity can also be generated by chemical reactions, nickel-cadmium batteries, the kind of batteries that we use to power our very small appliances. And most electric power is distributed to users through transmission networks, wires, things that go long distances from the power plant to the individual buildings in which they are used. The environmental impact of this power are, of course, associated mostly with the primary energy sources. In other words, things like what happens to the coal that burns in order to generate the heat that generates the electricity is a very important issue that is relevant to the energy usage in general. And again, electricity is generated because kinetic energy, the spinning of the turbines in power plants, is necessary in order to generate electricity. Transmission of electricity has uncertain health effects. There are certain theories or studies that believe that power lines could have hazardous impacts for people who live nearby. Now, so we're really going to be dealing with, for the next 2 chapters really, is we are going to be dealing with the types of energy that we derive, the types of materials that we can use to generate the heat necessary, or to generate the energy necessary to spin those turbines, the energy necessary to generate electricity. And for this chapter, we're going to be discussing non-renewable energy. Non-renewable energy means the sort of thing that once you use it, it's gone. It can be regenerated, but it's regenerated extremely, extremely slowly. So, first we've got coal and oil. Coal and oil are sometimes known as fossil fuels. And the reason why they're called fossil fuels is because they are made essentially from plant and animal fossils. Degenerated, broken up, carbonated life forms, and these things can burn very well. And because they can burn very well, they can be harvested out of the ground and used to generate energy necessary for electricity. There are, of course, problems with coal. The combustion of coal emits air pollution, carbon dioxide, and greenhouse gases. Soot, particles, all sorts of nasty things. Areas that have coal power plants in them tend to be have very poor air quality, for obvious reasons. Coal mining also alters the landscape. You dig big holes in the ground and tunnels and caverns in order to dig out the coal. Well, obviously you're hurting the integrity of the landscape around it. The first commercial oil well was built in 1859. Again, that's not really critical, but the point is oil is also very, very important. Oil has been found beneath the ground in many parts of the world, obviously. Middle East, United States, Canada, certain places in Europe. Many places have huge oil wells. And oil now accounts for nearly 35% of the global energy use, which puts it even ahead of coal, which is only 28%. Oil reserves were created under very specific conditions, so they are unevenly distributed around the world. Obviously, you have certain areas of the world, including areas of the Middle East, areas of Canada, parts of the United States, where you have really good oil deposits. Then you have other areas where there really are no oil deposits. And of course, there are also growing concerns of the environmental impacts that apply on also the international security impacts. If will countries have to go to war in order to protect their oil supply? That's certainly something that's been dealt with in many, many different times, not only recently, but also back in the 20th century. Certainly certain elements of World War II were even fought over oil. Then there's natural gas. Natural gas is also a fossil fuel. It is also something that is mined out of the ground. It meets about 24% of the world's energy needs, which again puts it only slightly behind coal and oil. Similar to oil, there are also concerns about the long-term supply of natural gas. Just like oil, once you use up the natural gas, it is gone. It'll take, thousands or millions of years to regenerate. And we don't obviously have that kind of time. The use of natural gas has fewer effects of the ecosystem than coal or oil, so it is actually a little bit cleaner. It's not totally clean. It still does release some gas emissions, some carbon dioxide emissions, cause some global warming, but it's not as bad as oil or coal, which are much more dirty and harmful to the environment. That brings us to nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is based on the idea of deriving energy from splitting the atom. Long story short, other forms of energy, coal, oil, natural gas, is used by burning the substance, but it doesn't break down the substance on the molecular level. It just releases energy of the bonds between the molecules. Nuclear energy actually goes on the subatomic level, which is much, much smaller. Substances are made of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Atoms are made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And the primary source of nuclear power that we use today is nuclear fission. The way nuclear fission works is you have something like this. You have a big molecule over here, usually uranium or plutonium, which is a man-made element, and you bombard it with these tiny, tiny, tiny little particles called neutrons, and it splits apart the atom. It splits apart the nucleus of the atom, which is this, a little bit bigger part. Extremely, extremely small. I mean, you're talking about particles that can't even be seen with the most powerful microscopes ever invented. So these things can be, but you break apart these atoms, and each time you break one of these apart, some energy gets released. and more atoms split apart, and more atoms hit more molecules, and those molecules split apart, and then more neutrons start flying all over the place, and eventually you have a really, really big boom, and it causes it's a very, very efficient way of generating energy. It can generate energy millions and millions and billions, quadrillions of times more efficient than something like coal. The first time nuclear energy was really used was in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, when the United States used nuclear bombs against Japan. And then in the 1950s, somebody said, I have an idea. If we can use nuclear power to kill each other, maybe we can also use nuclear power to generate energy that we can use. And nuclear power plants using uranium-235, a type of uranium, to generate heat, just like coal, oil, and gas, but in a much, much, much more efficient manner. Now, the benefit of nuclear power is, first of all, it doesn't use that much stuff. It uses only little uranium, certainly much, much less than all the oil and gas and coal that has to be mined out of the ground. But also in that it's cleaner. Nuclear waste is harmful, certainly, but at least it doesn't release harmful things like carbon dioxide and other types of pollution into the atmosphere. There also have been concerns about safety, unfortunately, of nuclear power plants. There have been all sorts of problems, not that many. I mean, there are lots of nuclear power plants in the world, but there have been a few major ones. Chernobyl, 1986, in the Ukraine, where there was a reactor meltdown, and that caused many, many deaths, and many people, even to this day, are sick in that area from radiation poisoning. There was 3 Mile Island in the United States, which almost had a meltdown. Well, it did have a partial meltdown, but it didn't. Thankfully, it was able to be contained before it exploded. And in Japan, a few years ago, during the tsunami, you may recall, there were problems with the nuclear power plants that were damaged and eventually caused to have at least partial meltdowns. So nuclear power is clean, but it is also dangerous. Some of the other environmental impacts of nuclear power include the fact that you have to mine it out of the ground, which disturbs large areas of land. In this way, it's a lot like coal, although of course you have to do a lot less mining to get uranium than it is to get coal. Nuclear power plants generate a tremendous amount of heat from the fission process, from the breaking apart process of the U-235 atoms. Again, U-235 is a type of uranium, the isotope of uranium. The 235, by the way, means it has 235 combined neutrons and protons. I think uranium inherently has 92 protons, which means that U-235 has 143 neutrons, whereas U-238, which is the regular uranium, has 146 neutrons. That's not really important. Again, what is important is that this is the type of uranium that can be used for nuclear power. And also, waste for the surrounding areas, including the water, can get hot and hurt fish that live in the near areas, like we have Indian Point near New York City in northern Westchester. Indian Point power plant, the area around there gets much hotter because of all the heat generated by the nuclear reactions, and that probably harms the environment, the aquatic environment. And also, of course, the problem with the spent nuclear fuel, which is radioactive and dangerous and really has to be buried. They bury it deep underground, which obviously is not very good for the environment around there. So they use desert areas where they're, like in Nevada, where there's not much living stuff there anyway. But still, there's probably going to be a problem if that's really your long-term solution, to bury it in the desert. Okay, environmental impacts of energy sources. Well, first of all, transportation. We use gasoline for our car. Gasoline actually comes from oil that's mined out of the ground. And 31% of all greenhouse gas emissions are caused by automobiles. And with higher gasoline prices, since in the last 5 or 6 years, there's certainly been a market reaction, a market force, to try to develop cars that were a little bit more oil efficient, which is certainly a good thing. We can make electric cars which don't use any gasoline, or hybrid cars which use only some gasoline, increasing the opportunity for buses that are more energy efficient, using electric cars, things like that. Regarding electricity, we can also use less electricity and distribute it more efficiently. And one way is to use smart grid systems, which try to make sure that which illustrate pricing is based on consumer high demand times. In other words, to try to encourage people to use less energy during the high demand times. When do you use the most energy? Probably 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. People get home from work, they're eating supper, they're doing whatever they do, and that's if you make electricity prices more expensive during that time, you encourage people to use a little bit less electricity during that time and have less of a strain on the system. With smart grids, homes with solar panels. If you have solar panels, which we'll discuss in the next chapter, you generate some solar energy, you might actually be able to sell it back to the power company. And that's one way people can be encouraged to install solar panels. Energy efficiency. How is energy efficiency improved? Rebates for building buildings that are energy efficient, that are designed so that they use less electricity. Buying high efficiency appliances, air conditioners that run, sometimes you see the number of kilowatt hours that are necessary to fuel various appliances. You can buy ones that they're a little more expensive, of course, but that use less energy. Tax credits for installing geothermal heating that uses energy, natural energy from beneath the ground to heat your house, and insulating double-pane windows, which keep heat or air conditioning in the house so that you have to use less of it to keep your house cool or to keep your house warm. Energy consumption can also be decreased by using a more efficient furnace. Getting a new furnace for your house that uses less energy and less wastage, turning off unused lights, producing energy-efficient light bulbs. I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about. Now they have the curly light bulbs. The old days they had the incandescent light bulbs. Now they have the CFL light bulbs. The CFL light bulbs are the curly ones, and they cost more. They cost 4 or 5 times as much, but on the other hand, they last much, much longer, and they use much, much less electricity, to the point where now it's pretty much a given that it's worth it. I mean, I haven't bought a regular incandescent light bulb in years and years. I buy the curly ones. And purchasing only energy-efficient lighting. Nuclear power. We discussed this already. Let's look at some points here. Again, keeping energy prices low encourages waste and rapid depletion of energy resources. That's true with nuclear power and with every other kind of power. Nuclear fission is the source of energy power, not fusion, by the way. Fusion is actually a different type of nuclear energy. I'll show you the diagram for nuclear fusion and how that works. Nuclear fusion looks something like this. You have, instead of having big molecules that are knocked apart, producing energy by neutrons, instead what you have tiny little molecules, like hydrogen molecules, which come together and crash into each other, forming bigger molecules, but that causes an enormous amount of energy that's released. Fusion is much, much more efficient and powerful than fission. In fact, the sun, stars in general, run by nuclear fusion. The reason why we use it, we can use it for bombs, but unfortunately we don't have the technology to use fusion for nuclear power plants, because we can't generate the kind of heat necessary for nuclear power plants for fusion plants in a manner that is safe. Benefit of nuclear power is that fewer greenhouse gases. Industry and agriculture are two sectors that have made large change in energy use, trying to decrease it, of course. PCBs, organic compounds. Forgot what they're called. I think it's polychlorinated something or other. I forget what the B is. But anyway, what these are is they're compounds that are used for various types of machines and power sources, and a river polluted by a facility that manufactures electrical transformers probably has been polluted with these, because these are the sorts of things that cause this type of pollution in plants. Okay, let's look at a couple of multiple choice questions. The primary energy source that's used for the U.S. production electricity is... we got water power. No, we didn't even discuss water power in this chapter. Nuclear power, not as much. Coal, yes, that contains a lot. Natural gas, we use a lot of natural gas, but not as much as coal. I guess oil would also be a good choice, but oil's not on this, on one of the choices. Renewable energy, which we'll learn about in the next chapter, unfortunately only accounts for a small percentage of our energy use. So the only correct answer is C. And again, I hope you're pausing it at the beginning of these multiple choice and seeing if you can answer them yourself, but whether you are or not, I'm going to go forward. Keeping energy prices artificially low, keeping gas prices low in other words, has no effect on the amount of air pollution. No, because if you keep prices low, people are going to use more, naturally. Or reduce inflation. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Encourages use of renewable energy. No, it doesn't. It's the opposite. Keeping energy prices high would encourage the use of other types of energy sources. Encourages waste and rapid depletion of energy resources. Yes, that is correct. Encourages prevents manufacturing from wasting. No, it doesn't prevent anything from wasting because the energy is so cheap. Our next chapter continues with the discussion of energy sources and discusses renewable energy. Last time we discussed coal, oil, gas, nuclear, which essentially, once you use it, it's gone. Once you use a lump of coal, you can't use it again. Now, more coal may form in its place by dead trees sitting around for thousands of years, whatever it is, but it takes a really, really long time. So for all intents and purposes, once you use oil or once you use coal, it's pretty much gone. However, renewable energy sources are energy sources that you can replace. Once it's gone, you can then go ahead and make a new one, and we'll see how you can do so in the various sorts of energy that we're going to discuss in this chapter. Our current reliance on fossil fuels to meet 80%, 4/5 of our energy needs, of course, has significant consequences. It ruins the air in some way. And of course also these resources are running out. So one thing we need to do is to try to establish more renewable energy resources so that our energy sources will not run out. Of course the issue in general with renewable energy is its reliability and its availability, and of course the amount of money it costs to produce. If it were as cheap and as plentiful and as reliable as fossil fuels, as coal and oil and gas, well then we wouldn't have to use so much coal, oil, and gas. So we're going to discuss these energy sources one at a time. First one up is hydropower. Hydropower uses water, moving water, to spin those turbines. Remember how we discussed last chapter? Water power generation in general, electricity generation, is based on spinning the turbines. Somehow you've got to spin those turbines. The most efficient or cheapest way they do it now is using an energy source like coal or oil or gas to generate a lot of heat. The heat causes water to boil, and the pressure of the steam rising spins the turbines. They're compressed into an area, and that spins the turbines. You can also get moving water to spin the turbine. If you have a waterfall, for example, you can put the turbine on the edge of the waterfall where the water constantly is moving, and that causes the turbine to spin, and that can generate energy. So if you can build a power plant on a waterfall, on the edge of a waterfall, or in a river where there are consistent waves, somewhere like that, you can generate hydroelectric power. And hydroelectric power accounts for 57% of all renewable energy use. You can see it's a fairly efficient thing. It's relatively easy. You don't need any heat. You don't need any outside materials. You don't really need a whole lot. All you need is a place where you have a waterfall or a natural moving water source and the ability to build a power plant, the ability to build a turbine over there. The advantage, of course, is that it emits few pollutants or greenhouse gases. Disadvantages, and there are really many of them. First of all, it can have impacts on river or floodplain ecosystems. Building a power plant on the edge of a waterfall could obviously harm the fish that go through that area. They could get destroyed by the turbines. Also, obviously, it can only be built on a waterfall or in an area where you have a fairly consistent and powerful movement of water. You can't put it out in the middle of a field. And growth of hydropower is likely to slow in the near future simply because there are many areas where there just aren't the availability of this fast-moving water that can generate hydroelectric power. Next, you've got wind power. Wind power can also spin the turbines. You can put a windmill out in the field, put a power plant with a windmill out in the field, and the windmill allows the wind energy to spin the turbines, and that generates the power. Fairly simple. People have always used windmills. People used to use windmills as grist for, to churn and break down wheat into flour. I guess they still do. And today, people have used windmills to spin the turbine to generate power. And in fact, the wind power is being used to generate electricity, and wind is becoming an increasingly important source of electric power. In fact, there was a famous document put out a few years ago called the Pickens Plan by billionaire T. Boone Pickens as a plan to get wean the United States off of importing oil. And one of the elements of the Pickens Plan, this is the Pickens Plan website, pickensplan.com, and one of the elements is wind. And look what he says. He says, America is the Saudi Arabia of wind. According to the Department of Energy, our capacity in the Great Plains from northern Texas to the Canadian border would produce 138,000 new jobs, 3.4 million new jobs over a 10-year period, etc., etc. The idea is that the United States, because of its tremendous area of plains, of wide open plains, from northern Texas through Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, really the entire middle of the country is wide open plains. There's a tremendous amount of wind there, and the United States, so is particularly suited to windmills. Now, obviously, if in areas where the weather's a little different, an area where there's a forest, the windmills aren't going to do much because the trees tend to slow down or stop the wind. You also sometimes see windmills on top of mountains because, again, there are fewer trees over there to block the wind. So, of course, there are some negatives of windmills also. First of all, it can kill birds. You can pretty much imagine how that happens. You have birds flying by and you have windmills spinning quickly. Well, you can figure out what happens next. The other thing is that wind is inconsistent. If it's not a windy day, well, then you don't have any power that day. Next, you have solar energy. Solar energy is energy that is harnessed from sunlight. The radiant energy of the sun, of course, has enormous potential. The sunlight that strikes the Earth in 1 hour contains more energy than all of the coal, oil, natural gas, and other sources consumed by human societies in an entire year. So you can imagine there's a lot of solar energy to be harnessed. Now, obviously, the problem is we have to harness that energy. The fact that it's sunny outside doesn't inherently translate to being able to use electricity. So what we need to do is we need to set up and install solar energy panels where it's efficient, where the sunlight isn't blocked. In areas like it's obviously a lot more efficient to put out solar panels in Phoenix, where it's sunny 355 days a year or 350 days a year, and it's extremely sunny for long periods of time than in Seattle, where it might rain 150 days a year. So it's or more than that. So it depends on where you put the solar panels, and also solar is inconsistent. If it's a cloudy day, your solar panels aren't going to pick up much electricity. At nighttime, your panels aren't going to pick up much. You also, of course, have to put them where there are no tree blockages. If you go, for example, to solar panel installation places, like let's say a company like this. This just happens to be one I popped up on Google over here, Solar City. And the process is first they come out to your house, and they don't just install it on your roof right away. First, they make a determination by looking at your property. Well, does this make sense? Is this the sort of thing that, that there is going to be enough sunlight? If you have tall trees around your property, it's not really going to work so well. A diagram like this is typical. For example, this is where they would put on your roof. They would put the solar panels over here. Obviously, they have a picture over here where there are no trees around over here, and they'd want this to be a southern exposure. You may know from other courses or general that this in the northern hemisphere where we live, and let's say in the New York area, at least, and in all of the United States really, the sun is always in the southern sky rather than in the northern sky, and so therefore you'd want to have your solar panels facing south and certainly not facing north. If they face north, they're not going to get that much sunlight. If this is a southern exposure, if this area is facing south, and there are no trees in the way, and you live in a relatively sunny climate, you can do pretty well having solar panels. The costs are obviously significant, although there are tax credits available for people installing solar panels. The challenges of solar energy, of course, it is unevenly distributed around the globe. Some people have more sunlight, some people have less. The availability varies with the weather and seasons, and the development of economical ways to capture, convert, and store it. You could have solar batteries and solar panels. The question is it worth spending the kind of money it takes to install the solar panels? Are you going to get enough out of it to justify the expenditure? And solar technologies need to overcome a number of other challenges to try to make sure that solar energy is feasible for us. Next, we've got biomass energy, and biomass energy is actually very similar to the idea of coal, except it's a lot cleaner. the whole idea of coal is that there's a lot of coal in the ground, and coal burns very well, so you burn it and produce energy that way. Well, biomass means taking formerly living things and burning them instead. Firewood is a classic example of biomass. Dead plants, even dead animals perhaps. Question of obviously whether it's efficient, but biomass is something very similar to coal in that respect, but it burns a lot cleaner. So it's also known as bioenergy. It means energy contained in firewood and other plant matter. And it, of course, is ultimately derived from solar energy because plants use sunlight to do photosynthesis and be able to grow. And then ultimately, we then go ahead and burn the trees. We use that, of course, direct combustion of firewood and charcoal is an important source of energy. When we have a barbecue, certainly we use that. Newer uses of biomass includes conversion of crops, such as corn and sugarcane, to liquid fuels that can produce vehicles. Ethanol, for example, is the classic example there. Ethanol is formed from the growth of corn, and we use that as part of our fuel that we add to our cars. That's an example of biomass. Again, one of the reasons to use it, it's not necessarily cheaper than oil. In fact, it's more expensive than oil. But one of the reasons to use it is that ethanol burns much more clean and is better for the environment. And biomass energy is, of course, renewable. Once you cut down a tree and burn it, you can plant a new tree. Now, it's not going to grow instantly. It may take 20 or 30 years to grow, or more, depending on the size of the tree. But at least you can regrow it. It is renewable. Major sources of bioenergy: fuel wood, firewood, whatever, charcoal, and ethanol are examples of that. And finally, in terms of the energy we're going to discuss include geothermal and ocean energy. Now, geothermal is heat energy produced under the ground by geysers. Geysers, for example, in Yellowstone National Park, and in other places, you have natural hot springs. I mean, this is an example of a picture of a geyser. I don't know where this is, probably in Yellowstone, but in Yellowstone there are a lot of these natural geysers, and you have natural hot springs that shoot warm water out of the ground. Now, it's not necessarily the warm water that we use, but if you set up a power plant in an area where you're likely to have these geysers, you can harness the heat in order to produce energy. Of course, it is renewable. The geysers generate heat under the ground, or not. Once you use it, you can use it the next time you have the eruption of the geyser or the generation of heat. Of course, the big disadvantage, is that you can only use it in a place where you have natural underground heat. Of course, it's also the future of geothermal energy use is growing rapidly, simply because it's very efficient. You don't have to provide your own energy, and it's of course clean. It's completely safe for the environment. And also we've got energy from the ocean itself, which is really just a form of hydroelectric that we discussed before, except using waves. Instead of using waterfalls to spin the turbines, you can use waves and tides in areas where they're predictable to spin the turbines in the same way. Next, we get to the next element of energy, and that is energy conservation. Obviously, aside from getting renewable power sources, using less energy is another way to try to make sure that our energy needs are met. Energy conservation can be thought of as an energy resource, the same way as oil or hydropower, because of the fact that if you use less energy, you are allowing more energy to be available for everybody else and for you in the future. Between now and 2030, global energy demand is projected to increase more than 75%, almost double, based a lot on the developing world consuming and demanding more and more energy. Ways to conserve energy include lifestyle changes, reducing waste, increasing energy efficiency, little things like driving cars that are more fuel efficient, to leaving the light off when you're not in the room, to keeping the house temperature a couple of degrees warmer in the summer, a couple of degrees cooler in the winter, etc. Now, the way you do that, of course, is either through an individual level, or through economics and policies. Renewable energy sources and conservation efforts certainly offer many environmental, economic, and social benefits. Some of the things include trying to make sure that people are familiar with new technologies. People in charge don't necessarily assume that coal, oil, and gas are the only way to go. Economies of scale, externalized costs, consumer knowledge. These are all things from an economic standpoint that increase the ability of governments and people to engage in strategies that promote energy savings. Things, for example, like the government investing in renewable energy, things like maybe even high taxation, to things like a tax on certain taxes on energy use. I mean, government policies are methods by which sustainable energy policy can be effected. A couple of other things, I know we discussed this already, but just a couple of more specific points regarding wind power. The environmental advantage of wind power is that it doesn't require any fuel. There's no need for mining, drilling, wastes, water, heat. Really, pretty much there's nothing to do for wind power except for stick up a windmill in the middle of the plain and let the wind turn the turbine. The concern of wind power, of course, is that it kills birds and bats and things like that. Biomass energy, which we also discussed, burning firewood, is theoretically carbon neutral because you're taking material that grew and that's the carbon's already used for the growth of the plant and using that to burn off the carbon. However, greenhouse gas emissions do occur at many points in the biofuel production cycle. For example, if you're farming and producing a lot of firewood, producing a lot of plants that are going to be used for biomass, just the farming operation itself requires some energy because significant quantities of fossil fuels like coal and whatnot are consumed in growing, shipping, processing crops. The firewood has to get from one place to another. How does it get there? It gets there on a truck. Well, the truck has to use fuel in order to move from place to place, and that causes carbon emissions. Using corn and soybean for biofuel is another thing, which a lot of the corn that's being grown in the middle of the United States now is being used for ethanol, which is part of the material that's replacing gasoline, at least to some extent. Sometimes if you go to gas stations, you see a sign like this. You might see this a lot at gas stations. You see a sign at the gas station that says contains up to 10% ethanol. Many gas stations have at least 10% or maybe even more than 10% ethanol. And a lot of the corn that used to be grown to feed people or to feed chickens to feed people or to use for whatever reason are now being used for oil production, and that has the effect, of course, of perhaps leading to food shortages. Because if you're using farmland to grow ethanol crops for ethanol, crops for biomass, crops for energy, instead of crops for food, well then obviously there's less food available. Alternate forms of power, like we discussed, a couple of quick points. One of the main concerns of relying on wind energy is that it's intermittent, only there some of the time, therefore unreliable. Using sunlight to generate energy is photovoltaic, or PV, technology. That's used like a solar-powered battery, something to that effect. Biomass energy is contained in firewood and other plant material, same basic idea as we discussed before. Economic energy intensity is measured used per dollar of economic output. The amount of energy that's being used is measured in kilowatt hours. In other words, how much it takes to generate 1,000 watts of electricity for 1 hour. That's a kilowatt hour. And you have to look at it in terms of how much it's going to cost per kilowatt hour. For example, I found this little chart over here. This is, I'm not 100% sure who created this chart, but it's an interesting little chart. In cost per kilowatt hour, you can see wood is the lowest, and then coal, natural gas, oil, all pretty low. And look at solar. Solar, much, much higher cost per kilowatt hour at almost 50 cents, while wood and coal and natural gas are much less. Now, wood, of course, it looks like the cheapest. The problem with wood, obviously, is that you only have a limited amount of trees and wood that you can use for biomass energy. And hydroelectric power currently accounts for more than half of all renewable energy consumed. I think a slide that we looked at earlier actually said 70%. Okay, let's look at a couple of multiple choice questions for the end of the chapter. Currently, which of the following renewable energy sources has the highest cost? Well, we discussed wind power is relatively cheap. Just put up the turbine and away you go. Hydropower, also relatively cheap. Just put it at the edge of the waterfall. Coal is relatively cheap. It's a fossil fuel. Solar power, on the other hand, is expensive. That's what we discussed. That's the big problem. You have to put up those solar panels, cost tens of thousands of dollars to set up, etc., etc. So we're going to go with D as the correct answer here. And biomass energy is contained in the sun. No, not really. I mean, I guess ultimately it comes from the sun, but it's not really contained in the sun. It's contained in firewood and other plant materials. Yeah, that very well describes biomass. And contained in water, wind, or the Earth's heat. Water would be hydroelectric, wind would be wind power, contained in the Earth's heat would be geothermal power, but biomass energy is perfectly described by choice B. Topic 13 is on urban ecosystems. Urbanization means where people live in large quantities. Large cities, London, New York, Paris, something to that effect. Urban are really one of three areas that people generally live in. People live in rural areas, which are generally very, very low density, characteristic of farm families and whatnot. Urban, we're in big cities, and suburban, which is kind of in between. So urbanization means the concentration of human populations in densely populated cities. Now, of course, urbanization has a tremendous effect on the biotic and abiotic, namely the living and the non-living, environment around it. Rural homes and rural human activities also have that kind of impact, but not quite to the same extent as urban ecosystems do. Some examples: the process of urbanization has hastened the development of technology, economies, social and governmental structures. That's not really an effect on the environment, but that's certainly one of the positive effects of urbanization. People are much closer to their work, people can concentrate and collaborate in much larger numbers. Cities also, of course, facilitated the growth of human populations, but poor sanitation and disease often diminish the well-being of city dwellers, most commonly not in the last 50 to 100 years, although, of course, there are some health hazards that apply in the big cities more so than in the country or in the suburbs. Certainly that was much more true 150 years ago. 150 years ago, for example, in big cities, they absolutely stunk. They smelled terrible, primarily from the horse waste well, horses were the way they got places, and horses were the way things were moved, and horses, of course, need to drop their waste somewhere, and they generally did so right in the middle of the street, and you can imagine what the big cities smelled like after a while, and the health hazards that existed. Today we've diminished that to a large extent, but certainly inner cities still have some problems today, more so than other areas. And the Industrial Revolution, of course, were big factories, big companies that were able to manufacture and export goods on a large scale, concentrated in the big cities, certainly hastened the growth of cities and improved technologies for food production. However, of course, the negative side is that the cities have also altered the Earth's ecosystem in those particular cities. The urban ecosystem itself is the region of an Earth, or a region of the Earth, that supports commerce, industry, and community interactions in large numbers. Obviously, that generally is referring to large cities of people, but even not necessarily where people live. It could also be where people work, it could also be where people congregate. Industrial areas, certainly the urban ecosystem includes things like massive factories, places where things are manufactured. They include the physical environment and organisms living in the cities, not just the people, but also other organisms that live in cities, like, for example, cockroaches and pigeons and maybe some grass here and there. Cities, of course, are dependent, just like all other environmental interactions. Cities are also dependent on the interaction between living and non-living components. And the big thing about urban ecosystems is that they are virtually never self-sustaining. Some environments, some communities produce what they need within the community, and then they use it, and that's that. Well, urban ecosystems are never like that. Urban ecosystems are to the point where food always has to be imported. You can't grow food very efficiently in a city, whereas you can produce products, but those products have to be exported to the people that live in the surrounding rural areas. So there is a symbiotic relationship, certainly an important relationship, between urban ecosystems and suburban ecosystems. The physical environment and diversity of the ecosystem in the urban cities changes significantly from the city center to the surrounding areas, of course. Now, having people live in urban areas, of course, has positives and negatives. The main negative is what it does to the city itself. The main positive is that the people who are in the city do not then have to go destroy the surrounding areas, like the surrounding forests or the surrounding grasslands, in order to build houses and shopping malls and other conveniences there. So obviously a large amount of planning on a municipal level, on a state level, and on a national level have to go into planning the urban ecosystem and the ecosystem of the surrounding areas. When you look at planning the urban ecosystem, you have to look at land use. Now, land use is established by the government. It's established by local town boards. It's established by town councils. And one of the things that the planners have to deal with is this idea of sprawl. Sometimes it's called urban sprawl, sometimes it's called suburban sprawl. Either way, what that means is the people moving out into areas where the houses are a little bit bigger and the yards are a little bit bigger. And what that does, of course, they move into an area where the air is a little bit fresher, but it also hurts the environment of those places in which they moved into. If you want a picture of what suburban sprawl looks like, here's an example. Now, this is Christoph Galen, Nevada. I guess it's north of Las Vegas. Now you can see in the background there's desert and mountains, which is basically what Nevada is, a lot of desert and mountains. But what people do is, rather than living in a big city, which looks something like this, with skyscrapers, and I mean this happens to be New York, which is an ultra big city, but even other cities like, I don't know, let's say San Diego, you can still see that hotels and residences are also built. People don't live usually in individual houses. They live in big high-rises. When it comes to suburban sprawl, on the other hand, people want their individual houses, and they end up building places like this. And as you can imagine, you can fit a lot more people in the same basic area in a place like Cincinnati, with all the high-rises and the apartments and condos and whatnot, than you can in northern suburbs of Las Vegas, Nevada. If you have the same area, you can probably fit 5 to 10 times the number of people in a place like this in Cincinnati than you can in Nevada, meaning that sprawl causes more and more land to be used up. Theoretically, if the entire Earth were in major cities like New York, we'd only cover a very, very small fraction of the Earth with our people. Now, what causes urban sprawl? What causes the land to get spread out more and more? Government policies that encourage people to own homes, certainly. Economic growth. People want to move out of their condos in the cities, and they want to move into nice houses in the suburbs. Transportation. If it's easy to commute to your job from the suburbs via train or by a bus, people are more likely to do it. Cultural issues. People want to get away from the big city for whatever reason, or poor planning. The government doesn't plan what people should do, so the developers just go out and build wherever they like. Now, the negative consequences of sprawl includes degrading human environments, reducing biodiversity. You can imagine that whatever wildlife used to live in this area probably doesn't live there much anymore. Let's pick a place in a biome that probably had a lot of biodiversity. This area also happens to be a suburban development. You can see from the trees around that it's probably an area that was naturally deciduous forest. And now there's probably not much in terms of wildlife over there, except for the people and maybe some pests and pets and whatnot. But certainly the organisms that originally lived there are not there as well. How do you try to combat suburban sprawl, or at least manage it? You don't want to stop it completely, but to manage it. Urban planning is certainly a big element. Urban planning includes bounding growth, in other words, keeping a limit on what can be built. Zoning to manage planned growth and development rather than just having it be completely unchecked. Sustainable urban growth, etc., etc. Over the past 50 years, sprawl creates automobile dependency and road construction, which then encourages additional sprawl. In other words, people live in houses, they need good roads, so the towns go out and build these nice roads, and more people from the city say, hey, they've got really nice, fresh air over there and really nice roads, why don't we go move there? And it's a positive feedback mechanism. And public transportation, of course, is also a more cost-effective and more friendly environmental solution than automobile travel, and public transportation is obviously much more effective and much more common in the inner city than it is in the suburbs. So, a successful public transportation system also encourages non-motorized travel like walking and biking. Also in the city, where the distances between things are not so big, it encourages people to walk and take their bike rather than drive. How can you decrease automobile dependency? You can balance your transportation options. You can create cities in which major things like major downtowns are nice and close to each other so people can walk from place to place. Urban transportation economics, if you build a good subway system, a good monorail system, a good bus system, people are more likely to be able to not rely on automobiles. And of course, you have to make sure that you make a full assessment of automobile dependency. What about biodiversity in the cities themselves? Biodiversity in cities, also, there is some biodiversity in cities, not as much as there is in the general country area or forest area, but there is some biodiversity. Most species who are in the cities are able to tolerate a wide range of environmental conditions and disperse easily from one location to another when emergencies happen. I mean, I hate to keep using the example, but cockroaches are great at scurrying from one place to another when they have to. Food webs in ecosystems may be complex and may be subsidized, in other words, added to, by garbage and other things that people put out, and some organisms that can eat garbage and can eat the leftover human food can do very well in the city. Urban gardens and green roofs provide food for humans, diminish stormwater, and improve water quality. Many cities in the world are actually doing this, where they put gardens and grassy areas on top of roofs. Here's an interesting example. Honestly, I don't know which city this is from, or whether it's just a planned city in the future. That could be. But these are all tops of buildings, and they're planting all these trees on tops of the buildings to establish kind of an ecosystem. First of all, of course, it adds oxygen to the environment through photosynthesis. It also provides food. You can grow food, grow fruits and vegetables. And it also diminishes stormwater because the soil in which these things are grown, absorb water, and less of it filters through the gutters and ends up in the city streets. City parks, greenways, and waterways also, of course, are important to allow areas where these other organisms can live. And, of course, the ultimate goal is to create a city that is sustainable. And sustainability includes many different factors. We want to do this, obviously, because there are going to be a lot of people moving into a lot of cities over the next few years. And cities are the source of 80% of human greenhouse gases, because they have so many factories and cars and whatnot, and 90% of the Earth's garbage. By mimicking these features, cities can play a role in doing different things that help cities, help urban areas harmonize with nature, such as efficient capture and use of energy, biodiversity, self-regulation, resiliency, beauty. Some of these things include efficient capture means recycling, reusing energy, reusing materials, reusing physical resources as well. It's recycling. Diversity, trying to make sure that you have different species of plants, maybe not animals, maybe not wild animals in the city streets are probably not a good idea, but certainly different species of plants and perhaps birds in cities as well. Self-regulation and adaptation, making sure the cities are able to adapt to changes in the environment. Resiliency, making sure that the city can react to various changes that occur. And of course, beauty, trying to make sure that the city actually looks nice, at least to some extent. New urbanism, which is really positive environmental urbanism, an attempt to try to make sure that things work properly in the city, includes encouraging community neighborhoods, which means, of course, encouraging people to know their neighbors, encouraging compact developments embedded in the natural landscapes, in other words, trying to build houses and areas where there's natural rock anyway, or in a manner that is least destructive to the environment, creating walkable neighborhoods to decrease cars and other types of transit, and promoting mixed land uses, people using it for a house but also putting a garden on their roof is a classic example of a mixed land use. Suburban living, same basic idea, really urban living light, can cause adverse effects because it encourages use of the automobile, and so therefore there could be a good factor to try to make sure that you don't use the automobile more than necessary is trying to make sure that you have alternative transportations available, things like trains and subways, buses, electric buses many cities have, etc. Increased dependence on the automobile also results in more pollution problems, of course, more concerns with gasoline costs. The more automobile travel there is, the more gasoline is used. longer wait times, obviously the higher traffic, those of you who live in the New York area know all about that, and increased parking space required in urban areas. So decreasing the amount of dependence of the automobile can actually help in many, many different ways. A couple of other quick things regarding characteristics of cities. Trees in forested parks, like Central Park in New York, of course, would be very important to the urban biodiversity to make sure that you have areas where other types of species can live. I mean, this is an example, of course. This is Central Park in New York, where you're looking at everywhere around it, nothing but high rises, huge buildings all over the place, and in the middle you have this tremendous oasis where you have obviously recreation areas, lawns, baseball fields, the reservoir over here, or the lake. I guess it's the lake, not the reservoir. But you have areas where trees and other types of the zoo, other types of organisms can live. And there are huge megacities. Well, it's not just the city itself, but it's the area that surrounds the city as well. You know, the Boston area, Boston itself may not be that big, but it's got a huge number of cities surrounding it. Same thing with New York, same thing with Los Angeles, etc., etc. Average temperatures in downtown are higher. They call it the urban heat island. The heat island is based on the idea that the city generates so much heat that the city actually becomes hotter in itself. Cities have less vegetation than rural areas, which tends to decrease the cooling effect that plants have. Rock, concrete, and asphalt get hotter faster than soils do. Soils have more water in it, they're more broken up, they're harder to heat up, whereas asphalt, as you know, if you go out on a summer day and you try to touch the asphalt, it can get very hot very quickly. Buildings and other structures trap heat closer to the city, and factories, automobiles, etc. release pollutants, which cause more heat in the city. So cities are generally hotter than the surrounding area, even if they're on the same level of latitude. Some other strategies for preventing waste and increasing sustainability. There are many modern cities are trying to incorporate sustainability strategies, and these include use and recycle large input of energy and matter, requiring residents to put all wastes into one central area where they can be recycled or dumped in a landfill, but at least it's covered in one area rather than many areas in the surrounding landscape. Recyclables can be sold to factories, and they can be used to manufacture products. Sometimes you see on a paper label that something is post-consumer waste. You know, this is one example. This has 25% of it is post-consumer waste. Sometimes you see paper that says 100% of it is post-consumer waste. And what that means is that it is recycled. Somebody else has actually used this and recycled it, and then it's been made out of the recycled product. Obviously, that's better for the environment. You don't have to cut down a new tree. You can just use what's already been used. Hot water can be used for the hot water that's produced by burning combustible waste could be used to generate electricity and hot water. Storm water can be collected from roofs where it's purified for residential use. If you have green roofs, in other words, roofs that have soil and whatnot that collects water, that water can then be purified and put into people's faucets. And also wastewater, even human waste, can be used to generate more energy. It has methane in it. Human wastewater has methane in it. Methane could do various things. It can be a fertilizer for land, but it can also be used to generate an energy source, kind of like recycling energy. Okay, let's look at a couple of multiple choice questions for topic 13, which would not be part of new urbanism. New urbanism meaning good urbanism, urbanism that helps the environment. Encouraging community neighborhoods. No, that's good. That's you want to try to encourage people to know the people where they are so that they don't have to get in their car all the time and go to places. Encouraging compact developments, small developments embedded in natural landscapes. Certainly that is part of new urbanism. Walkable neighborhoods are also. Raising buildings and neighborhoods. That means destroying. No, that's not new urbanism. That's just wasteful redevelopment. Promoting mixed land uses is, so D is the only one that is not, that we did not discuss as part of new urbanism. And suburban living encouraged increased use of automobiles. Yeah, people live further apart. They have to use their cars. Walking, riding bicycles, driving electric, and increased use of farming, none of those have to do with suburban living. And so therefore, the best answer is A. Our next topic is on waste management. In other words, how to go about making sure that the waste that is generated, obviously you can reduce waste as much as possible, but aside from that, making sure that the waste does not harm the environment, and that it's disposed of in a way that, or recycled in a way that it does the least damage possible to the environment. First, we're going to look at wastewater. And wastewater, of course, is water that's already been used by people, or for whatever reason is not usable. Things like sewage, water from sinks, stormwater runoff after a big rainstorm, runoff that doesn't go into the sewers, or that does go into the sewers, I guess, would be runoff either way, and water that's used by manufacturing facilities. Water is a very important component in many power plants, for example, as a cooling agent to make sure, in nuclear power plants, to make sure things get cooled down a little bit. Well, it's very important to make this to look at what to do with wastewater, because in the past, wastewater was simply dumped into a waterway, into a river, into a lake, into a stream. The problem with that is, obviously, if there are harmful components in that wastewater, you hurt the ecosystem of the water, you hurt the fish in the river, you hurt the environment in general. People may later on drink that water. That water may go downstream and populate a reservoir, or people may take fish out of that, and they could cause harm to the people that drink that water or that use that water. So therefore, today in most developed countries, wastewater is treated to protect the environment, and the most common way to do that is through municipal sewage treatment plants and septic systems. Septic systems done on an individual level. Municipal sewage plants run all the water that goes through the sewage, like that ends up in the sewers, through these massive machines that filter out pollutants, filter out other toxins, filter out things that shouldn't be there. And some municipalities have also been interested in treating wastewater with methods that mimic the biogeochemical process of natural ecosystems. In other words, one way you can make sure that water is actually treated is by looking at, well, what does nature do to filter out its water? Maybe run it through clay, run it through air, through very small particles, and that can be done as well by plants in addition to the natural process. So wastewater treatments vary widely among developed and developing countries. Obviously, countries that are more developed, countries that have a higher technological output and that are wealthier, are able to build much more effective treatment plants. And there's also on-site wastewater management. Septic systems, for example, can be done with individual buildings or individual houses that try to manage the water and treat the water on the individual property rather than on a municipal level. Solid waste, garbage in other words, is also has to be treated on the municipal level. Municipal solid waste is the quantity and the composition of waste that is generated in that particular region, in that particular city, for example. And of course, it also differs and changes over time. Landfills are where waste are generally dumped. In today's day and age, when you throw out your garbage, it gets picked up at the curb, eventually it gets dumped into a huge area, and it gets dumped into the ground, into some huge open hole in the ground, and that's called a landfill. Some areas also use incineration facilities, which means they burn garbage. As we saw in the last chapter, burning that garbage could actually, if the garbage is fuel, if the garbage can actually generate energy, like biomass, it can actually be used to produce electricity or produce energy. Other types of wasting includes composting. Composting is organic waste, like dead plants, dead animals, whatever it is, can be changed into garden mulch through natural composition. It can be ground up and spread out over the garden. You have a dead animal or a dead plant or dead organic matter. You could spread that out. It becomes part of the soil, and it really feeds the nutrients of the soil. It feeds the nutrients into the soil that are eventually used by plants that grow in that soil. Reducing the waste stream is, of course, one also mechanism by which waste can be dealt with. Reduce the amount you use. Reuse things like reuse bottles or paper plates before you throw them out, if possible. And recycle. Put them in the recycling bin, and eventually it gets reused and remanufactured. You also have municipal solid waste management policies, which set decisions for county and local and city and state governments. For example, your area might require you to recycle all your cans and bottles, and that, of course, is something that does help the environment eventually, and it's a policy that is set by the municipality. There's also industrial solid waste, which means solid waste caused by factories or caused on a much larger scale, and those, of course, vary from factory to factory. Then there's another type of, we looked at liquid waste and we looked at solid waste. Then there's hazardous waste, radioactive waste, electronic waste. These things are much more dangerous. These things are much more, you have to be concerned much more in terms of how you will get rid of them. Hazardous waste means waste that can be poisonous or can be flammable or essentially can be dangerous if it's not discarded properly. Electronic waste is old electronics that are thrown out, computer monitors, old phones, circuit boards, things like that. And radioactive waste. Radioactive waste is especially dangerous because radioactive waste, which is very often produced by nuclear power plants, are the sorts of things that can be extremely harmful to people if people are exposed to the radiation. So waste management, of course, focuses on how to properly dispose of this waste once it's produced. So really you have two factors. One is generating less waste, which reduces pressure on the waste management system. And then there's waste management that determines what you do with the waste when it actually gets produced. Waste management, of course, also minimizes the environmental impacts that products produce, and the idea of a life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment means when you're thinking of how products are used, you can think about how they can be reused. Rather than assuming that the product is going to be taken, used, thrown out in the garbage, and put into a landfill, maybe there are ways that products can be used a second time or a third time. For example, a paper cup could be used and then thrown into a landfill, or a paper cup could be used and then put into a recycle bin and later mulched and used as fertilizer, or mulched as used as firewood, or whatever it is. So certainly cycling waste and making it more of a circle rather than making it a linear process, which it goes straight from the manufacturing bin to the landfill, is certainly something that would help the environment overall. Some other points regarding waste. Again, some of these have to do with wastewater, some of these have to do with solid waste. And that is the next concept of gray water. Gray water is a term that is used for leftover water that's generated from hand washing, from showers and baths, essentially water that's already been used. And swimming, baths, drinking, well, if it's already been drunk, then I guess it's no longer available. But if it's thrown out, essentially water that's thrown out into the sink, or that goes through your drain from the house. It can be reused for things like to go into toilets, and it's not, of course, you don't want shower water to be reused for things like people drinking or for people taking baths in or for people swimming in, but it can be used for certain other things. Sometimes water is called potable or non-potable. Potable means it can be drunk safely. Non-potable means it can't. Well, there's certainly some types of uses that you can put non-potable water to. Again, using that as toilet water is a classic example. Nobody really cares that much about whether the toilet water is drinkable because, let's face it, most people don't really have any interest in drinking their toilet water. But, then again, you never know. Okay, there are different ways to approach the waste reduction, including purchasing items that are reusable, like maybe plastic instead of paper, reduced packaging, buying in bulk. Rather than buying individual serving sizes for everything, you produce a lot less waste. Recycling the waste, reducing the amount that you purchase. Hazardous wastes, which are more problematic, are characterized by being corrosive, which means that they corrode metal or wear away metal that they come in contact with. Flammable, explosive. These are all things that are certainly dangerous. A few other things regarding waste management. First of all, over the past 50 years, the amount of waste generated by each person has nearly doubled. We've become richer, and we now buy single-serving things, and we package everything much more attractively, and we package everything that looks much better. But it's much more convenient. But on the other hand, it also causes a lot more waste to be generated. Reducing the waste generated should be the focus, of course. You can purchasing items. Again, this is all kind of review. Increasing the amount that one recycles, of course, also helps a lot. The current rate of recycling is about 30%. In some other countries, it could be as much as 50%. And of course, the more you recycle, generally speaking, the less waste that is produced, and the better it is for the environment. Nuclear power, on the other hand, with its radioactive waste, has serious environmental problems. Because remember, first of all, they don't recycle automatically. It takes thousands or millions of years for a reactive waste to become non-reactive, so it really has to be buried deep underground. There are currently the storage site for spent fuel rods, and eventually they initially in wet storage, because they put it in water in order to make sure that it cools down rather than putting it directly in the ground when it's still very hot. And then they put it into stainless steel casks for longer term storage. And because they're still at very high levels of radioactivity, they have to be kept away from groundwater, soil, people, the environment, and so they put them really deep in the deserts or in the mountains where they're not close to any ecosystems. Because of the very long half-life of the radioactive isotopes, it could take millions or even billions of years for things like uranium to decompose and not be dangerous anymore. The safe storage is much more problematic, and therefore permanent storage solutions are a big problem. And there hasn't really been one central site. There's the Yucca Mountain in Nevada, which could be used, but again, it's still problematic to determine exactly where you have a huge enough area that's far enough away from any civilization to be able to store nuclear waste. Now let's take a look at a couple of questions to finish off topic 14. There are a variety of ways to approach waste reduction with the exception of, in other words, which one is not a good way to approach waste reduction. Purchasing items that are reusable is good. Reduced packaging is also good. Buying individual items, on the other hand, is not good because that requires more packaging. So we're going to try C for that one. Recycling the waste and reducing the amount that you purchase also is good. Question 2, hazardous wastes are characterized as being mainly A is corrosive, flammable, and explosive, which is actually the definition of hazardous waste. Dangerously radioactive would be nuclear waste. Hazardous heavy metals doesn't necessarily have to be heavy metals. Non-degradable materials, again, that doesn't make it hazardous. So the only one that really makes any sense over here is choice A. Next we turn to public health. Public health is really kind of a little bit of a synopsis of what we've covered until now, because pretty much all the environmental problems that we've looked at so far have something to do with the public health, or could threaten the public health in some way. So now we're just going to crystallize a couple of those. The overall health of human populations is most measured by the statistics of life expectancy and infant mortality. Obviously there's a lot more to that, but it's a pretty good metric. Just to give you an idea, a chart that I randomly found online over here that's designed to measure the world health and social statistics, and what are the two things that it makes a determination of right away: infant mortality and life expectancy. And you can see the distinction. Obviously, infant mortality you want a low number, whereas life expectancy you want a high number. Country like Australia has a relatively low 4.7 in infant mortality and a high 81.7, whereas a country like Kenya has a high infant mortality at 53.5 and a low life expectancy at 58. Where's the United States down here? United States 6.1, 78.2. You can see not bad, but certainly not as good as some other countries. Countries like Ireland, United Kingdom, well, yeah, United Kingdom have better statistics. Switzerland certainly has a better statistic. So certainly there are other countries with better health statistics than the United States, but that's generally speaking how health statistics are measured as an overall synopsis of how the country is doing from a health standpoint. Leading cause of death, obviously, in populations depends on age structure, how many young people are there, how many older people there are, the social conditions, and economic conditions. People that have access to more wealth have access to better health care, and therefore access, generally speaking, to long lives. Environmental factors are also a factor, and they affect the risk of particular hazards, certain types of cancers, of course, are more likely to occur in people that have been exposed to radioactive waste or other types of pollution. And of course, also human sensitivities to the degree of risk could be different from the actual risk. Just because something is a perceived risk doesn't mean that it will inherently have an effect in terms of these statistics. We also have to look at hazards in the environment. Hazards in the environment which could cause decrease in health of people around the world. Physical hazards are threats to human health that derive from physical processes. Things like earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, floods, extreme temperatures, very hot, very cold, wildfires. These are all things that are physical hazards, and they obviously also have to do with the environment. The more fire we cause, the more likely it is that people will die because of fire. Physical hazards, on the other hand, are not really among the 10 leading causes of death, but they still do kill a lot of people. Most causes of death are from health consequences and diseases. There are also chemical hazards. Chemical hazards which are even more directly caused by the environment, toxins that affect human health. Things like in the air, in the water, in the food, etc. Toxins are classified according to their effects. They include cancers, mutations, which could cause all sorts of genetic diseases, that when a person's DNA is affected, allergies. We all know what allergies are. Substances in the environment that cause an immune reaction that could cause people to sneeze, cough, have trouble breathing, whatever, and neurological or developmental disorders. Risks to individual people are determined by the duration and dose of their exposure, and of course, in other words, how much of the pollution they've taken in, and of course, by the other factors that are relevant to the individual. Things like vulnerability, genetic vulnerability, overall health, socioeconomic status. People that are a little bit higher on the hog, people that are a little bit wealthier, are more likely to be able to deal with these types of threats. There are also biological hazards. Biological hazards are germs, living things that tend to attack other living things. Infectious diseases, malaria, Ebola, which is now a big issue, West Nile virus, the flu, smallpox, again, just some examples, cause more than 26% of human deaths. In the world's poorest countries, 70% of deaths. They don't have the kind of healthcare that can fight this sort of thing, and they don't have the kind of hygienic facilities that can stop the spread of these sorts of things, and therefore most of their deaths occur based on biohazards. Okay, environmental factors also, of course, include a strong influence on the incidence, spread, and impact of the diseases on the human population. Disease is also affected by climate. The warmer the climate, the more likely it is for diseases to spread, because microorganisms like warmer climates more than they like colder climates. Water availability. The more clean water you have available, the less likely it is for diseases to spread in contaminated water, and of course the water quality. And the role these things play vary in terms of the way the disease is transmitted. In the old days, there were, for example, diseases that were transmitted by fecal matter, by feces. Well, in Europe, when feces used to end up in the middle of the ground, in the middle of the roads, they were passed very quickly and very efficiently. Now that we take better care of our feces to make sure that they don't interact with other people, there's much less of a role. But again, it does depend on the wealth of the country. It does depend how the country has set up its health systems. Environmental change is also a big issue. There's a complex connection between our environment and our health. Humans like things to be steady. Our body, which requires homeostasis to survive, consistency, likes things to be pretty steady. If there are changes, well then our body has to react to them, and it doesn't always do so in a good way. As the human population increases, the risks associated with chemical, biological hazards are increasing, particularly in areas where the human population is very high, namely urban centers. Also, of course, depending on where in the world you are, the negative impacts of air and water are increasing. And changes in landscapes and waterways are altering the habits of zoonosis. You've probably never heard this word before, but zoonosis means the way infectious diseases could be transmitted from one type of organism to another. For example, the H1N1, the bird flu, was transmitted from birds to human beings, or it can be transmitted from birds to human beings. The swine flu, well, that can be transmitted from swine to human beings. And that changes in the landscape, changes in the environment, could change the way these diseases mutate. Can change the way they can move from one organism to another. And if it increases the ability of diseases to go from one organism to another, obviously that could be problematic. Sustainable development and management requires us to understand how each change affects our human health so that we can figure out a way to try to avoid the negative consequences. DDT we already discussed a little bit earlier in the course. I'll get to it here. It's also a public health hazard. DDT is a synthetic chemical that was used from the 1940s as an insecticide. And it can be harmful to us, to humans, and to other things, but they didn't really know that back in the 40s and 50s, and so they used DDT all over the place. They would spray it over wide areas, get it into water supplies, mess up food webs, mess up all other things, and essentially there was a ban on using DDT. DDT hasn't been used in the last 15-20 years, and that's, I think I mentioned earlier in the recording, why the bed bugs are back a little bit more, because bed bugs were basically wiped out by DDT, but now they're back because DDT isn't being used anymore. But the negative of DDT is that it would get into the food chain, it would poison animals, it would cause major problems for animals, and it would cause, even though it would get rid of pests also, get rid of mosquitoes, things like that, it also got rid of animals that we need in our food chain. And some of the most well-documented environmental effects of DDT was the eggshell thinning in birds of prey, just with the way it interferes with that animal's ability, and birds of prey like hawks and whatnot, to properly function. Cancer and developmental abnormalities have also been documented in amphibians like frogs and other higher vertebrates, so DDT has had its negative consequences, which is why we've stopped using it, but of course, unfortunately, that means that the bedbugs and the mosquitoes that were wiped out by DDT are no longer as affected. There's also environmental toxins, which are essentially another word for poison, that poison people and animals based on the environment. It depends on genetic makeup. Some humans based on our DNA could be resistant to certain types of toxins. Our age and health, if the human nervous system is developing when a child is young, making children in their first, until 10 years old, are particularly vulnerable to neurotoxins. Neurotoxins are toxins that affect the nervous system, the brain, the spinal cord, the nerves in general. And socioeconomic status. Socioeconomic status means the wealth that individuals and people have. People who are poor have limited access to health care, and also people who are poor are more likely to live in environments that are more dirty, older homes with lead paint, closer to industrial waste facilities where the rich people don't want to live. And though these are very often considered normal living conditions for lower groups, for lower economic groups, lower economic rungs, but that could cause their health to suffer as well. Okay, let's look at a couple of multiple choice for this topic. As a result of air pollution in urban areas, we didn't discuss this specifically, but I think you might know this anyway. More children have, well, not really emphysema. Emphysema is caused by cigarette smoking and whatnot. Hopefully children aren't at that level yet. Asthma, on the other hand, is an issue. Remember, asthma is a breathing issue where constricting bronchial tubes make it difficult to breathe, and more air pollution interferes with the functioning of the bronchial tubes. Now, malaria is carried by mosquitoes, which have nothing to do with urban areas. There's Tomiosis, I don't even know how to pronounce that, but anyway, what that is, that's a disease caused by worms that bite your hands, like little parasitic worms, which has nothing to do with cities. Sickle cell anemia, I'm going to put that in here. Sickle cell anemia is a disease, but it's genetic, and it has nothing to do with living in cities either, so asthma is really the only one that could be affected by living in an urban area. Next question, we've got two little graphs over here. developed regions and developing regions. Developed regions, as you can see, this is the cause of death in these areas. Non-communicable conditions, in other words, non-contagious diseases. Developed regions, first world countries, have most of their deaths caused by that, whereas the developing regions have most of their diseases caused by communicable diseases. So let's look at the question. There are significant differences between the leading causes between developed and developing regions. The biggest difference is in the category of, well, we can see communicable diseases as by far the biggest difference in developing regions. So let's see which one makes the most sense. Frequency of on-the-job accidents, again, that's injuries are small in both areas. Injuries are 9% and 8%, not that big a difference. Cardiovascular diseases, that's not really communicable. Cardiovascular diseases are actually that does make sense, because cardiovascular diseases are probably much more in developed regions, whereas D, the frequency of infectious illness carried by germs, is much more in developing regions. So honestly, I would say B or D. B or D are really both correct answers over here. I'm going to put them both down, because B would be more in the developed areas, whereas D would be more in the developing regions as well. And now our last topic that we're going to cover, and that is, what does the future hold? And the answer is probably, I don't know. But we're going to discuss some strategies and some keys to the future when it comes to environmentalism and protecting the environment. Over the past century, Earth's ecosystems and human communities that depend on them have experienced extreme change, or enormous change. We have grown much, much larger as a society, much greater number of people. Obviously, our technology has increased dramatically, and there are some things that are expected to change in the future. Earth's atmosphere will become warmer due to anthropogenic global warming. That's the projection, at least. Already scarce resources, like oil, metals, food, things like that, will become even scarcer. Biodiversity, the number of species overall, will decrease, essentially because we have made it impossible for certain species to live, and human populations, of course, will increase because we grow at a faster rate than we die. Although each of these changes is certain. I don't know if I'd call it certain. I'm going to change this over here to almost certain, because I don't know if it's actually certain, but the extent and consequences are not 100% clear. If we continue business as usual, so to speak, the consequences will be much greater. On the other hand, there are certain things that we can do to limit some of the negative consequences. Sustainable living includes, one of the things it includes, is decreasing the amount of carbon dioxide that we put into the atmosphere. We have added nearly 20 million tons of nitrogen to the Earth's rivers and streams. We've also been responsible, bad humans of course, excuse me, for the extinction of as many as 20,000 species of microorganisms, plants, and animals. And these numbers are really the sum of the actions of people. And of course, these are all the things that really create the backdrop of the challenges for the future. Some of the ways to meet the challenge of the future is good environmental leadership. Every individual can make changes that are small enough. And changing behavior to help the environment can be quite simple on an individual level. Things like a high school student convincing merchants to participate in a program to recycle batteries, organizing a workshop aiming to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, maybe taking the bus more, maybe driving less, whatever it is. A college student developing a curriculum on water, in other words, teaching youngsters about water. Again, these are just examples of potential environmental leadership. Environmental leadership in general requires motivation to have certain values, obviously, for helping the environment and determining the appropriate means for achieving them, valuing diversity, being willing to be focused on outcomes, making sure that pollution is decreased in whatever possible scenarios there are, being humble and willing to learn. It's not always 100% clear what impact what pollutants will have, and being committed to making a difference And confidence that you can make a difference is obviously important for leadership of any capacity, including environmental leadership. There are oil use strategies. Oil is, of course, a major factor in our energy use and in what can be harmful for the environment. Travel in more fuel-efficient ways, using public transit, walking, biking, driving, Toyota Priuses or Nissan Leafs or other cars that save gas. And doing any of these things would, of course, lessen the amount of oil necessary. Incorporating all external costs of producing oil. In other words, if the price of gasoline also reflected the cost of the political costs of importing oil and being reliant on other countries, and the environmental price of gas would be a lot higher, and if that would happen, people would use less of it. And of course, you could advocate and promote local governments to investigate and also fund research into things like wind energy, solar energy, etc. Some of the environmental changes that are likely to happen, as we discussed: Earth's atmosphere will become warmer, human populations will increase. In ecosystems, by creating corridors to facilitate migration, global temperature increases can be reduced if you promote the ability of the food chain to sustain itself by preventing extinctions. And one way to prevent extinction is to create abilities of organisms to move where they have to go. Women's education in poor countries has caused diminished population growth. That's one way in general to decrease population growth. Obviously, the more people that are born, the more energy that's being used. Generally speaking, more education usually, historically, means lower population growth. Conserving water, which includes repairing dripping faucets, reduce, reuse, recycle, all these things are important changes that can be made to help the environment. Okay, let's take a look at couple multiple choice. Which of the following changes is most certain to occur? Earth's atmosphere will cool down? No. Earth's atmosphere will become warmer? Yeah, that's global warming. That's probably going to happen. Already scarce resources will be replenished? Not necessarily. The opposite. Biodiversity will decrease, actually, not increase, and population will increase, not decrease. So the only one that's actually true is B. And an effective water conservation strategy that you would take would be to repair dripping faucets. Yes. The others are silly choices. Taking longer showers, running the water while you brush your teeth, doing very small loads of laundry means you have to do more of them, and washing dishes in a half-full dishwasher. Obviously, those are all silly. The only ones that would actually conserve water would be choice A. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are now looking at the lab component for the Cooper-Smith Career Consulting SCI 104 Environmental Science course. This course is a 4-credit course. It does have a final exam component, a study component, which we covered in the previous sections of this video, and it also has a lab component. The lab component requires you to do a bunch of these labs over here, which are listed on the syllabus. You can see over here, you have with Lesson 1 is Lab 1, Lab 7, Lab 3, Lab 12, 13, 6, 8, 9, 11, and 14. So that's how many labs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 labs altogether. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go through some of these with you over here, just so you should have a better idea what to do. So the first thing you need to do is you need to go to this link over here, which is on the syllabus. You can control-click on it, or you can copy and paste it into your browser, and you'll get this page, and this page will give you the opportunity you can sample a little bit of it by pressing on this button. You can look at the table of contents. You can see there are a whole bunch of labs over here. You have to do 10 of these, 14, and then you can actually purchase it. And that's what you need to do. You need to click over here to add it to your cart and to purchase it eventually. Now, once you do purchase it, you will be given you'll have an opportunity to set up a username and password, and this is the screen that you're going to want to eventually get onto. If you're having trouble getting to this screen specifically, again, just purchase it, log in, use the information. If you can't get to this screen specifically, which is the lab page, you need to speak to Cinhour after you've, of course, purchased it, and they'll be happy to work with you. Over here, here's a section where you can look at your account, and it'll give you information. These licenses are only good for a limited period of time. Mine expires 8/25, so mine expires actually in a few weeks, so I'd better do these tutorials. So you can see your basic information, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through some of these labs over here, just to kind of give you an idea of what to do. I'm going to try to make the screen a little bit smaller so that we get in more of the screen in my video capture. And we're going to start with Lab 1. You can see over here you got a table of contents. You can choose any lab you like. So I'm going to choose Lab 1, which is about the scientific method. Now, all of these labs essentially come in this format. They've got the objectives at the top. They've got the explanation of the exercise, usually a 2-paragraph thing, and they have very specific instructions about what you want to do. Now, so far, there's no real work for you to do. There's nothing for you to write so far. Just do what they want to do what they tell you to do. And then at the bottom, they ask you for the questions. And these are what you are going to do when you submit. This is what you're going to submit to us. You're going to submit to us basically a sheet of paper, a couple of sheets of paper, whatever it is, to answer these questions. Compare your findings to those ecological experts. You're going to answer these basic questions. See here, there are 7 questions. You don't need the answers don't need to be long. They don't need to be complex. They don't need to have any brilliant thought process behind them. Most of the answers to these questions can be done in 1 sentence. So it is going to take a little work. You're going to have to, read a little bit about this, do the applet. Although honestly, I think a lot of this can actually be fun and interesting. Maybe fun is a little bit overambitious, but interesting anyway. And you will just read this material. Do the applet, as we'll take a look at in a few minutes, and then answer these questions on a separate sheet of paper. Again, most of these can be answered in 1 or 2 sentences. It's rare that you're going to have to write an entire paragraph to answer one of these, but again, so most of the labs that you submit to us should be 1 to 2 pages altogether. Shouldn't be a tremendous amount of writing involved in doing these labs. There are a lot of them, there's no question about them, but at least you shouldn't have to write too much. Here's where you get the introduction, and I'm going to take you through lab number 1. This is the Lake Washington ecosystem. Lake Washington is near Seattle. Has been the subject of a number of studies where they've seen declines in water quality. The practical value of the blah, 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 blah. Anyway, around 1965, people living in Seattle and other communities couldn't help but notice a marked decline in water quality, including thick floating scums of greenish algae, massive die-offs of fish, which washed up on the shoreline. The public wanted a solution. And so the scientists got together and they decided, okay, we're going to piece together the structure of the ecosystem and try to figure out a solution. But the lake held a few surprises for the researchers. The water quality of the lake did return to the levels before the sewage had made a major impact. In other words, there was sewage from Seattle and whatever. You can see in the little picture over here, it's probably Lake Washington. I guess that's probably Mount Rainier in the background over here, that big mountain with the snow-capped peaks. Anyway, so the scientists announced after a while, based on they decreased the sewage, the water quality stayed good for several years. The scientists announced that the lake had reached a steady state. Congratulations. However, dun 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 dun. Anyway, almost as if to spite them, the next year the water quality changed and it became even better than it had been since the record was kept. The clarity of the water continued to improve and stabilize, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. But a detailed study of the animals and plants revealed the answer. In particular, the researchers had to understand not only which organisms fed on which other ones, but the effects of the feeding and whether they were good or bad, and they built a model for the Lake Washington ecosystem. Now, if we were really tough or really mean, we would make you go out to Lake Washington and do your own study of the Lake Washington ecosystem. But no, we're not that mean, and nobody would take the course if we did. So, instead, the data can all be gleaned by running their little applet, running their little program over here, and looking at and following the directions. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's open up the Lake Washington applet. All of these labs have this little applet. You click on that. It may give you some problems with Java. It gives me a security warning over here on my computer. My Java is out of date, so you can update your Java, or you can just click I accept the risk and want to run this app. and I go ahead and run the app, and this is what the app should look like. If it's not running for you, let's try to maybe update your Java or whatever it is. You have to figure it out, but you should see something like this. Now, but so far we don't know what to do with it. We've opened it. Congratulations. So now I'm going to put it aside. You're not going to be able to see it because I have it on the right side of my screen. That's outside the field of the visible recording. But it defines some of the important terms over here. Click on any arrow between two species to examine the graph on the Data tab. And examine the graph in the Data tab to look at the interaction between the two species. Then try to figure out which arrows are important ecological links. And it gives you a list of what they all are. It gives you a list of what each thing is. Let's read those before we do that. Effluent, which is all the way on the bottom over here, is the sewage dumped into the lake. You could probably figure that out just from the image, but they tell you that. Green algae are small, usually single-celled floating plants. Blue-green algae are actually bacteria. Daphnia are tiny crustaceans that are kind of like itty-bitty little crabs about the size of a pinhead. Neomysis are freshwater shrimp that are about the length of a fingernail, and smelt is a fish species that invaded Lake Washington in 1964. It's an avid consumer, which means it eats smaller water animals. So they tell us to click on an arrow between two species and examine the graph on the Data tab. So let's pick one. Let's pick the top of the diagram over here. The Daphnia to the smelt, which means the smelt eating the Daphnia. So I'm going to click on that, and it turns it into dark green. So now this is the data that we're going to be looking at. We can click on this little Data tab up here to tell you the population of each one. Now you can see the smelt, which are the large fish, and the Daphnia, which are the tiny little crab-like stuff over here. Look at the relationship between them. The Daphnia, until 1964, there were none at all, and then BAM! They went all the way to the top, and they've stayed at a very high population density. And then we have that's the smelt. Then we have the Daphnia, and the Daphnia, who you can see were those little crab guys over here. They were a relatively low population, then they went up, they kind of hung around over here, and around 1975 to 1976 they shot way, way upwards until they reached a very high population density, and then they kind of went down a little bit over here. So that's just the data. And one thing we're looking for, if you look at the next one, we're looking for a relationship between the two, if one affects the other. To determine importance, click on each of the arrows and use the data, put on the Data tab, and then we'll see a chart. And let's look to see if there were any patterns. Now, when we did the smelt and the Daphnia, if we looked at this, it doesn't look like there was much of a pattern between the two. It seems like the smelt went way up, and the Daphnia kind of just, hung around and didn't do much, and then for a long time, and then all of a sudden it shot up. Let's try a different relationship. Let's uncheck that. Let's check the Daphnia and the green algae and the relationship between them. Again, we just clicked on that, and I'm going to click the data. Look at this chart. Look at the relationship between the Daphnia and the green algae. The volume of green algae and the volume of Daphnia. The chart uses both. The Daphnia are the blue, the green algae is the green. Look at the relationship between them. They're both kind of steady over here. And then the green algae skyrocketed, and shortly afterwards, the Daphnia skyrocketed and went way up. Then way up here, around 1976, the green algae suddenly plummeted, and what happened to the Daphnia afterwards? Well, that also kind of plummeted over here, right? So, I think you can see the relationship between them, that the Daphnia seems to follow the trend of the green algae. The green algae goes up, well then a few years later the Daphnia goes up. The green algae goes down, the Daphnia then goes down. Now you can see at the end of the chart over here, the green algae goes up. Maybe what you would figure that the next step might be that the Daphnia would go up in a few more years. But you can see that there's a relationship between them. And a lot of that has to do with the fact, probably, if just by looking at it, the Daphnia eat the green algae. So as long as the green algae increase a lot, well then the Daphnia could increase a lot. When the green algae go down, then the Daphnia go down as well. And they give you examples over here of one following the other. Like if this is, you can read the whole statement over here, but it's pretty self-explanatory. If this is the resource, the red one, and this is the consumer, the orange one, so if the resource goes up, then after a little bit of a delay, the consumer is going to go up. And if the consumer resource goes down, then the consumer is probably going to go down. Obviously, if there are multiple things that feed one animal, well then it's not going to have as staunch an effect. Anyway, so you can see that. That's basically what it says over here in number 4. Let's look at number 5. It says decide if the link is important. Then go to your web to modify the link to match your conclusion. To click on any arrow to modify its direction, or to remove it. Let's go back to the tab over here. I'll show you what I mean. Where is it? Okay, there we go. So this is our actor list. This is our we decided that our relationship between green algae and Daphnia is important because the Daphnia eats the green algae. If we go over here to our web, it says your web, you can reset it to clear everything. Everything is kind of blank over here. Actually, let's look at the rest over here. What they tell you to do is to use the applet to make the determination of which is important, and they tell you that a green arrow indicates a positive effect of the species at the base of the arrow on the species at the head. A red arrow indicates a negative effect of the species at the base with the species at the head. So, in our example, we just looked up, let's do this together. We just looked up the Daphnia with the green algae. So, and we're going to say, based on this, that the green algae help the Daphnia. When green algae go up, Daphnia go up eventually as well. So we're going to make this a green arrow. I'm sorry, we're going to go to your web. We're going to make this a green arrow. Okay, so we're going to leave that as a green arrow. Let's look at this one up here, smelt and neomyces. What does the data indicate? It looks like when the smelt came, the neomyces got destroyed. When the neomyces were doing fine, then the smelt came and bam, the neomyces got destroyed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a red arrow because it looks like the smelt had a negative effect on the neomyces. Okay, let's try this one, the Daphnia and the smelt. I'm looking at the data. Not much of a relationship, because the smelt went up and the Daphnia were fine, then the Daphnia skyrocketed and went down. Doesn't seem like there's any relationship at all. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to delete the arrow because I don't think there's any relationship between them. Okay, how about the Daphnia to the neomyces? From here to here. It looks to me like, well, the neomyces plummeted and the Daphnia stayed along, and then went up, and this went down. Doesn't look to me like there's much of a relationship. You know, at this point, maybe a little bit of a relationship. When the Daphnia skyrocketed, the neomyces went down. For the time being, I'm not sure about this one. We'll keep this. We'll delete this for a minute. We'll come back to it. How about the blue-green algae and the Daphnia? Okay, blue-green algae to Daphnia. The data says, oh, there's a clear relationship. When one went up, the other went down. They have an inverse relationship. When the algae plummeted, the Daphnia skyrocketed. So it looks like the Daphnia's going up hurts the blue-green algae, so I'm going to call this looks like a negative relationship. So I'm going to make this a red arrow here. Okay, let's look at these bottom two over here, the effluent and the blue-green algae. Okay, data. Well, the effluent went down and plummeted, and the blue-green algae also went down and plummeted after the effluent went down. So it looks to me like effluent are good for the blue-green algae. That might be why the color got better, cleared up when the effluent, the pollution went down, because the blue-green algae maybe needed the pollution for whatever reason. So I'm going to call the effluent good for the blue-green algae, so I'll leave it as a green arrow. And how about the green algae? It's this last one over here. I don't see much of a relationship. The effluent went down, the green algae just kind of stayed steady and then went up over here. So I'm going to call this no delete arrow. I'm not going to call it anything. You can click expert judgment to say what the expert said. Okay, we have to modify every arrow. Okay. Did we do Daphnia neomyces? Let's see. Daphnia neomyces, we thought that there was... Okay, this was going up while this was going down. At the end, we said the Daphnia went up and the neomyces went down. So we'll make it a red arrow. I think that's what we decided. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I think once you've done all of them, you can click on expert judgment. And I guess we didn't modify all of them yet. So this we're going to... Whoops, I think this one we saw a... Yeah, this was a red arrow. Now let's see if it'll... Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, so this will tell us what the expert's opinion was. And it's pretty close to what we had. I think over here, okay, so they did a red arrow going in this direction. We did a green arrow in that direction. They did a red arrow in that direction. But overall, I think that our expert's judgment, our judgment and the expert's opinion is actually very similar. So good for us. All right, anyway, once you do all of that, we've learned all about, we've played our game, we've had our fun. So now we can go ahead and answer the questions. How would we go about answering the questions? Okay. Compare your findings to those of the ecological experts. What difference, if any, existed between the important links? If there are any differences, explain the reasoning behind the judgment. Well, the only thing I would say is that, whoops, I closed the applet. We did the, where's the applet? Let me find the applet again. I closed it out before. All right, there it is. The only thing that we did, we had a green arrow going from the green algae to the Daphnia. They had a red arrow from the Daphnia to the green algae, so we were just looking at it the other way. You know, I don't think it was a big deal. Other than that, there were really no differences. If we agreed on all the arrows, which arrows struck you as the most difficult to judge or justify? I think this one was a pretty tough one. Remember, because we had some data, I think we had some data from Daphnia to neomyces, where they were pretty much the same for a long time, and then just at the end, the Daphnia jumped and the neomyces fell. But all the way here, there didn't seem to be much of a relationship. So I'd say this one is probably the one with the biggest problem. Parallel. Okay, let's see. Number 2, parallel changes in population occur. Blah blah blah. Okay. As an example, the green algae declined from 63 to 74 at the same time that the blue-green algae declined. Yet no arrow between them is shown on the web. So in other words, if we look over here, these two, blue-green algae and green algae, both declined at the same time, but yet there's no arrow between them. I mean, my guess is, before even looking at the question, the reason is because algae obviously don't eat each other. I mean, one is bacteria, one are plants. They don't eat each other, but they both might be affected by the same factors. So what factors might have caused both kinds of algae to change in the same direction at roughly the same time? You know, maybe a decrease in pollution or an increase in Daphnia. I mean, think about it. The pollution affects both of them, and the Daphnia affects both of them. They're both eaten by Daphnia, so more Daphnia might wipe out both of these, whereas more pollution might help both of these also. So in other words, these two factors, because they're both have arrows to the green and the blue-green algae, both of these factors can affect both of these. Okay, what other causes might populations of two species in the same direction even when one is not the resources of the other? Well, they give you a hint. What do species need to survive other than food? You know, maybe shelter, maybe changes in the weather, things like that. You know, there could be almost an unlimited number of possibilities to this question. Why didn't we allow you to examine the changes in number of actors that were not linked with the actors? In other words, why didn't they let us look at the relationship and the graph between the green algae and the blue-green algae, or between the effluent and the neomyces? Probably because the relationship with each other is only indirect and not direct. Examine the density of blue-green algae over time in relation to the sewage effluent amounts. Even though sewage effluent is known to contain nutrients important to algae, the relationship between the two numbers is not very strong. So effluent is necessary for algae, but if you look at the data, you see, yeah, it's not very strong. The effluent went down very sharply. Blue-green algae kind of hung around over here and didn't go down sharply for a long period of time afterwards. So they want to know what are the maximum and minimum number of green algae during the period when the effluent was zero. Well, the effluent became zero over here. This is just a matter of reading the chart. The effluent became zero over here, so the maximum number of algae was somewhere around here, which is, I guess, about 110. And the minimum number looks like somewhere around here, which looks to be about 20. So the maximum about 110, and minimum about 20. Again, very simple. Compare this range to the period during the period when effluent was high, but decreasing. When effluent was high but decreasing, which is this area, algae was still very, very high the whole time. That's an interesting fact. While it was decreasing from 65 all the way through 69 or so, blue-green algae was still very high throughout that entire period. Which range would you expect to be larger? Were you surprised? Yeah, I was a little surprised. I would think that if the effluent fed the green algae, then the fact that the effluent was decreasing would make the green algae decrease. So again, these are just those aren't the only answers. Those aren't necessarily the correct answers or the right answers, but those are just some of a way that I would go about doing this question. I mean, what did it take us? About 20 minutes? Now, yes, if I had to type it up, it would take me a little longer than that. It would take me another 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is. But again, these lab exercises shouldn't take you a long period of time, and you know, a lot of these can be interesting. We'll go through a couple of more of these, but this is one example. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We are going to look at our second of our assignments, of our labs that we are going to cover today. I think, there are 10 of them altogether in the syllabus. I'm going to cover 3 of them with you. I'm going to walk you through 3 of them. The rest of them I think you can do on your own. They're all more or less the same idea anyway, so hopefully if I do, we did 1 already, so I'll do 2 more of them. Now, I did want to mention, by the way, in terms of getting to the contents page that we saw before, this is the page that appears, that links to from our syllabus. This is the URL over here. Again, it doesn't take, you can just copy and paste the link or click on it, right click or control click on it in the syllabus. The way you get to that table of contents page is you have to obviously buy it, and then you have to click on this link over here, ebooks.cinhour.com/envi and then you got to put in your email address and your password over here and go ahead and click login, and that's how you get this screen that we saw last time. Now, assignment lab number 2 is not covered, is not assigned at all in the syllabus, so we won't go through lab 2, but lab 3 is. So let's look at lab 3. Lab 3 is entitled Biodiversity, and it is assigned with lesson 3 in your syllabus. So we're going to go ahead and click on lab 3, and we're going to go ahead and look at it and discuss how we would go about doing it. Now, one of the nice things about this lab is that it gives you the definitions of everything. You can see a bunch of these words are hyperlinked, so it gives you the definitions. So for example, if you want to know what species richness is, which is stated over here, you can click on it, and it puts you in the little glossary over here where species richness is defined, and that's right over here, which is the total number of species in the area. Okay, so let's take a look at, well, that's the glossary. So let's take a look at this exercise and what it says. Diversity in a community, which means the organisms that live in the area, can be measured in a number of different ways. This we learned all about in the course itself. The first is species richness, which is the total number of species in the area. And the second is species evenness, which is the degree to which each species has representation in the field. For example, if you've got 1,000 lions and 1 cockroach and 1 hyena and one gazelle and one water buffalo. Well, do you have a lot of species richness? Well, do you have a lot of biodiversity? Well, you have species richness. You got 6 different species, but on the other hand, you don't have much species evenness. You have 1,000 of one and only one of each of a bunch of the others. On the other hand, if you have 1,000 of each of these, you have the same amount of species richness, but you have much more species evenness. Those are just 2 different ways to measure biodiversity. Then they give you an example. You have 2 ponds. Each sample contains 100 individuals. Sample A, there are 10 individuals from each of 10 species. In sample B, there's 1 individual from each of 9, and the remaining 91 individuals, all from the same species. Which has greater diversity? Well, obviously, if we only consider species richness, it's even. But if we were to consider species richness and evenness, we can conclude that pond 2 is less diverse because almost all the individuals are members of the single species. So that's what this lab is going to be about biodiversity and about species richness and species evenness. And ecologists have developed a number of diversity indexes essentially, to measure species diversity based on both species richness and evenness. And the index is a way to represent the property, to represent how diverse the community is, to represent how much species richness there is, and to represent how much species evenness there is. And they're going to introduce you over here to the Simpson Index, which is one of many diversity indexes that considers both. And this is the formula for, again, don't panic. You don't have to to memorize these, but this is the way to or apply it. We're not going to ask you to do any math. Don't worry about it. But the species diversity index is 1 over the relative abundance of species 1 squared plus the relative abundance of species 2 squared, relative abundance of species 3 squared, etc., etc. What essentially it is going to do is the higher the index number, the more diversity there is. The relative abundance of the species is the number of individuals of one species compared to the total number of individuals of all species. So if there are 1,000 animals and 100 of them are lions, so the lion's relative abundance is 10, or 10%. If there are 1,000 animals and only 50 lions, well then it's only 5%. If there are 1,000 animals and 900 of them are gazelles, well then the abundance of the gazelles is 90, or 90%. That's the simple formula. Number of individual species of species 1 divided by the total number of all individuals of all species. Now, exercise 1 is really exceptionally easy. For exercise 1, this is all exercise 1, you consider measuring biodiversity. They give you an insect community A and insect community B. Here is community A, and you could see we've got, what are these things, ladybugs? We got 1, 2, 3 of these, whatever these things are. We got a dragonfly. How many dragonflies we got? We got 1, 2, 3. You can write this down, obviously. 4, maybe 3 or 4 dragonflies, whatever they are. How many butterflies do we got? We got 1, 2, 3. Or are those moths? I think one of them is moths, one of them is butterflies. We got some, whatever these things are. It doesn't even matter how many. We got some ants. 1, 2, 3. We got 3 ants. You can keep a little calculation of how many of each. Doesn't matter what you call them. If you call them butterflies and they're really ants, it doesn't make a difference because for our purposes, the only thing that matters is how many of them there are. Then we have community B, which gives you a similar community, except here you got, look at this, whatever these ugly things are, not 100% sure what they are, those of you watching may know, but there are a lot more of them. How many insects are there altogether? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 30 altogether. And of the 30, these little critters make up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 of them! So 7 out of every 10 insects in Community B are these ugly little critters over here, whereas in Community A, it looks like there was much more evenness. Those same ugly little critters, these guys, there were only 1, 2 of them, or 3 of 3 over here. Anyway, so for each community, estimate the Simpson Diversity Index using the first formula. Oh, okay, so they are going to ask you to apply the mathematical formula. No problem. Just count each species. You can use a calculator and do 1 divide, well, first get the bottom number, the relative abundance of each species squared. The relative abundance of each species squared, let's look at community A. Let's figure this out. Well, let's say this species, whatever these guys are, 1, 2, 3 of them. 3, then, I think there might be 3 of each. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. I'm just noticing that now. It looks like there's 3 of each. That's simple enough. So yeah, let's assume there's 3 of each, and there's 10 different species over here. So we got 1 over 3 squared plus 3 squared plus 3 squared plus 3 squared plus 3 squared. Now, if you figure that out, it's very easily there's 10 of them. So that's 9 times 10, which is 90. So it's 1 over 90 is the Simpson diversity index for the first community. For the second community, they want the relative abundance of the species. So it looks like each of these guys only have 1, except for these guys, which have 21 of them. So 21 squared is 441. And the others are plus 1 squared plus 1 squared plus basically 9. So I think that's 1 over 450. So the Simpson diversity index using this formula of community A is 1 over 90, whereas the Simpson diversity formula for community B is 1 over 450. So obviously the first one's Simpson diversity index is going to be much, much higher. 1 over 90 is a much higher number than 1 over 450. It's actually 5 times as big, because the denominator is 1/5 as big. So we have the Simpson diversity index of community A being 1 over 90 and community B being 1 over 450. Calculate the relative abundance of each species during the second formula above. Well, that's easy also. In community A, each of them was 3 out of 30, which is the same as 1 out of 10. In community B, each of them was 1 out of 30, except for these guys who were 21 out of 30, which is the same as 7 over 10. Which community has, then questions are extremely easy. Which community has greater species richness? Well, species richness just means the number of species, so they're even. They both have 10, right? Evenness, on the other hand, obviously community A has a much, much greater species evenness, 1 over 90 to 1 over 450. Which community would you consider based on diverse, based on the Simpson diversity index? Of course, community A is much, much more diverse because it's got a much, much higher Simpson diversity index. Okay, so now we're going to look at part B. Exercise 2. Exercise 2, which has part A and part B. And they give us another one of these little applets over here. We're going to open this up. And again, we may have to, this is the thing I got running the Java applet. I'm going to say accept the risk and run the app. Okay, and this is what we come up with. So we're opening the biodiversity applet to compare biodiversity. You should be viewing the grid tab, which we are. There's 2 tabs, grid and worksheet, and we've got the grid tab. Click on any one square. Okay, let's try this one. Okay. I'm sorry, to select any one square. Okay, let's try this one. Alright, so it looks like on this one, count the number of individuals of each species that you see in the square. Well, in this one over here, it looks like we've got 2 flower 8s and 1 yellow flower 7. That's all we got. Okay. You can decide how to count individuals, if more than one square to be consistent. For example, you can see some of them bleed over onto different squares. So we're going to assume, for my purposes, I'm going to assume that if it's more than half in one square, then it counts for that square. So for example, this guy counts in this square, but this guy does not, even though he has a little portion in there. If it's exactly on the border like this one, maybe we'll count half of them in each. Okay, now click on the Worksheet tab and fill in the numbers that you counted for each possible species. Well, in this one, remember this grid, we got 2 flower 8s and 1 flower 7. So on the worksheet, for flower 7 we had 1, and for flower 8 we had 2. And if we calculate, well, this actually just applies the formulas that we looked at above, and it really is easy in terms of figuring out the the diversity index. So in other words, this tells us the relative abundance, 2/3, 1/3. So it makes a lot of sense. Relative abundance, which is the Simpson formula, relative abundance squared. One of them is 1/4, the other is 1/1. So overall, it's 0.444 to 0.111. Anyway, then when you're done entering, okay, use the values shown for relative abundance, estimate the Simpson diversity index, and type your value into the box. And it's asking us to check our answer. It's asking us to try to figure out what the diversity index and check our answer. Well, we can figure this out really easily. Remember that the Simpson diversity index was 1 over each population squared. So it's 1/1 squared plus 2 squared. Now 2 squared is 4, and 1 squared is 1, so it's 1/1 plus 4. And again, if you had a piece of paper, I would show you. Let me show you on the paper. Remember, the Simpson diversity index was, I'm sorry, and this is going to be a little messy because I'm going to write it like this. The Simpson diversity index was 1 over each species, number of each species squared, plus the number of the second species squared, etc. So for our example, it was 1 over flower 7, we had 1 of them, plus flower 8, we had 2 of them. So that's 1/1 squared plus 2 squared, which of course is 1/5, because 1 squared is 1, 2 squared is 4, and you got 5 altogether. So I'm going to say it's 1/5. 1/5 is 0.2. 0.2, because that's 1/5. This better be the answer. And no. Oh, okay, I see, because this is supposed to be based on all of the entire grid. Let's see. Yeah, so we can actually do the entire grid over here. Let's count, just out of curiosity, the total number of each. How many flower 8s do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm going to say flower 8s, we got 12. Flower 7s, we have 1, 2, 3, it looks like. So we got 3 flower 7s. Butterfly 5, looks like we got 1 of them. Butterfly 4 in the entire grid. Doesn't look like we have any of them. Flower 3, looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And flower 5, we've got, I can hardly tell what that one is. That could be an 8 or a 5. But let's assume for argument's sake that it's a 5. So 5. Now, this figuring out the diversity index would be much more complicated. You'd have to take 1/1 divided by all of these numbers. First of all, you can calculate it. Gives you the relative abundance of each one, and so that's 1/3 squared. That's 9. Again, let's see. 1/3 squared. 3 squared is 9. 1 squared is 1. That's 10. 12 squared is 144. That's 154. 4 squared is 16. That's 170. Plus 5 squared is 25. That's 195. It's 1 divided by 195, which is about 0.005. Let's see if I put in 0.005 if what they say over here. Okay, well, it's not exact, but it's pretty close. Anyway, you can keep doing this. You don't have to get it exactly right to answer these questions, because these are the only questions that they want to ask out of you. First of all, did you get the same estimate of biodiversity when you counted 1 square as you did 4 squares or 8 squares? Well, no, because that really depended on, let me load the applet again. I see. By the way, every time you load it, it gives you a new one, and you can even click on new one to give you, wow, look at that change. We got a bunch of butterflies. On the previous one, we had a bunch of flowers. If we get a new community over here, then we got different kinds of flowers. And of course, they also want you to try to do 4-box ratios, 8-box 1-box squares or 4-box squares, etc., etc. Did he get the same number if you counted 1 box as 4? Well, probably not, because you're having different organisms within your box. Okay, so did you get the same estimate of biodiversity when you counted 4 squares that did not touch compared to 4 squares that were together? Again, probably not, because it depended on the, which organisms you were in those boxes. Do you think it's necessary to count all the squares for a good estimate of biodiversity in your community? Probably so, because you want as broad a sample as possible. You always want as large a sample as possible. Okay, and what do they have for part B over here at the bottom? Then they want you to click the grid tab and then the new community button, which we did already a couple of times. Choose 6 squares that are together. Let's do this, and this. And count the number of individual of each species of these values. So for these 6, upper left-hand corner over here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm sorry. 1, 2 butterflies 4s, 2 butterfly 6s, and 1 of each flower, it looks like. A yellow flower, a green flower, and a blue flower. 2 of these butterflies, that's butterfly 4s, and 2 of these butterflies, that's butterfly 6. So I'm going to say 1 of each flower and 2 of each butterfly, and we'll calculate it. We've got these numbers. Okay, calculate the relative abundance by clicking the calculate button, estimate the Simpson diversity, click check my answer, and do all the same things. Then they ask you to compare. What was the Simpson diversity index of the first community? What was the value for your second community? And again, you can use the one that you calculated. It's fine. It doesn't have to be precise. It doesn't have to be exact. Were you confident that your 6-squared sample adequately sampled the diversity of the 2 communities? Well, does this 6-square community adequately sample the communities? Well, it doesn't seem like it has the same ratio as the rest. For example, this one, the relative percentage of butterfly 6 is only 2, whereas in the other boxes you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, whereas butterfly 4 you've got 2 in our sample and only 1 in the rest of the diagram. So I don't know if that really is a good sample of the entire thing. Based on your experience, would you recommend increasing, decreasing, or keeping the same number of squares for future biodiversity comparison? Again, I would say that I would increase them, because the more of a sample size you get, the better off you are in general. But again, I'm just giving you some basic answers. You don't have to follow my answers, and you can play around with these things a little bit, maybe do a little bit better job than I did in terms of calculating the Simpson diversity index. But I think that's a pretty basic way of how to go about doing this experiment. The next one we're going to go through and is lab number 6. We have not assigned labs 4 or 5 in the syllabus, so the next one that actually is assigned in the syllabus is lab number 6. And this is a very interesting lab about endangered species and poaching. And the first exercise, we're going to look at the giant panda and poaching. And you can read this little thing over here. Let's read it together. Giant pandas are found in the mountains of China. Great. The range in population of the size of panda has decreased dramatically due to habitat fragmentation and deforestation. Figure 1 shows the present panda distribution as well as fossil evidence. Here's figure 1. So we got location of panda fossils. In the present panda, you can see that there's lots of these panda fossils all over the place, but very few of them are actually there at today's day and age. They face a great number of threats. They use bamboo as a food source, which makes them very vulnerable to stochastic events, which really just means random things that are not really in the control of any particular factor of nature. They're completely okay. So bamboo produces infrequently, flowering in a mass event, and then the adults of the pandas die. I'm sorry, then the adults bamboo die. It takes a number of years before new shoots appear from the seeds, and panda produce infrequently, and therefore reducing their birth rate. It's showing all the reasons why the natural status of pandas could make it endangered. Chinese government has developed conservation guidelines and established protected areas. However, the needs of the people have threatened the pandas. Even if they don't lose any additional habitat to logging and agriculture, they're still vulnerable to poaching. Poachers hunt the pandas for their hides, which are valuable in black markets. And the available demographic markers from the pandas indicates that their population is growing a little bit. However, because there's so little habitat available, excess individuals have nowhere to go. Even if they're growing a little bit, the point is if they can't go live in people's cities and in people's farms, because then they're going to be killed. So in this exercise, you'll incorporate density limits and stochasticity, which again we can look up over here, which is random, which is determined by chance, as we discussed before, and then you will look at the viability of the panda population in this particular Chinese valley, and you'll also look at the impacts of even a small amount of poaching. A very interesting little exercise over here. Okay, so, and we're going to run different types of simulations, replications, etc. Okay, limits on growth. Here this is what we're going to study over here with this applet. Let's load the applet. I'm going to click on it, and it appears right over here. And they tell you should be viewing the Vital Rates tab, which is over here. Again, you can't see the bottom, but you can see that it's in the Vital Rates tab. And then click on the Load Data button and click Dataset 1. So let's click on Load Data and click Dataset 1. Okay, gives us a whole bunch of numbers over here. And this tells us the 6-stage model of a giant panda population based on 97 data. Each stage represents 3 years in the life of the panda. So based on 90 data, first of all, notice the capacity, the maximum number of pandas that can possibly live in this area are 25. We can change this. We can change pretty much anything, but that's what it is initially set for. And this is, in other words, the average number of pandas at each age in this habitat. So what do they tell us to do? They tell us to click the Options tab and view the parameters. We will run the model 40 time steps, which is equivalent to 130 years, because notice each time step is 3 years. So each time step is 3 years. It says right over here. Number of time steps is 40. And okay, and then we're going to click Run Simulation. Let's click on Simulation and say Run Simulations. And what this is going to show, by the way, what this is going to show is what happens to the total number of pandas after each 3-year period. So let's click on Run Simulation and see what happens. And these are the different simulations we ran. These are the different possibilities. Notice we ran 50 replications, so there are 50 different lines, and these are all the different possibilities. So based on these rates, based on these numbers that we put in, and a capacity of 25 total, these are the different possibilities of how many pandas there would be over the course of time, over the course of obviously a very long period of time, up to 120 years over here. So let's see and then what do they want us to do? They want us to go back and change the carrying capacity to the same as the total initial abundance. Now the initial abundance was what? The initial abundance was, we had of the combined pandas here, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. So let's change the capacity to 17. And let's run the same options and simulate again. Well, now again, notice these are all different possibilities of how many pandas there'll be, but notice again they top out at 17. The next thing they want us to do is try 100 carrying capacity. This is if you put this number of pandas to start with in these ages, obviously allow them to reproduce as they will, how many, and a capacity, which means the maximum number of pandas that can live in the area, there'll be how many of them. Let's run again the same steps, the same everything. Let's run our simulation this time. This time, on the other hand, look at where the different possibilities are. The maximum, notice, goes up to about 100, of course, because that's the carrying capacity. And notice how many different possibilities there are, of 50 different simulations based on random chance, based on the weather, based on, whatever other factors there are. You can see that there are many chances that the panda rate will go up to 100 and stay there. There are also many possibilities and simulations of the population leveling off at a much lower number. I mean, just for kicks, let's try a much higher number. They didn't tell us to do this, but let's see what happens when we do 500. If we do that, notice in none of the simulations does it get up to 500 pandas. In other words, just the pandas aren't going to, the initial 17 pandas are not going to reproduce enough to get to 500 pandas so quickly, even through 120 years here. So if we put the carrying capacity at 500, essentially we're saying that as many pandas as, it can support almost an unlimited number of pandas. But again, capacity is of course the ceiling, the amount that's the maximum of pandas that can be held. So let's look at some of the questions over here. In this very interesting simulation, what's the probability that the panda will go extinct in the next 20 years? If they were extinct obviously means it's 0. Now, when we ran our carrying, let's say when we started, let's go back to 25. That was our carrying capacity, and let's run our simulation. And I think there was only basically one simulation that we started at 17 pandas, obviously, this total number here, and there was really only one scenario where the pandas went, where this pandas dropped all the way down to 0. So very low probability, I would say. What if there were no limits on the? In other words, if we take out limits, if we took out none for limits, we ran another simulation. Again, it looks like that maybe there's one possibility of it getting all the way down to 0, which would mean it's extinct. So extremely low in either case. Based on this model, would you expect the restoration of the habitat to be a successful measure to ensure the long-term survival of the panda? What do you think? Well, it looks probably it will be, because most of the simulations that we looked at, even with a carrying capacity over here with a ceiling of 25, most of the simulations that we looked at least were at the point where the panda was, in most of them they were at least increasing or staying steady. So again, you can also argue that there just aren't that many of them, so it's not reliable that they'll stay in existence. But still, I think that you can probably argue it either way. But if it were me, I would say that yeah, this will probably succeed, because most simulations, at least the higher percentage probability, is that the pandas will increase in number and be okay. Okay, so this is now that's the first part. In the first part, they want you to understand what happens to organisms that are naturally put into an environment, and I think we established based on this simulation that they generally do pretty well. They generally grow. If there's no carrying capacity, they would grow a lot. Remember, if there was in the simulation where there was no carrying capacity, we had a simulation that gave them up in the hundreds. Certainly, most possibilities were up at close to 100 pandas or more. But now we're going to try to look at the effect of poaching. We didn't look at the poaching at the tab because we're going to look at the options tab over here, and notice that over here where it says movement, we've got a little drop-down menu, and one of the options is immigration introduction, in other words, putting more pandas in the area, but another is emigration, or harvest, which is the same thing as poaching, when pandas are taken out of the area. So now they tell us to run a particular experiment. They tell us to run immigration harvest, enter 1 for each of the individuals, okay, 1 individuals, enter from time 1 to 40, okay, in other words, 1 time from 1 to 40, anywhere from year 1 to year 40. There can be 1 panda that's poached, and they say stages 6 to 8. From stage 6 to 8 to stage what? Also to stage 6 to 8. So what this means in English is that 1 individual every 1 time step, which is a 3-year period. So 1 panda will be poached every 3 years, and the panda can only be from stage 6 to 8. We're adding a poacher to our diagram to our simulation. So this one is all the same numbers as we saw before, except one panda will be poached every one time step, which is 3 years. That's what we defined over here. You can change. I mean, you can run almost an infinite number of simulations in different different capacities. But we're assuming one panda is poached every 3 years because it's one time step from time step 1 to 40. In other words, the whole period of our simulation. And now let's run our simulation. Now they want us to run the simulation. Let's run the simulation. Look how much lower they are. Again, here we took out the carrying capacity. Let's put the carrying capacity back in to compare it with what we saw before. And look at these numbers. Wow. I mean, this is really incredible. The numbers that we saw before when there were no poached animals, most of those simulations were up near the top. On the other hand, start poaching a little bit, and first of all, you have a lot of them down here that end up at 0. A lot of these simulations end up having the pandas get extinct, whereas even the highest estimates go all the way down to 10 pandas. Pretty incredible. I mean, look at the difference. I'm going to show you back down to 0 for a second, which is no harvesting, which was way up here, the simulations. But now when we got one panda poached every 3 years, look what happened to the simulation. Even over a long time, let's take out no. Let's make there be no ceiling. So there, remember when we ran the simulation, when there was no poached pandas, when we ran the simulation, most of these simulations went way up. We even had simulations projecting over 200, over 300 pandas. Look what happens when we have one of them poached between 6 and 8 age group every 3 years. Then look how much lower they are. There are a lot of extinct ones down here, which get down to 0, and even the highest ones only get to about 100, 125. It's really an incredible difference that a little poaching makes. I think that's the point that they wanted you to, to glean from this experiment here. Then they ask you to look at different stages. They ask you to poach from stage 9 to 11. These are, let's poach one from stage 9 to 11 instead. So let's go take this 9 to 11, this 9 to 11. Now let's run a simulation with the poached being in the 9 to 11 age group. Notice this is something in between. This is a little bit higher than when, notice the highest n, before the highest n was about 127, and here the highest end is about 155, and they're more in the middle. I mean, look at this. This is where most of the simulations kind of end up in the middle over here, whereas when the poached individual was in the 6 to 8 range, look at the simulation. The simulation was much, much lower, of course. And the reason for that is simple. I mean, the younger you poach them, the less likely they are to be able to reproduce. If you, for example, let's say you only poach the oldest ones. Let's say you only poach the 14 plus age group. Well, then when you run the simulation, it's still pretty high. It's almost like not poaching at all. Most of the simulations have around here in the 70 to 80 group. I mean, look at the difference between this one, which is where you poached age 14 plus, and where you did not poach at all. Let's see, it's not that much different. A little different, but really not that much different between not poaching at all and poaching 14 plus. Let's try all the way at the youngest age. What if you poach them right when they're born? What if you poach the 0 to 2? You poach the little babies. Well, then let's take a look at the simulation, and you can see it has a much more devastating effect. Most of the simulations are way down here at the bottom area. So you can see the younger you poach them, obviously, the more harmful. Now, what if we poach 2 of them? Just out of curiosity. I'm having a lot of fun with this applet, I hope you can tell. So let's say you poach 2 of them every 3 years. Well, now let's look at the simulation from age 0 to 2. I'm going to guess a lot of the simulations are going to have them be extinct. And you can see they are. A lot of simulations down here having them extinct. And the highest numbers are only 70, whereas before the highest numbers were all in the hundreds. Now, what if we had 5 of them poached every 3 years? I'm going to hazard a guess that they're almost all going to be extinct at this point.
Yeah, they're all extinct. Every single simulation, they're extinct. The longest they can survive is 48 years, and then they're all done. And there's nothing on this part of the chart. So obviously, even just a few poaching, you have 5 pandas every 3 years. It's going to wipe out the entire population in within a relatively short period of time. All right. So I didn't follow their rules, but you can you can follow them. Anyway, does poaching have a noticeable effect on the panda population? I think we know the answer to that. Is there any level of harvesting that the population can withstand? Yeah, I think it can withstand one every time group, and especially if they're older. Given what you have learned about giant panda and the threats facing it, would you recommend those concerned? What would you recommend with those concerned with its long-term survival? Well, first thing I would say is don't allow them to be poached. That's the first thing that I would say. All right. Anyway, let's look at exercise 2. Wow, okay, there's a lot of... this is... Do we got an app here? Okay, the grizzly bear... What is this? The grizzly bear has been listed as a threatened species. As of '98, fewer than 1,000 individuals survive. They're dispersed into 2 populations. Figure 2 shows where the grizzly bear populations are located. Yellowstone National Park, Bitterroot, Northern Continental Divide, etc., etc. As you can see, the grizzly bears are not connected by a continuous habitat. They're not all in one place. They're broken up. Each population is small, and we've learned earlier in the chapter on the vulnerability. In the following exercise, you're going to analyze 3 populations of grizzly bears: Yellowstone, Northern Continental Divide, that's here, here, and Cabinet Yaak, which is here. And you'll perform viability analyses. Let's open up this applet. And what is this? Okay, it's the same applet. The Options tab. And we'll be running this model with no immigration. Okay. Oh, data set 4. Okay, so data set 4, it must be for the grizzly bears. It's the same applet, same exact thing that we just ran, except these different data sets that they programmed in here are, for different experiments that they're going to give you. So our data set 4 is trying to indicate the grizzly bear population data set. Okay, you'll change the initial abundance for each stage to reflect the Northern Continental Divide. It should be 11, 4, 3, 3, 2, and 1. So we're going to change that to 11, 4, 3, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Fine. Okay, so now what do they want? For a total of 24, run the simulation and view the results. Okay, let's run the simulation. We can see the various simulations of what's going to happen to the bear population. We started out with 25, and they're going to kind of spread out all over the place. Now, change the initial... They want you to run it for a much smaller grizzly bear population of 211,105. This is 211,110. So in other words, there's only 5 bears altogether. Now we run our simulations on a base of 5 bears, and you can see that in some simulations they go up, but they all kind of hang around here in the middle over here. Okay, suppose you had funds to improve the the habitat in the population. They increase fertility by 5%. Okay, increase the fertility values by 5%. So let's load our data set 4 again. Here's our fertility values. We want to increase that by 5%. So this, instead of being 0.678, it would be 0.7. Well, this is 67.8%, so plus 5 would be 72.8. 72.8. 87.5 is 90. That's 87.5%. So we're going to change that to 92.5%. We're going to change this from 1.151. We'll change that to 1.201. In other words, we're increasing the fertility by percentage. Honestly, it doesn't really matter how much you increase it by. We'll just leave it at that for the time being. Now, when we run our simulation, look how much higher they are. From our vital rates over here, now they have a much higher abundance in the simulations than they do originally, because obviously the greater the fertility, the more likely they are to increase. Okay, how vulnerable are they to extinction? Again, a lot of these things are pretty much the same questions as we saw before. And again, hopefully you can. I'm going to stop here. Hopefully you can look at these questions and answer these really kind of in the same way as we did when we were talking about the panda earlier.